Graphic Audio presents Gods and Monsters 1, The Book of Asriel, Book 2 of 2, by Amber V. Nicole. Narrated by Gabriel Michael and Marissa Clay, with a full cast.
Rise and shine, your royal highness. He was facing away from the door, still in the same position he had fallen asleep in. Honestly, if I hadn't been able to see his chest rising and falling, I would have thought he was dead. I leaned closer to him. Liam, if you die, does that mean I won't go to a godly prison or whatever? He groaned and slowly turned over. I stood and placed my hand on my hip. Hey, Sleeping Beauty. He stretched, his shirt riding up to reveal a strip of bronzed skin over the defined muscles of his abdomen. His hands hit the ugly headboard, and his feet hung off the other end, the bed way too small for his massive frame.
What time is it?
He rubbed his eyes as he sat up on his pillow, part of his hair sticking to the side of his head. He was the most beautiful and annoying thing I had ever seen. I shook the thought from my head. Almost 8. That woke him up.
We need to leave. Why did you let me sleep that long?
Because you don't sleep, and you need it. I picked up the bag from where I had set it on the old, worn chair when I'd come back to the room. I burned the rest of the stuff Nim gave us, so I went out and got you some clothes. She might have poisoned the clothes she sent, and you need to blend in. I want to make a pit stop before we get on the road, so hurry and get dressed.
Pit stop?
Yes. Paige, the sweet old lady who runs this place, told me about a small breakfast area a few miles outside town. I'm hungry, and you need to eat too. I could tell by the look on his face that he was about to refuse. Look, if we're going to try this whole let's be friends thing, you have to eat. Nope, I don't want to hear it. You may fool your friends, but you can't fool me. I haven't seen you touch one piece of food since we started our little journey, and it's been almost a week. That's probably why you keep having those headaches, too. I honestly don't know how you keep all of that in shape while not eating.
Do not tell the others. Please.
Your secret is safe with me, Your Highness.
Also, stop calling me that.
I will if you eat. He held my gaze a moment longer before looking at the bag.
I do not need the clothes. I'm assuming they are the wrong size, just like everything else Logan has given me.
Well, I'm sorry. My snarky words died as he stood, the air around him shivering as thread and cloth spun out of nothing. His worn, faded jeans shifted into a clean, dark pair that molded to his powerful thighs and ass. His new shirt was off-gray and clung to his broad chest and wide shoulders. My mouth went dry as a black jacket formed on his body, tapering a few inches past his waist. He held his arms out.
What do you think?
You're fine. It's fine. It's fine. I gripped the bag against my chest. The man was ridiculously beautiful. How did you do that?
It is all material. I can mimic the fabric of the garments you wear. It is far easier to manipulate on this plane. The air in Anua is filled with useful particles.
As if any of that made sense to me. I was too busy fighting the urge to peel him out of those clothes that fit him so well. How did you come up with this?
I have paid attention to what mortals wear. Your garments are far sturdier than the sheer fabrics of Rashirim. I suppose that is because mortals have such thin skin, and the seasons change rapidly here. You said I needed to blend in. Am I not doing it right?
No, it's great, honestly. I'm just surprised you can do that, I guess. He studied me for a moment.
You are scared.
Not scared, just apprehensive. You're a lot more powerful than I expected. His face seemed to drop, the hard and expressionless man from yesterday threatening to return. I didn't want that. I preferred this Liam. He had talked to me through the night, and he cared what I thought of his outfit. I stepped a bit closer and narrowed my eyes. What can't you do? Liam's face softened as he put his hands in his pockets. He tipped his head back and squinted at the ceiling. I playfully rolled my eyes at his theatrics.
I cannot bring back the dead.
What? Have you tried?
My father could, and I tried on a dead fowl when I was younger. It did not work. Some gifts only he had, I suppose.
Well, guess you can't have everything. You'll just have to settle for creating planets and clothes out of nothing. I hope to keep this version of him with me a bit longer. Okay, let's go eat now. I'm starving.
So forceful.
The diner was a lot cuter than I had imagined. It was small and reminded me of those movies Gabby loved so much. The interior was rich and rustic, filled with wooden tables surrounded by mismatched benches and chairs. We could see the cooks flipping and frying an array of food through the pass-through window as the waitstaff hurried to serve the hungry patrons. There was a family in a booth at the back, the older child coloring on a small tablet, while the woman spooned food into a baby's mouth. A group of teenagers sat at the opposite end of the restaurant, lost in conversation. A few people sat at the counter, watching TV while they ate. It was a nice, quaint little place. "How's your head?" Liam barely fit in the booth, but he didn't complain. I told him I liked to be by the window, and he had nodded and let me lead the way. Gabby said I people-watched, but really, I just wanted to make sure no one would sneak up on me. Several mortals walked along the sidewalk, completely oblivious to the god stabbing at the eggs on his plate.
Better.
I was happy he was eating and hadn't fought me on the large meal I'd ordered for him. I didn't know what he liked, so I'd gotten almost every breakfast item on the menu. The waitress hadn't even blinked, but I think she was distracted by Liam. That seemed to be an issue everywhere he went. Strange. It's almost as if I know what I'm talking about.
Now who is the cocky one?
Oh, trust me, big guy, I have nothing on you. He smirked at me before cutting a piece of sausage. He'd eaten more than I thought he would, but I think it was mostly because I kept pestering him. I took another sip of my coffee as a chill ran up my spine.
What's wrong?
I looked out the window, hoping to see whatever had set my senses off. The hairs on my arms were raised with little goosebumps littering my flesh, but I saw nothing remotely otherworldly or celestial out there. The street was busy with just your normal, run-of-the-mill mortals going about their day.
Diana?
I realized I had been sitting and staring in silence for several minutes. Sorry, nothing. I thought I felt something, but I could just be cold. He nodded and methodically ate the rest of his food. But now he was alert, his gaze flicking between me and the window. I placed my coffee cup down and folded my hands on the table. I did have a question I didn't get to ask last night.
You asked many questions. What more could you want to learn?
The realms. You said they're sealed, which I know means our world is locked out from the others. My question is how? His face paled, and I heard static interrupt the music. The lights in the cafe flickered a few times, causing a few people to murmur in confusion and stare at the ceiling. I knew it was nothing electrical but the man in front of me. My question had triggered a flashback, and I could tell he didn't want to speak of it. Is that too personal? I'm sorry. I mean, I have seen flashes of your memories, but nothing about that. Besides, the blood dreams wear off after a while. Liam didn't say anything as he looked at me. He slowly lowered his cup and carefully placed it on the table. He reached up and ran his thumb along the bridge of his nose, the cafe returning to normal as he regarded me.
It's fine. You said last night that speaking of things may help me.
Yeah, but if you don't want to...
I do.
He slipped his hands underneath the table. I could see his biceps flex and knew he was clenching his fists.
It was the day after my coronation. My father was off handling council business. I remember that the halls were decorated for the festival. It was to be a massive celebration, and I was looking forward to all the fun.
He placed his hands back on the table and leaned in towards me, like he was afraid the mortals in the cafe would overhear.
One of Goddess Cryella's celestials found me at the gathering and told me Cryella wished to see me. I was already slightly inebriated and assumed she just wanted to spend time with me. I was wrong.
Cryella. Why did that name ring a bell? And then it hit me. I had traipsed through many of Liam's memories over the last few days, and I remembered him moaning that name. The moonlight had gleamed on her brown skin and reddish locks as they writhed against each other in the pool at the center of the temple. I had lost it and kicked at one of the massive golden columns, frustrated further when my foot passed through it. Then, when I discovered how long that girl could hold her breath underwater, I had prayed for the stupid dream to end.
The Celestial led me out of the Great Hall into a temple across the city. It was the one Cryella used for her rituals. I believe Logan spoke of witches there. Well, Cryella was the first of her kind to wield what you all consider magic. Her power frightened even my father. Not that she would have ever betrayed him. She, along with a few others, were the only true allies my father had. My father and Craella were there, standing around a massive cauldron set over green flames. They looked to be in deep debate until they saw me. They wore their council garb, and their expressions told me the meeting had not gone well. I asked, but they refused to speak of it. Instead, they explained they needed me to seal the realms.
Did they say why? I mean, this was before the Gods' War, right?
Long before.
So why?
After my mother's death, my father grew paranoid. His temper had increased, while his patience had not. Craella told me of the spell she wished to perform, and my father reassured me it was for the greater good.
Liam paused for a moment and looked up, watching as the teenagers walked past us without a care in the world.
The realms must always have a guardian. My father feared war and had decided on the contingency plan. I was that plan. It required blood, more than I known I could give. She spoke of words of enchantment, and the binding was done. I remember being so tired. I could barely stand, and then all went black. My father said I was unconscious for days. He blamed my absence on my untamed ways, so no one would worry. But the three of us knew the truth.
And the truth was what?
The truth was that if my father were to fall, I would become truly immortal. My life would be bound to the realms, and I would never die. When I ascended, the realms would close, and we would no longer be able to travel between them.
I couldn't imagine that kind of pressure. It was literally the weight of the worlds on Liam's shoulders. But why? Why close all the realms just because he died? What about the other beings in those realms?
My father feared a great cosmic war. He had visions, images and dreams that came to him, and then would come true. He saw the universe in chaos, and closing the realms was the only way he could see to garner peace. My father wanted to protect as much life as possible should the gods fall.
Anger burned in me on Liam's behalf, and I lowered my lashes so that he wouldn't see it. His father had not given him a choice before laying the burden of protection on his shoulders. Regardless of the need for a guardian or whatever other bullshit they had fed him, it had isolated him. They had laid the fates of the worlds at his feet and given him no support, except what he had created. I'm sorry.
You have no need for sorrow. It was almost a millennium ago, but I appreciate it.
Well, as a distraction, I have something that will probably make you mad.
Why would I be upset?
You know the convenience store we went to yesterday? Well, let's just say a friend of mine who works there gave me a lead on how we can get into Sorol.
Oh, you swore with a small finger that you would not leave me behind when you dealt with these friends of yours.
Technically, I didn't leave you. You were just a few feet away, sitting in the car.
Diana, how can I trust you if you keep things from me, but ask me to bare my soul?
And that's why I'm telling you. It's the last thing, I promise. His face told me he didn't believe me. I promise, okay? Liam, no offense, but you are terrifying to a lot of people. You aren't supposed to exist, remember? You are our version of the boogeyman. Besides, they're flighty. I didn't want to risk the only chance we have of getting into Zorol. He didn't say anything for a minute as he held my gaze. The intensity in the depths of his gray eyes awakened something feminine and needy in me.
I was not terrifying to you?
A pang fluttered in my chest. This powerful and indomitable male was worried about what I thought of him. I had no idea how that was possible. Well, no, but I'm crazy.
That we can agree on.
Hey! For the second time, he smiled. It was just a brief flash of his stupid perfect teeth, but it undid me. It was the simplest thing, and I hated it. He smiled, and gravity shifted, pulling me toward him as if he were my anchor. I pushed the romantic nonsense from my mind. He had been so emotionless and cold until last night. The beauty and warmth of his smile had just come as a shock. That's all it was. No other reason.
And what did your informant say?
Well, we have to meet a guy at a little pop-up festival on the outskirts of Tadiel. If we leave soon, we should be right on time. Liam closed his eyes and he rubbed the bridge of his nose, trying hard to control his temper. I promise I won't keep anything else from you.
Fine.
I smiled and reached into my back pocket, digging out my remaining cash. I scooted out of the booth and Liam followed. He stopped and stared at the cash in my hand.
Where did you get that?
I looked down at my hand as we walked to the register. Okay, I promise not to keep anything else from you. Starting now. At this very moment. We sat in the car in the unpaved parking lot. The festival was a lot larger than I thought it would be. Music filtered in through the windows, and purple, gold, and red lights strobed through the darkness. Rides moved and shifted, and we could hear the screams of those that had dared the roller coaster and the more exciting attractions. People walked past the car. Couples holding hands, families leaving with exhausted children asleep in their parents' arms. We watched as a group of teenagers ran past, whooping and laughing as they pointed at the rides. You okay? He hadn't moved to open the door. Instead, he just sat and stared at the chaos of the festival.
Are they always screaming?
Does it bother you?
No. Yes.
I knew it bothered him, and I knew why. I had seen some of the battles he had fought and was aware of the scars he carried. These are happy screams, not calls to war or death cries. He performed his little trick and changed clothes. I wanted him to fit into the crowd better. The denim jacket strained over his biceps as he folded his arms. His anxiety was another presence in the car, and I had learned enough about him to know it wasn't out of fear for himself, but of what he could do if he lost control. I can go in alone.
No. No. You promised you would not leave me. It's just...
Talk to me. Liam hesitated and held my gaze as if trying to peer into my soul. It was not suggestive, but calculating. I could tell he was feeling vulnerable and exposed. I held my breath, almost desperate for him to trust me. Until last night, I would have just said that was so I could gather information and used what I learned against him. The monster in me urged me to do just that. But the part of me that had reveled in the intimacy knew I would take his secrets to my grave. That was the part of me that existed only because Gabby existed, and it terrified me. His fists tightened as he seemed to come to a decision.
The screams just remind me of before. It's as if my dreams become reality, and I'm back on Rashirim. I know it's not the same, but every time I hear the screams, I can smell the blood and feel the ground shake. I can see the monstrous beasts rip through the sky, and I'm right back there. It feels like my chest will surely burst.
I reached forward, placing my hand atop his and squeezing once. He glanced down at my hand before meeting my gaze again. He was so wrapped in sadness that I couldn't believe I hadn't seen it before. When I'd first met him, the shell of what I thought a god would be, I'd only seen arrogance, hatred, and contempt in his gaze. But there was so much more than that. I thought maybe it was a result of containing too much power, or maybe he had just grown tired of living. But when I looked at him through the lens of last night, I saw grief, sadness, anxiety, and pain. He was in so much pure, raw pain. Hey, I am the only beast you have to worry about, and I promise not to rip apart the sky. The corner of his mouth twisted as he glanced at me.
You are not a beast.
I mean, I have my moments. We can leave. I can try to find another way to get us to Zeral.
No. If this is our best chance, we have to take it.
He pulled away from my touch. I could see him slamming up those shields he had so expertly built over the centuries. His face went blank again as he opened the door and stepped out. The cool night air greeted me as I jumped out of the car. I hurried to his side as he slid his hands into his pockets. Maybe I had overstepped in trying to comfort him, but I couldn't stop the compulsion. Damn mortal heart. It was all Gabby's fault. Look, we'll go in together and I won't leave your side, okay? He nodded once before adjusting his jacket. I'd forced him to change his outfit almost 6 times. Everything he made caused him to stand out too much. But then again, that might just be because it was Liam. He could have worn a trash bag and people would have still broken their necks to look at him. Not that I blamed them, but I needed us to blend in. He still stuck out, but I hoped it would be enough. Just don't destroy this place, or electrocute anyone, or disintegrate the rides, or...
Diana.
Sorry. I tilted my head toward the entrance, beckoning him to follow me. He nodded and started walking. His footsteps were light next to mine, and I kept glancing up at him, watching the multitude of lights cast colorful shadows across his face. The muscles in his shoulders flexed every few seconds, coinciding with the laughter, yelling, and roars of the roller coaster as it sped through another loop. I think I know why your nightmares are so bad. You haven't processed anything that's happened. You buried yourself. And now that you've been thrown back into everything, it's too much. Liam didn't look at me as we got in a line to buy tickets, his gaze scanning the crowd.
Is that so?
Yes. Although I was not the mastermind behind that deduction. It was actually Gabby. I blame the psychology classes she took in school. It seems some of it stuck with her. He finally looked down at me, confusion edging his features.
You spoke to your sister about this? About me?
Well, no. Not really. I was just complaining because you've been a complete ass. Then Gabby said it's probably because of all you've been through. She thought maybe you just needed someone to talk to. I was happy that he was focused on me and not the anxiety of being in this place, but unsure of how he would react to my revelation. He didn't respond, just stared at me, which unnerved me more. You need a friend. And lucky for you, I'm here. I playfully shoved him with my shoulder, lightening the mood and keeping him distracted. He looked at me.
Lucky me, huh?
That strange sensation of being anchored in him overtook me as I stared up at him. Something had changed last night. It didn't make sense, but I knew once this was over, I wouldn't leave. I wouldn't try to flee or avoid my inevitable punishment. I wanted to believe it was because of Gabby. It would be the height of selfishness to run and drag Gabby with me, hiding from yet another powerful man. Especially since I knew she would be protected and truly happy with the Hand as she worked alongside the Celestials. Maybe it was how Liam spoke about his friends, or what he had sacrificed to give them the life they now led. But I believed him when he promised her a normal life. So, I wouldn't run, and I wouldn't fight anymore. I would deal with my sentence, whatever it might be. And I almost believed that Gabby was the only reason. Besides, maybe this'll earn me a lesser sentence once we're done here.
Perhaps.
And maybe Gabby can visit me sometimes? I mean, even mortal convicts get visitation rights. The young mother in front of me glanced back and pulled her children in front of her.
Perhaps.
My grin nearly reached my ears, and I placed my hands behind my back, swaying slightly. Well, you didn't say no. We had been at the park for at least 2 hours, and the only message I'd received from our contact was that he was running late. I stopped at one of the booths to buy a large, fluffy purple cloud of cotton candy and was stuffing my face when Liam complained again.
What is taking so long? All your friends are terrible and unreliable.
I picked another small piece of sugary deliciousness and placed it in my mouth. I spun, walking backward as I eyed Liam. A group of young girls giggled as they passed. And a buzzer went off to the accompaniment of cheers when someone won a prize at one of the games. What? Are you not having fun? I thought you liked the cool shooting game and the bumper cars.
The small cars are violent, and they let small children drive. Do they not care for the small ones? It's ridiculous. Mortal lifetimes are fleeting, yet they build contraptions that could end them in moments.
When I finally got control of myself again, I wiped the tears from my eyes with my free hand and grinned at him. He was watching me with the oddest expression on his face.
I've never heard you laugh like that.
You're funny. Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah, you know when you're not being an ass. We walked side by side, silence falling between us. It wasn't the awkward kind. It was never awkward with him. Just a comfortable quiet. Well, as quiet as it could be with the laughs, squeals, and giggles that floated in every direction here.
What was with the small box with flashing lights?
The photo booth?
Yes.
I just wanted proof that the all-powerful world ender had fun for once. He stopped, causing me to nearly trip over my own feet.
I do not like that name.
Sorry. I won't say it again.
I would appreciate it.
How did you get that title? I've heard it so many times in your memories. He was quiet once again, all traces of humor long gone.
It's not something I wish to speak about if we do not have to.
Got it, boss.
Don't call me that either.
What, you don't like that?
No.
His favorite word. Okay, what about Your Majesty? Your Highness? Oh, I got it. My lord.
Never any of those, please.
I stopped as a trio of women walked past us. They stared at Liam, interest apparent in their eyes.
Oh my god. Who is that?
He is fine as hell. That man is walking sin. I'd risk it all.
It was the same wherever we went. Not only was Liam devastatingly handsome, but the air of power he exuded made him nearly irresistible to both men and women alike. I didn't think he even noticed. Liam watched the crowd carefully, but I could tell he didn't actually see the people. His head swung toward the sound of a crack, followed by a bell ringing, and I noticed a vein throbbing in his neck. He rubbed his temples, but dropped his hand when he noticed me watching him. It had been like this all evening. He was trying so hard to keep whatever demons nipped at his heels at bay, but his jaw was clenched so tight that I worried he might break his teeth. I wish there was some way to hurry this up, but it was out of my control. So, for the time being, I would distract him with games, overly sugary treats, and photo booths. Anything to keep him from self-destructing.
How is your throat? I assume I did not hurt you too much.
His comment and my little fit got us a few looks and whispers from the crowd of nearby teens. Liam stopped abruptly, reaching out to make sure I wasn't dying. He placed his hands on my shoulder and back, supporting me.
Did I say something wrong?
I waved him off, indicating that I was fine, and he stood straight, dropping his hands. I ignored the fact that I immediately felt bereft at the loss of his touch.
No. Well, yes, but no. We really have to work on your phrasing.
I spotted an empty table between some of the less popular and quieter rides. I led Liam to it and hopped up on the table, resting my feet on the bench. Liam straddled the bench and rested his elbow on the table, watching the frenetic activity of the festival. I lowered my cotton candy close to Liam. Want some? He turned up his nose, about to refuse, when he looked at me again.
Trust me, this is amazing.
He eyed me cautiously and took it from me as if he were handling a dead animal. I watched as he tore off a piece and reluctantly placed it in his mouth. His face scrunched at the sweet taste, his eyes closing for a moment before he opened them.
It's,
Sweet? He nodded, but took another bite.
Yes, but it is enjoyable.
The tension in his features eased. Good. Liam said something else, but I didn't hear it.
It dissolves before you can even chew it.
A shiver caressed my spine, and goosebumps littered my arms. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I sat up and turned to look behind me. The Igmaruthan in me had gone on high alert, ready to attack or defend. It was the same thing I had felt in the cafe in Ophanium. Was another Celestial here? I peered into the deep shadows, but nothing stood out.
Diana, your eyes.
Liam was standing in front of me, blocking me from sight. I shook my head and closed my eyes, willing them to return to normal before blinking them open.
What's wrong?
Nothing. I looked behind me again. As quick as the feeling had come, it was gone.
You said the same thing at the cafe. What is it?
He looked behind me as if he could find what I couldn't. I don't know. I thought I felt something. Liam stared into the darkness for a few moments before returning his gaze to me.
I do not see nor sense anything.
I wrapped my arms around myself tightly. Maybe I'm just cold.
Igmaruthans do not get cold. Unless they are in harsh climates, like the planet Voren. You should not be cold.
He reached out, stroking his fingers along my forehead.
Is this a side effect of the poison your friend so kindly gave you?
I swatted his hand away. It's not the poison. At least, I don't think so. I feel fine. Just thought I felt someone. Or something. I knew it couldn't be Caden. He wouldn't show up anywhere near Liam. I had seen the fear on his face when Ezekiel died. He feared Liam, whether he wanted to admit it or not. If it had been a Celestial, they would have approached to fawn over Liam as they all did. I looked behind me once more. Maybe Tobias? No, he was more Caden's bitch than I was. My thoughts derailed as Liam placed his jacket over my shoulders and pulled it closed over my chest. It draped me like a denim blanket, and I looked up at him in surprise.
I saw someone do this before you forced me into those tiny aggressive cars.
I grinned. Liam had been quietly watching everyone around us the entire time. I thought he'd been monitoring for potential threats or fighting the demons scratching at his subconscious. Instead, he had been observing and learning mortal behavior. Although he didn't realize how intimate the gesture was, it was nice. Thank you. I wrapped his jacket around me. I dipped my chin, burying my face against the collar. I took in his clean, masculine scent. His white t-shirt hugged his torso and was a nice contrast to his tanned skin and muscled arms. The sight of him drew attention, and he turned as he heard the whispered comments from a group of women. He didn't say anything as he sat beside me, but I could tell his mood had soured. Don't like the attention? Liam rubbed his hands together and lowered his head.
I am not comfortable being out in public. I detest large crowds, and would much rather be by myself. There was a time when I used to enjoy gatherings, which I am sure you are aware of, having seen so much of my past. Now I hate it when they stare at me.
He rested his chin on his hand, watching as people passed. They would glance at him, then avert their gaze, some not as sneaky as they thought. Want me to set him on fire? I nudged him once more, this time with my knee.
Absolutely not. I just hate it. Hate is the right word, yes?
He tipped his head to look at me without taking his chin off his hand. I nodded. Why? What's the real reason?
It's not important.
If it bothers you, it is. Besides, we have time to kill. Enlighten me. An upbeat melody filled the air as the ride closest to us started up again. Liam was silent for a moment, and I wondered if he had heard me through all the noise.
I do not know. I suppose I feel as if they can see everything I have done, every mistake, every wrong decision, and they blame me for it.
My brow furrowed. You know that's not true.
I told you, it's not important.
Hey, I pushed at his shoulder, not hard enough to hurt, but enough to get his attention. He sat up and looked at me. It is, but not for the reason you think. It's important because that's something else you'll have to work on. You're projecting what you feel. They don't know you, just like we don't know them. I wrapped his jacket around me tighter and leaned closer. And I'll let you in on a little secret. They're not staring because they know you as an ancient warrior king, for the battles you've fought or the ones you've lost. That's all in your head. They're staring because they think you're gorgeous. He pulled back and blinked at me in surprise.
Gorgeous?
He said the word as if it were the most disturbing thing he could imagine. That's the part you heard out of everything I said? Is this the part where we pretend you're not? He shook his head, his gaze snagging on my lips as I swept my tongue across them. Yeah, you know. Attractive, good-looking, desirable. That seemed to click in his godly brain because the corner of his mouth twitched, especially when you smile. He shook his head and chuckled. The sound of velvet caress along my skin. Liam was lethal in more ways than one.
You call me one thing, then another. Your opinion changes like the wind.
Oh, trust me, my opinion has not changed. I mean, you did look terrible for a while there. Plus, I still think you're a complete ass at times, and you have an ego the size of the moon. But I'm not blind. Hey, at least I am honest.
That you are.
Since I have pried your deep, dark secrets out of you, I guess I could let you in on one of mine. That got his attention, curiosity edging his features.
It seems fair, yes.
Okay, don't laugh, but as lame as it sounds, I do want what Gabby worships in her silly, cheesy movies. Well, I did. I tried to get serious with Caden once. He pulled away from me then. He's been different ever since. Definitely more of an open relationship type of guy. Or a monster, I guess. His eyes bored into mine for a fraction of a second too long.
Pity. I wouldn't share.
Heat filled my cheeks, his comment catching me off guard. I rolled my eyes, swatting him with the empty cotton candy stick. Liar. I've seen you share plenty of times. Liam grinned as he dodged my failed attempts at assault. Is that a normal godly thing? All the giant parties and raging orgies?
No, it's a way to pass the time, I suppose. And not all gods are like that. Not when they find their amata.
What's that?
In your mortal tongue, it means beloved one. It is what Logan and Navera have.
Oh, the mark of Dasheen? He turned to me, his forehead creasing as he tried to find the right words.
Yes, but more. It's the reflection of your soul. I don't know if that's a proper translation. The mark of Dasheen just shows the world the bond you two have already established.
So, basically your other half.
In simple terms, I suppose, but it is much more than that. It's deeper. It's a connection that words cannot fully convey.
Does everyone have one? Do you have one? I don't know why I suddenly cared so much, but I did. The images I had gotten from Liam's subconscious told me he didn't. But what if he'd had a mate and lost them? I could see him being in so much pain that he shut the memories out.
No. Despite your stories and legends, the universe is not that kind.
Sadness crept into his storm-colored eyes. Maybe Gabby was right. Maybe the powerful, terrifying world ender was lonely. I leaned into him, jarring him from whatever cruel thoughts plagued his head. If you did have one, what would they be? If you had to choose. He pursed his lips, thinking for a moment. It was a distraction, sure, but it was also fun to actually talk to him.
If I had the choice and I had to choose, I would want an equal. A partner in every aspect of my life, like what my father and mother shared.
I meant for the conversation to make him venture further from the ghost that haunted him, but it seemed he couldn't escape, no matter how hard he tried. So, me being me, I did what I did best. I counteracted with humor. I don't know. Seems nearly impossible. You would need someone who could handle your massive ego on a regular basis and respond to your every beck and call. Not to mention...
Quiet, you.
He playfully nudged me with his shoulder. My back pocket buzzed, interrupting our verbal sparring. I pulled out my phone, reading the text that flashed across the screen. Ferris wheel. Now. I showed Liam and nodded toward the large spinning wheel. He stood and helped me from the table, our moods sobering as we headed to the back of the carnival.
The smells here were atrocious. Yet the horde of mortals didn't seem to notice. I'd seen a pack of Djirn cause less destruction, and that was saying something. Given they were large, clumsy beasts with several horns where their eyes should be, and rotten, jagged teeth, and they ate the remains of dead creatures. Although the festival was an assault on my every sense, there had been moments where I'd enjoyed myself. I would never admit it to her, but the presumptuous dark-haired woman strolling in front of me may have had something to do with that. I might not want to admit it to myself, but I enjoyed her companionship. That was something else I would not share with her. To think I could be cordial, even happy around an Igmor Ruthin was preposterous. The old gods would have thought I'd gone insane, but it was true. I wasn't as trapped in the past when she was near. Diana would still have to pay for her crimes against my people and the mortal world. My chest felt heavy at the mere thought of punishing her, but it was the law, and I was the enforcer. But even if this bond of ours was only temporary and fraudulent, I was thankful for the respite she had provided me.
You're doing it again.
Her euphonious voice filtered through my consciousness, snapping me back to the present. The jacket I had given her rolled off her shoulders, revealing more of that golden bronzed skin. She claimed everyone was staring at me, but I'd noticed every eye that lingered upon her since we entered this obnoxious place. At last count, it was 45. No, wait, there was another. Make it 46. I told myself I was only keeping track for safety reasons, nothing more. She had enemies, and I was still unsure of this alleged contact of hers. I did not need her poisoned or unconscious again. Doing what, exactly? As we rounded a corner, a line of mortals waited patiently to board baskets attached to a monstrous lit-up circle. They laughed and squealed while I cringed, hearing every piece of metal that struggled to stay together. Their lives were so short, yet they risked death needlessly. She led me past the rides and deeper into the shadows. No lights or music danced here, and no mortals either.
The quiet sulking thing.
She ducked beneath a few metal bars supporting a flapping piece of plastic. I followed after her, which seemed to be a common occurrence lately. Must you pay so much attention to me? Her hair was a mass of waves and curls that danced over her shoulders as she turned, a mischievous grin curving her lush lips. I knew her next words would be snarky or crass, but before she could say anything, we heard footsteps against the gravel path. Her bright smile fading. An ill-kempt man emerged from the darkness, his clothing worn and dirty. His shirt was half tucked into jeans that hung loosely on his hips. The odor that surrounded him in a nearly visible cloud was almost worse than the smells hanging over the festival. I stepped in front of Diana, shielding her body. She may know this man, but I did not. And the last informant had shot needles into her. You are late. The small, skinny male's eyes widened.
Oh, man. You're huge. Not in a bad way, though. You're just tall and, big. You're really him, aren't you? The one everyone in the other world is whispering about.
Diana came to my side, answering before I could.
Yes, it's him. Now what took you so long? We've been here for hours.
He held his hands up, looking at Diana, who stood with her arms folded and hip cocked to the side.
Yee.
His eyes moved over her form with obvious male interest. 47.
Look, you're lucky I even showed. You're blacklisted, Sweet Cheeks. Which means no one from here to the other world wants to help you.
I felt her posture change. A bit of that cocky edge she wore so well, dropping away. That bothered me. The air around us became charged as clouds billowed in the distance, my temper festering. I wouldn't allow anything to dim her spirit.
I know your connections are limited, but the other world is stirring. They say he found the book.
Your sources are lying to you. It is impossible. The book does not exist.
Look, dude, I'm just telling you what I know, okay? You came back, and everyone is on edge. It's chaos out there, and it got worse when you stole his pretty little girlfriend.
He met her gaze and placed a hand in his pocket.
Word on the street is that Caden is beyond pissed, and he's looking for revenge in a big way.
If he's so angry, why have I not seen him? I could smell the anxiety seeping from his pores, and my distrust of him grew.
He's smart. I don't think he'll strike unless he knows he can take you out.
He stepped closer and leaned toward Diana.
I heard he doesn't care how he gets you back. Alive or dead, he has a price on your head. I heard he would drag you back in pieces if he had to.
Diana did not move or say anything, but I felt the panic ripple through her. I looked at her and saw her struggling to maintain the cool demeanor she always projected. Before I realized what I was doing, I had stepped in front of her again. I grabbed the front of his dingy shirt, lifting him off his feet. He will try. You are wasting our time in supplying empty threats. Tell us how we can get to Zeral, or this meeting is over.
Hey, I don't want trouble, okay? I got the call, and I'm here to help. You need a flight to Zeral, and I got you one. You'll meet a friend of mine. Don't ask his name. He doesn't want to be any more involved than he already is. He's flying a shipment in, and you guys will hitch a ride with the cargo. It's a small plane, but it'll get you in undetected.
What airport?
International airport. It's a few miles from here. He'll be at one of the back hangars.
His beady eyes glanced away from me and toward her.
Time is of the essence, Sweet Cheeks, so don't make him wait.
I dropped the pitiful excuse for a man, and he fell to his knees. Diana did not bother to look back. I knew something was wrong with her, and it bothered me more than I'd like to admit.
It is strange to see.
The man picked himself up off the ground, wiping his hands on the knees of his jeans.
The son of Unir and an Igmoruthan working together. The stories said you two were destined to spill each other's blood until the stars died. Yet you seem more than cozy together.
I did not respond to his comment or care for his opinion. I turned away from him and followed Diana. For the first time since we had started our long trek, Diana did not speak. I looked over a few times during our drive to the airport to make sure she was still in the car with me. Her face remained guarded as she drove with one hand on the steering wheel. She leaned her elbow against the window, her free hand against her lips as she chewed on her thumbnail. This is the first time you have been silent since we started this trip. No response. Usually you have a million things to say, in rapid succession. She didn't even offer me a flick of her gaze as she maneuvered the car smoothly through another turn. Her silence was all-encompassing. I didn't know how to help her as she had helped me the last few days, but I knew I had to try. I was lost in thought, trying to figure out how to make her talk to me, and was surprised when she stopped the car. The lights from the vehicle lit up an abandoned road. I could see large brown metal buildings off in the distance, and chain-link fences ran along both sides of the road. Overgrown grass threatened to reclaim the pavement, and small insects danced in the beams cast by the headlights. The only other light I could see from here was the blinking red one atop a tall tower. I watched as an airplane accelerated with a deep roar of sound, speeding down the runway before taking flight. Diana pulled out her small black phone before getting out of the car. She did not even bother to close the door before she lifted the phone high and walked away. I stepped out of the car to follow her. Diana. She said nothing as she circled the area before climbing atop the vehicle, still holding the phone above her head. She was such a peculiar woman.
I have terrible service out here.
She sat and folded her legs in front of her. With one hand, I grabbed the side of the vehicle and hoisted myself up. The car shook and leaned to the side before righting itself. I sat close to her and watched over her shoulder as she quickly typed out a message, letting our contact know we were here and waiting. Then she pressed a small send button and stared at the screen, as if willing a response to appear. I glanced at her, half of her face illuminated by the glow of the phone. Are you planning to remain silent for the remainder of this trip? Her phone made a small beeping noise. She quickly read the message and closed the phone before I had a chance to see what it said. She nodded, and I waited for her to answer my question, desperate for her to speak to me. I longed for her to do any of the annoying things she had pestered me with over these last few weeks. Instead, she pulled her knees up against her chest, wrapping her arms tightly around them.
He'll be here at dawn, so we have a while.
Diana, will you please tell me what is troubling you? She did not speak as she tipped her head back, looking up and avoiding my eyes. I followed her line of sight, seeing what she saw. Stars dimly lit the night sky, and a crescent moon hugged the horizon. It was not as beautiful as it was in Rashirim, but it held her gaze. I leaned back and studied her profile, the cool night breeze teasing at the loose pieces of hair around her face.
So, all of those are other realms?
Some, yes. Some are ancient dead worlds that were alive long before even my father was born.
So there were gods before you?
I knew she was avoiding whatever was really weighing on her, but I refused to press. I was content that she was speaking to me. Oh yes, many. Honestly, I was ignorant as a child. I should have paid more attention. But from what I recall, there are great beings that reach past even the universe. They're formless, giant things. My father said that's where you go when you pass. Another realm that even we cannot reach, beyond the stars, beyond time, everlasting peace. She nodded as her eyes scanned the glittering darkness.
I envy you.
What?
I'll never get to see those other worlds. This realm is all I will ever know. But I wish I could see more.
Maybe one day. She turned to me then, a small smile tugging at her lips. There were no tears in her eyes, but sadness etched her beautiful features.
We both know once this is over, if I'm not dead, it's whatever godly prison you have for me. We don't have to pretend.
I said nothing. I'd been thinking about what would become of her once all of this was done, and my options weighed heavily on my conscience.
I need another promise.
But I have already made you so many. I wanted to soothe the pain I could feel radiating from her.
If Caden gets his hands on me, take care of Gabby, okay?
Is this sudden shift in your emotions due to what that man at the festival said about Caden?
You don't know him like I do. I've been with him for centuries. Everything he says, he means, and he will follow through. He does not make idle threats, Liam. If he says he will drag me back, even in pieces, he will.
The way she looked at me, the way she spoke, it was as if her fate were already sealed. She was certain he would take her. I will not let him have you.
I know what I signed up for, and I knew the risk. I knew when I killed Alistair and returned to you the price I would pay. The moment I decided to help you, my fate was sealed. Freedom and servitude went hand in hand with Caden, and I gladly accepted his terms. I paid for Gabby's life and freedom with blood. You and I both know that I'm covered in it.
Diana shook her head and stared at her hands, as if she could see the blood on them. My playful Hellion was long gone, as the reality of our situation hit some deep part of her.
I know I am not a good person. Gods, I'm not even a person at all anymore. I know my fate, and it's one I deserve, but Gabby is innocent. She always has been. I may have been the strong one who stole so we could eat, the one who fought so we could live, but she held me together. Her only fault is that she loves me. Even when I was at my worst and lowest, she never stopped loving me. She deserves to be happy. I've chained her to this life for too long. So promise me, if something goes wrong and I don't make it, promise me you will keep her safe. Please, just promise me.
She turned and stared at me. Her vibrant light snuffed out. She was silently pleading, desperately begging me to keep her sister safe. I decided then and there that this woman should never beg. I understood she cared for her sister, but who cared for her? At that moment, she seemed so innocent. She was not the vicious fire-wielding beast I had first met. She was just a girl who'd been born into chaos. Caden had backed her into a corner, her choices taken until she had reformed herself into a weapon. She had become what she needed to be to protect the only person who still saw good in her. Not able to bear the sight of her so alone in the dark, I reached out and took her hand, the same way she had done mine during my night terrors. It had comforted me, and I wanted to do the same for her. I promised to make sure Gabby is safe. I also promise that he will never lay a hand on you again. Even if he tries to take you away, I promise I'll make him regret ever being born.
There's that ego again.
Ego? No, you have seen within my memories that I have made monsters and men beg for their lives.
Oh, I've seen my fair share of begging.
Her words caused the strangest feeling in me. It started in my diaphragm and poured outward. I threw my head back and laughed, truly laughed. It overcame me so quickly that the sound of it was a little shocking. I looked back at her, and the surprise on her face was satisfying. You know way too much of me. I'm afraid even the hand would be envious. That earned me a real smile. Diana looked down at her joined hands.
I promise not to tell.
Her thumb traced over the back of mine.
You're sweet when you're homicidal.
I don't know what that means. She glanced at me and gave me a small smile before tugging her hand from mine. Half of that was a lie. I knew what she meant, but I found pleasure in watching her try to explain words and phrases to me. She shifted and lay back on the vehicle. I eased down beside her as she adjusted the jacket over herself. I saw her dip her chin and inhale deeply of the sturdy material before she pulled a strip of paper from the pocket.
You kept them? I thought you left them behind at the photo booth.
Her eyes lit up with joy as she looked at the pictures. Yes, you suggested I should.
I don't know if you listen to me half the time.
I always listen. She rolled her eyes before pointing at one of the images.
This one is my favorite.
It was the one where she had been pointing at the flashing camera with one hand while trying to move my face toward it with the other. My look of pure confusion was captured forever.
The mighty king is friends with his arch-nemesis, the Igmaruthan.
Not my nemesis. You would actually have to best me in a fight. She playfully slapped my arm. Her tiny hits barely affected me, but it seemed to be some weird form of affection for her.
Okay, fine, not your nemesis. But what about a friend?
Yes, my friend. That answer seemed to please her. She looked back at the pictures, caressing the image.
I like this one because it reminds me of how much I try to force you to listen.
I decided that was my favorite too. I didn't remember how long we talked, but somewhere amidst her laughter and smiles, I decided I would rip the world apart for her. When she had turned into me and wrapped her arms around my chest, the world had slipped away. It was a brief reprieve as I held her body curled against mine. It was a moment of peace, until the dreams that threatened to shred my soul shattered it. The silken sheets tangled around my legs as we giggled, laughed, and tumbled beneath them. I braced my forearms on either side of her head, holding myself up so as not to crush her. Her hair clung to her flushed face as she laughed up at me. I caressed the curve of her cheek, brushing back the caramel strands, unable to remember her name. Clothes and pillows were strewn around my chamber, proof of the pleasure we'd enjoyed the previous night. Morning light spilled into the room, and songbirds sang as they flew by the open window.
What if Imogen finds out?
I am not betrothed to Imogen. She bit her bottom lip, tracing a finger along my jaw.
She speaks of you as if you are hers.
My words held no kindness, only truth. They were the same words I'd uttered to Imogen and several others who thought space in my bed meant my heart or my crown. I do not love her. Not as she loves me. Nor can I love you. You will not gain a crown by betting me. If that's what you seek, I cannot give it to you. Do you understand?
Yes. I shall have you in any way I can.
Her leg inched higher up my side as she ground her hips into mine. Is that so? My smile widened as I leaned forward, slanting my mouth over hers. I cradled the side of her face and jaw, gently tipping her head back to allow me better access as my tongue danced with hers. I pulled back and licked my lips before slowly opening my eyes. My heart stuttered and then became a sudden hammering mess in my chest. A slender, golden-skinned beauty with thick, dark hair that curled around her face and shoulders that replaced the lush, pale curves of the woman beneath me. I pushed up and scooted away, staring at her in shock. Diana, I do not wish to dream of you this way.
Are you sure?
She sat up, drawing closer to me. The dark waves of her hair spilled down her back, revealing the sweet, lithe curves of her body and the soft swell of her breasts. Something inside me snapped. My mouth went dry, and my body burned with need. Diana ran a single hand up my arm.
Stay with me.
I swallowed the lump forming in my throat. As I raised my hand, brushing back a wild strand of hair that had fallen across her forehead. I lightly caressed her brow with a single finger. The same brows that she raised so often in my direction. I trailed my touch along the curve of her cheek. The same cheeks that brightened when she smiled. I cupped the side of her face, my hand curling around her jaw as I rubbed my thumb over the shape of her full lips. Oh, how I wanted to taste that beautiful, defiant mouth. I wondered what it would take to make her lips part, make her scream. I longed to find out if she would bite and claw at me as I buried myself so deep inside her that she would never even think of allowing another to touch her. You already consume my every waking thought. Must you consume my dreams as well? She tipped her head back as I ran my fingers along her jaw, watching as her pulse jumped when I caressed the delicate line of her throat. I moved slowly, memorizing every line and curve of her face. My hand slipped lower, tracing her collarbones before dipping into the valley between her breasts. I knew then that I wanted to touch her like this for real, regardless of if it was wrong. A part of my brain whispering that it was forbidden. Forbidden. We were forbidden. Her body coiled beneath mine, drawing me closer as if she were a wave upon the sea, and I was prepared to drown. My eyes met her hazel gaze, and I knew the moment would be branded in my memory long after I turned to stardust. I leaned forward, too. I felt the wet heat replace the warmth of her silky skin, and forced my gaze from her eyes to look at my hand. Shocked to see blood pooling beneath my palm. No. She raised her head, tears staining her eyes as a trickle of blood dripped from the corner of her mouth.
You promised.
No. I pulled her to me, cradling her head as she coughed. I pressed my hand against the hole in her chest, trying to stop the bleeding, but it was no use. Her body cracked and bent before turning to ash. I slammed my eyes shut as the power inside of me threatened to combust. The dark ring on my finger began to vibrate, oblivion, reacting to my rage and grief, eager to be summoned. An ache, pure and blinding, consumed me. The sharp agony making me want to destroy everything that had ever hurt her. The dark blade was all too eager to comply, and with it, I could reduce any living thing to mere atoms. My eyes snapped open, and I paused when I realized I was no longer in my room. I looked up, scanning my surroundings. The scenery was completely different, as was I. I opened my arms and looked down at myself. Silver armor covered my body. My hands were clean, all traces of Diana gone. My chest ached with the loss. I spun slowly, my hand still outstretched as I looked around. I was in the massive hallway of the Chamber of Raoul, the meeting and commerce building of Rashirim. Laughter and raised voices filled the cavernous space, carried in on the breeze that fluttered the cream-colored banners attached to the towering columns. I strode down the main corridor, passing statues of the gods in various battle poses, following the sounds of revelry. I stopped at the large carved-out entrance of the meeting room. Several men and women sat at a long, thick table. They wore the same armor I did, but theirs was dirty, covered in various forms of dirt and debris. I knew them all. It was us, the Hand and me. Logan, Vincent, Lavera, Cameron, Ezekiel, Xavier, and Imogen. I could not place what battle we all reminisced about, just that I remembered this time. It was a happier time.
Samkiel, you become any faster in battle, and you won't require us anymore.
That's incorrect. He may have the strength and skill, but not the brains.
Continue that, and I will make sure everyone sees the brains you do not have. My tone was relaxed and poised, but still dripping with overconfidence. I hated this version of myself. I did not remember who I was back then, and I certainly did not feel like him anymore. All these memories ever brought me were grief. I tried to focus, willing myself to wake up, but the scene continued to play out before me.
How many Igmaruthans was that today? 10? 12?
Hey, give that back.
Not enough. The numbers swell, yet the gods barely bat an eye.
The less of them in this realm, the safer we will all be.
I agree. They're mindless, destructive beasts. They have no real purpose except to be weapons for war. The quicker we free the realms of them, the better.
Wow. Harsh.
I did not move as Diana appeared in my peripheral. We stood side by side, watching the scene play out before us. It was a different time. I was different. Arrogant. I believed that killing was the only way to protect my home. She tipped her head toward me, her arms behind her back.
Hey, you don't have to explain yourself to me.
Is this a part of our deal? The blood dreams you mentioned. Is that why I dream of you now? A slow, seductive smile spread across her face as she bit her bottom lip.
Would you like that to be why? Would it excuse all the nasty things you think of me?
I felt my jaw clench as I looked away from her.
I mean, how could you ever be with a monster?
You are not a monster.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with me. Besides, I'm not really here anyway. I'm just your higher self trying to tell you something.
Tell me what? Diana strode forward, closing the distance between us, and I held my breath. She reached up and caressed my cheek lightly. I refused to move as her gentle touch turned painful, her nails digging into my cheeks and dragging my face closer to hers. Those once enchanting hazel eyes burned crimson as she leaned in close enough that I felt her hot breath upon my lips.
That this is how the world ends.
My hand shot up, clasping her wrist as she gripped my jaw tighter. She was so strong, turning my head and forcing me away from the room. I stumbled, and when I corrected myself, the scenery had changed once more. I slid my hand along my jaw, where her claws had sunk into me. There was no blood, and no scratches marred my face. I swallowed and looked around, trying to figure out where I was. I stood near a balcony, but it was one I didn't recognize. Through the open doors, I saw pyramids looming in the distance. Several smaller buildings made from the same stone were scattered in the space around them. The moon hung high, casting everything in silver and reflecting off the armor I still wore. It was gorgeous, but not my home. The sound of many footsteps marching in unison made me turn. Torches hung on the walls, the small flames barely glowing. I stared into the shadows past the light, and silver-clad soldiers appeared as if summoned from the darkness. They carried thick oval shields at their sides and held ablaze weapons. I didn't take my eyes off them as they stepped forward as one, their boots slamming against the stone floor. These were my soldiers. The wind whipped at me as my back hit the railing of the balcony. The soldiers stopped and shifted their shields in front of them. Then, as one, they pointed to something beyond me. I peered over my shoulder and saw an orange glow lighting the sky. I slowly turned, gazing in horror as the once vibrant, beautiful landscape was reduced to ash and rubble. Crimson lightning struck in rapid succession, and thunder shook the ground. As the light flashed across the sky, a monstrous silhouette appeared in the clouds. Its roar echoed through air thick with ash and smoke, the sound so terrifying that it made the primal part of me want to flee. Wings, thick and powerful, beat at the sky. The rest of the Igmoruthin's body hidden within the billowing clouds. The beast roared again and sent thunderous flames across the already devastated land. I knew this scene. Only it was not happening on Rashiram. No, it was on Anua. Was that what my higher self was trying to tell me? Was it trying to warn me of the complete and utter destruction of an other world? I bumped into someone and whirled around to see Diana. Her eyes were solid white, but it was the thick bruise around her throat that made my stomach churn. It looked as if someone had broken her neck, pulling so violently that they had nearly ripped her spine from her body.
Diana!
I reached for her, but stopped when the shadows behind her moved. I glanced over her head and noticed the throne in the far distance. The figure that sat upon it had no face. Only his shape told me he was male. He leaned one elbow on the arm of the chair, his fist supporting his chin. The armor he wore was pure obsidian. Spikes jutted from the knees and shoulders, mimicking the crown he wore. Caden. A rumbling growl echoed behind him as what I thought was part of his throne moved. The tip of a thick, spiked tail whipped through the air and out of view. A large, bulky body emerged from the darkness, red eyes narrowing in the slits as the creature glared balefully at me. It was the same winged beast Diana had turned into, only larger.
Look what you've done!
I turned my attention back to her, her voice garbled by the devastating condition of her neck.
Look! You have brought destruction here.
No, I did not.
That is all you are. Destruction.
No!
You see now, Samkiel. This is how the world ends.
More people shuffled forward from behind his throne. There were so many, several hundred filling the temple. All of them were covered in dirt and bleeding. Some were missing limbs, some were without heads, and others were mere skeletons. They raised any limb they could, pointing to the chaos behind me. They began to chant, and I raised my hands to my ears, trying to block it out, trying to stop it. The sound was deafening, and it didn't help that the words seemed to echo within my head, growing louder with each step they took.
No! I can stop this. Tell me how!
I shouted over the growing voices. They kept coming, moving inexorably forward, pushing me toward the edge.
This is how the world ends! This is how the world ends! This is how the world ends!
Liam. I tugged on his arm once more, trying to wake him up. He kept mumbling as if he were talking to someone. And his face was contorted in pain. He had tossed and turned the entire night, which meant no sleep for me. Liam! I lightly tapped the side of his face a few times, trying to get him out of whatever loop he was stuck in. His head tossed, sweat slicking his skin as tears leaked down his cheeks. I couldn't stand to see him in such distress. Liam, for the love of gods, wake up, you idiot! I shook him a little harder this time. His eyes popped open, the silver of the irises blazing. I was thinking of a way to knock him unconscious again so he wouldn't destroy me and the car, when the sound of his voice startled me.
How the world ends.
Liam's eyes returned to normal as they focused on me, and recognition flashed in their depths.
Diana.
He pushed away from me harder than I think he intended, causing me to land on my ass on the floorboard.
What are you doing?
I sat up in the cramped space as much as I could. First of all, ow, you jerk! Second, I was trying to wake you up. You were having a nightmare again. He turned as much as he could and tried to stretch.
Ouch! How did we get in here?
He rubbed the top of his head and scanned the inside, his features still drawn from his nightmare. Well, I'm okay, thanks for asking. You fell asleep first, and I didn't want either of us to roll off the top of the car. So I moved us. The back seat has enough room for us to sleep comfortably, except I didn't, since you kicked and turned the entire night. He looked out the window, staring at the horizon and the rising sun.
Where is your next informant?
Something felt off. What's wrong with you?
Nothing.
He didn't even look at me. He should be here soon. We can go wait. Liam didn't say anything as he popped open the back door without touching it and slid out. Liam, you had another nightmare. Is that what's bothering you? Do you want to talk about it? He didn't look at me. He didn't even turn around.
No.
Okay, so we were back to that. I scooted to the edge and followed him into the dawn. A few hours later, the jet we had taken touched down in Zeral. Liam hadn't spoken to me the entire flight, and I didn't know why. I felt like I had made him mad, only I hadn't done anything. Maybe I'd revealed too much last night. Hearing how desperate Caden was to get me back, and knowing he meant to by any means necessary, had more than rattled my nerves. I knew what he was capable of, and Caden never said anything he didn't mean. Maybe I had pushed too hard, asked too much, and Liam had decided I wasn't worth it. I was very confused. We'd had fun and talked, and Liam had actually laughed. I thought we were friends, and his sudden coldness hurt. I wondered if I had done something wrong, and then I felt stupid for caring so much. Stupid fucking mortal heart.
This is where I let you two off!
Liam finally turned away from the window and looked at me. I unbuckled my seatbelt and stood, utterly pissed at his rapid mood change. The pilot stopped me at the door.
Remember, we have a deal!
His shirt was coffee-stained, and his hair was messy. His unkempt and rumpled appearance matched the plane, making me feel lucky we had made it here in one piece. I opened the hatch with a hard yank on the metal lever. Yes, I will make sure you're paid well.
These mortals and their payments.
The sun shone brightly against the rustic white and blue backdrop of the abandoned airport. I realized the pilot had dropped us off as far from the terminal as possible. There were no cars or anyone else in sight. It looked like we would have to figure out how to get to Drake's compound ourselves. I glanced at Liam, who was looking everywhere but at me. Remember, these are my friends, and they are the good kind. So please, don't get sword happy.
I have already promised.
That you did. Okay, now let's hold hands. He looked at them, then back at me, his brows knitting together. I already knew he was about to object.
I
grabbed his hands before he could finish his protest. Black mist danced around my feet, And between one breath and the next, we disappeared from the airport. Liam held another large branch as I ducked underneath it. Don't say anything.
My only suggestion is if you wish to teleport, we have a more accurate location.
I spun, my foot catching on a root. I just said don't say it. Okay, he had a point. I probably should have paid more attention when Drake had given me the details of where they would be once our ruse was complete. But it had been nearly 3 months. It was all a little fuzzy.
So enlighten me. What about these so-called friends of yours are so special that we are trekking through this jungle to meet them?
Oh, look, now you want to talk. Sure you don't want to keep sulking the rest of the trip?
I do not sulk.
I rolled my eyes and leaned over, ripping at a vine that had wrapped around my ankle. Sure. What do you want to call the last few hours? He looked away from me.
I was thinking.
I rolled my eyes again and continued walking, lifting my feet a little higher this time. Whatever. Look, I can try and get us closer.
No, you have already tried, and it just pushed us farther back. We will continue on foot.
Ugh. I wanted him to know how much he annoyed me. He held his ablaze blade close, using it to cut through some of the thicker foliage as we pressed on. The silence was getting on my nerves. Drake is the one I'm closest to. Liam stopped mid-swipe as if my voice had startled him. He nodded and continued hacking at the thick foliage as I went on. He is technically the vampire prince, but he rarely acts like one. Ethan is his brother and king. Long story short, their family came into power, and now they rule over every vampire on Anua. Which may seem like a lot, but their numbers are actually pretty low, considering the population. He cut a path in front of us, several branches falling to the ground.
And how does one come into such power?
Family. Caden had recruited them long before I came around. Ethan wasn't king then, but with Caden's help, he rose to power. A few other vampire families wish he were not king, but I guess that's a given when it comes to someone in control. I'm sure you would understand that. I placed my hand on a rather large log and maneuvered myself over. Liam just picked it up and tossed it aside like a bothersome stick. Show off.
To an extent, yes. No one was thrilled about me becoming king, including me. It's more than just a title to be given. The responsibilities that come with it can be a heavy burden. The people who rely on your every word and watch your every movement.
He stopped, as if taken back to some part of his memory I couldn't reach.
It's overwhelming, and something I would not wish on anyone.
So, if you had a chance, just say hypothetically, would you give it up? His eyes met mine, something flashing in the stormy depths.
To not be king. In a heartbeat, yes. If it meant I could be whoever I wanted, do whatever I wanted, I would give it up.
Guilt flashed over his features as he shook his head.
But I cannot. I never told anyone that before.
He glanced back at me.
Please, do not repeat it.
I held my hand up. Pinky promise. He didn't even attempt to smile. The look that flashed across his face reminded me of the Liam who had first started this trip with me, not the one who talked to me until we fell asleep.
No more of those.
Okay. Liam turned and stalked away from me. It was silent again, and it hurt. Being around him annoyed me more often than not, but at other times, I just had fun. Fun was something I hadn't had in a long, long time, and it was something I hadn't known I needed. His withdrawal made me feel lost.
Are you sure we are even in the correct place?
Yes, I promise. He told me exactly where it would be. I just don't remember the jungle part. Sweat dripped into my eyes as I turned, checking behind us. I can sense their essence, but every time I feel like we're getting closer, it's just more jungle. It's almost like... Suddenly, I was tackled from the side and tossed in the air, caught and spun in a full circle before muscled arms gripped me tightly around the waist. Drake finally sat me down on my feet and smothered my face in kisses.
Oh, how I have missed you!
I smiled brightly at my friend. I felt the tears sting my eyes and hugged him back. The last image I had of him was his face melting into ash.
Better to die by what you think is right than to live under a lie.
My eyes widened in shock when the warmth of his body was ripped away. Liam held Drake by his throat. Drake's feet dangled as Liam held his blade close to his eye. Liam! Put him down! A look I had never seen outside the blood drains graced Liam's face, and my heart stopped. He looked every bit the world ender the stories foretold. Was that the same look he gave all who had fallen before his blade?
He attacked you.
I tugged on Liam's arm. Drake didn't struggle. He just gripped Liam's wrist and eyed the blade. I slipped under Liam's arm, putting my body between him and Drake. No, he didn't. He's just excited to see me. Please put him down. Liam's piercing gaze focused on me, and I was mesmerized by the silver rimming his irises. I gently touched his chest, and for a split second, his face softened. He dropped Drake, his gaze never leaving mine as he clenched his hand and his blade disappeared. Liam took a careful step back, putting distance between us. I licked my lips and looked away, shocked to see that the forest had disappeared. Drake rubbed his throat and shook his head at the guards circling us, silently ordering them to stand down. The dogs at their sides snarled and bit the air, their handlers struggling to control them. They obviously did not like the smell of either Liam or me.
Stand down! Back to your posts.
I turned, taking in more of our surroundings. I hadn't been here before, and for good reason. We all wanted to make sure that even if Caden tore my mind apart, he couldn't find their safe houses. The paved driveway split and flowed around a large fountain. It was beautiful, but what held my attention was the massive castle. Yes, it was a castle, because why would any vampire family have a normal house? I placed my hands on my hips and leaned back to take in the full view. Large, dark gray stone walls shaped the imposing building. Several towers rose from the massive structure, with long oval windows lining the front of the palace. I could hear water off in the distance, and from the smell of roses and jasmine, I knew there was a garden somewhere off to the left.
It's an old family heirloom.
I hate when you do that.
I thought you liked it when I whispered sweet words in your ear.
His gaze was focused behind me. I could feel Liam at my back and knew Drake was trying to agitate him. My only question was, why? Why did he think flirting with me would work? I glared and flipped him off. He smiled widely before nodding toward the wide stone steps to our right.
We felt your power the minute you landed. I'd assumed you would have found me sooner, given the directions I gave you. But regardless, I am glad you are here. Now, if you will follow me, my brother is waiting.
Waiting?
Yes. It's time for dinner. And we have a lot to discuss.
Drake flashed me a dazzling, flirtatious grin before starting up the stone steps. I followed him as Liam fell into step beside me.
This is your friend.
Yes, an actual friend who doesn't get pissy and shut me out when something is clearly bothering him. The stoic glare I had seen so often on Liam's face returned, but he didn't say anything. We reached the top of the steps just as Drake pulled open the large wooden double doors. The smell of food hit me as soon as I crossed the threshold, and my stomach growled.
Hungry, Diana?
Yes, very. I gaped at the interior of the castle, which was much more impressive than the outside. A few guards stood by the door with weapons at their sides. They didn't look at or even acknowledge us as we entered the foyer. I heard heartbeats throughout the castle, probably mortal staff and guests. The presence of a few dozen vampires sent an icy chill crawling through me, raising goosebumps along my arms. This place is massive. I spun, trying to take it all in. A large chandelier the size of a car hung from a ceiling that soared to a staggering height. 2 large hallways branched off on either side of the entryway, the walls decorated with paintings old and new. A large staircase faced us, a red rug covering the smooth stone steps.
Not necessarily. The halls of Rashiram would make this seem like a small hut.
Oh, size isn't everything.
I shot a look at Drake, willing him not to antagonize Liam further. Liam was already in a sour mood, and I didn't want to deal with it anymore tonight. Drake just shrugged as Liam continued to pass glances between us.
Ethan has rooms ready for you both.
He glanced at Liam before giving me a devastating smile.
I can show you to your room if you would like to freshen up. You both look and smell terrible.
Thanks. I would love that.
Ladies first.
He smiled and held out his arm. I took it, slipping mine under his. Drake looked at Liam.
I'll have someone show you to yours.
I could have sworn I heard Liam growl behind us as we headed upstairs, but I chalked it up to exhaustion. Drake had made sure I had everything I needed. I gratefully used the shaving products. The hair on my legs and vagina had gotten a little out of control. There was an assortment of every type of soap, scrub, and exfoliating cream. I hadn't realized how much I'd missed actual soap. Was I being spoiled? Probably. Would I complain? No, never. I filled the massive tub with way too many bubbles. And after a long soak and several scrubs later, I finally felt like myself. I got out and wrapped myself in a lush towel before wiping the steam off the mirror. My hair was a tangled mess even after washing. I spent some time working the knots from the thick, wet strands and wondered if Liam's room was as nice as this one. I stopped myself short. He was back to being rude and dismissive, so they could have put him in the dungeon for all I cared. I closed my eyes for a second, willing the flame inside me to the surface, drying my hair a little faster. I stopped after just a few moments when I started to feel a little dizzy. A downside to eating mortal food and not mortals was that while the food sustained me, I didn't attain the level of power that came with consuming people. The plus side was that I didn't feel like a monster for crawling around inside someone else's mind. The room they'd given me was huge, even for a castle this size. My toes curled against the plush carpet. It was so soft, and definitely better than in the cheap hotels where we'd been staying. The walls were a dark gray, and several matching pillows decorated a large sectional facing the flat-screen TV. Magazines were scattered across a glass-topped coffee table, flowers in a round orange vase adding a pop of color. They smelled fresh, as if they'd been cut from the garden below. I walked past them, my fingertips lightly brushing over the edges of the blooms. A bed so big it could sleep 5 adults sat at the back of the room. Exhaustion hit me, the soft white bedding calling to me. I was tempted to fall into it and sleep for days. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog created by not enough food, as I walked toward my favorite part of the room. The walk-in closet had taken my breath away when I first saw it. Every shoe that I could dream of lined the walls, and the range of colors was beyond amazing. Rows and rows of dresses, shirts, and pants hung on the racks. My pleasure in my surroundings was dimmed as I remembered that this wasn't just a normal visit. I couldn't just stay here. I had work to do, information to gather, a book to find, and then I would probably be tossed into some godly prison realm. A knock made me jump. The wet strands of my hair slapped my back when I jerked my head toward the door. My fingers tightened on the towel, pulling it tighter around me. "Come in." Drake's head popped in a second later, and a stab of disappointment pierced me. He caught my expression, and his grin widened.
Expecting someone else?
No.
Diana, you're absolutely glistening. Did you like the soaps? Half of those items in there are from Nariel.
Yes, thank you. You always take care of me. I was relieved that I didn't have to be on guard here with him. He'd been a constant in my life, his friendship steadfast and true. I knew he always had my back. Drake was more dressed up than I thought he'd be for dinner, looking amazing in a well-cut suit that enhanced his masculine beauty. He was a gorgeous man, but he did nothing for me. Not like a certain annoying and rude god.
Wearing just a towel tonight.
I rolled my eyes and tugged the towel tighter around me. No, given what you're wearing, I guess I need to dress up. He strode past me and into the closet.
If you wanted to just wear a towel, I wouldn't mind. Nor would your new boyfriend.
Liam is not my boyfriend.
Oh, you sure? He's awfully protective for someone who just...
Please stop. Liam is not, nor will he ever be my boyfriend. I'm helping him. That's all. Remember what you said. It is better to die for something than to live under a lie.
Oh, don't tell me you teamed up with the World Ender on my advice. I want you free from Caden, not shackled to another powerful man who doesn't care about you, Diana.
You sound like Gabby. And I'm not shackled to anyone. Trust me, he wants to be as far away from me as possible. Besides, we have a deal.
Oh, a deal, huh? What kind of deal?
The blood deal. Drake nearly ripped a dress off the hanger as he spun toward me, worry a shadow in his eyes.
A blood deal, Diana. With him?
I stomped into the closet and slapped my hand over his mouth, not wanting him to alert every vampire in the mansion. Shh, it's not that serious. I mean, we had one over chips that time. He rolled his eyes and lightly gripped my wrist, pulling my hand away from his mouth.
That lasted for a few hours, because you gave in first. What are the conditions of this deal? No god would willingly share or spill their own blood.
I didn't want to tell him that Liam had done just that for me, more than once. It's not important. We're here. He shifted his hold, cradling my hand in his.
I worry about you, Diana. Especially if you guys are already fucking.
It's not like that. Liam is not like Caden. We are not sleeping together, or even remotely close. That last part sent bile to my throat. Because in my heart, I felt like we were close. I had a more intimate connection with him than I'd had with any man I'd slept with.
Is that so?
Drake held out a dress.
Then why do you reek of him? And he, you? Your scents are so entwined, there is no differentiating between the two.
I walked over and snatched the dress from his hand. If you don't believe me, that's fine. All any of you have done is encourage me to grow a backbone and leave Caden. Then the second I do, the second I find a way, I get shit about it.
I have only been around you two for mere minutes, but I see the way you look at each other. You may lie to yourself and him, but don't make the same mistake, Diana. I want more for you. He may not be like Caden, but he is just as powerful. I don't want to see you hurt anymore. I want you to have the freedom to make your own choices and shape your own life.
I have none. We both know that the second I gave my life to Caden, my freedom and my right to choose were gone. All I can do is try to give my sister a better life. Try to give you all a better one. No more rulers. No more tyrants. Isn't that what you said Caden was? Liam can kill him. I'm just trying to do the best I can, okay? I was filled with emotion that I usually kept buried and suddenly felt overwhelmed. My vision blurred as tears filled my eyes. Drake was in front of me before the first one fell, his hand cupping my chin and his thumb brushing my cheek.
I know. And I promise I'm not being mean. I just...
His words hissed to a stop, and I knew exactly why. As the roiling heat of Liam's power appeared in the closet with us, my sorrow, fear, and regret no longer felt overwhelming. The ache in my chest eased, allowing me to breathe easier.
Am I interrupting something?
I jerked from Drake's touch and cringed, knowing Liam would see it as a sign of guilt and believe there was something between Drake and me.
Do you knock?
Not when she sounds distressed.
Liam's voice thundered behind me, the lights in my room flickering ominously. I stepped away from Drake and turned toward Liam, intending to calm him down before he blew a literal fuse here. My breath stopped. He had showered and changed clothes. I'd been right. White was not his color. He wore a suit that actually fit, and fit well. It was all black, the shirt darker than the jacket and pants. My stomach fluttered at the sight of them. What was wrong with me? You have clothes. I mean, you changed clothes. He stopped trying to glare holes into Drake and looked at me.
Yes, they were provided. Where are yours?
I looked down, remembering I still clutched my towel. Oh, that...
Leave.
This isn't your domain, World Ender. You don't order me around in my own house.
Liam took a step forward, and I quickly moved between them. Towel or not, I would not let them fight. Liam stopped inches before me, the heat of his body a caress against my bare skin. Liam glanced down at me, then back to Drake.
It's not your house. It's your brother's. You are but a prince, not a king. Now leave. I wish to speak to Diana, and I do not trust or know you enough for you to be here.
Liam, you can't talk to people like that! Drake, can you please excuse us? We'll be downstairs in a moment. I'm sorry. Drake's eyes flashed gold and his jaw clenched before he leaned over to press a kiss to my cheek. He did it to piss off Liam, and it worked. Liam's power pulsed, and I knew he was imagining what it would be like to run Drake through. I waited for the door to close behind Drake before popping Liam on the chest. What was that about? He tracked Drake's movements like a predator hunting prey. His eyes focused on the door until he felt my hand graze him. He looked down at his chest before meeting my gaze.
I dislike him.
I grabbed a few of the dresses Drake had pulled out and strode past Liam toward the bathroom. You don't even know him.
He touches you without your permission. He's crass and overall excitable.
How do you know he doesn't have my permission? The lights flickered once more as Liam followed me.
Does he?
He doesn't touch me like you make it sound. And that's how friends are when they care about each other. It's a sign of affection, Liam. Good grief.
You do not do that to me.
Liam didn't mean it like that. He didn't understand mortal interactions. He was still learning, right? I threw on the dress as my thoughts spun. It was a long-sleeved, short-cut black ensemble with an open back that wasn't too revealing. I pushed my hair behind my shoulders, the thick waves tickling the middle of my back. I didn't bother with hairpins or clips, knowing I would be unable to tame it in this humidity. After a quick red lip, I looked one last time in the mirror before stepping out of the bathroom. Do I not hold you every night to keep your nightmares at bay? He was pacing, his hand on his hip and lost in his thoughts. He stopped mid-step, his gaze traveling slowly up and down my body.
That's what you are wearing.
I held out my arms and looked down. What's wrong with my dress?
Dress? That is not a dress. You look as though you plan to bed him immediately after dinner.
Excuse me? I am not betting anyone, you ancient jerk! I gestured toward the dress I wore, the hem riding high on my thighs. You can't even see anything.
You see enough. That's practically an insult.
Where do you get off? He raised his hand, and the material I wore began to vibrate against my skin. I looked down and froze as the fabric of my black dress morphed into a vibrant, deep red that matched my lips. It grew, spilling past my feet. The bodice fit me to perfection, the thin straps wrapping around my shoulders and crisscrossing over my back. Liam lowered his hand, and I spun toward the mirror. I gasped at my reflection. The dress was breathtaking, and he'd made it for me. I felt regal and seductive with how the silky crimson fabric lovingly hugged the curves I had. The material was sheer, but not transparent like the garments the goddesses of Reshiram wore. Liam appeared behind me, and my pulse quickened at the image we made. I felt like a goddess, especially with him in his sharp suit and freshly styled hair standing at my back. We looked like we were headed to a ball, not downstairs to a meeting that would probably end badly.
There. That is better.
He is going to be so mad. I glanced at him in the reflection and ran a hand down the front of my dress, looking at every glittering detail.
Let him be.
He watched me as I spun. He always watched me, especially when he thought I wasn't looking.
I do not care. During large engagements, all goddesses and celestials wore similar garments on my world. Some flowed well past their feet, others barely touched the ground, but they all shimmered and shined like starlight upon the darkened sky. They were truly beautiful. And so are you. You are a queen, and should be draped in the finest fabrics, not the cheap faux material he chose.
My throat tightened at Liam's words. That was how he saw me? I turned toward him, his face mere inches from mine and his scent surrounding me. I felt the heat rush to my cheeks and cleared my throat. Thank you. For the dress. It's beautiful. He smiled, realized what he had done, and stepped back.
You're welcome.
Now, what did you have to tell me?
Tell you?
In the closet. You said you had something you wanted to talk about.
Oh, yes. No. I only said that so he would leave.
Liam! That's so rude.
I apologize. There are just too many people here, and I can hear all of them. Ugh, it's overwhelming.
He sat on the edge of the couch.
And this palace of theirs seems too dense and tight. It's as if the walls themselves are trying to close in around me. You seem to be the only one I can stand to be around.
I moved around the couch and sat next to him. That's actually sweet. I'm still waiting for you to say something mean as a follow-up.
I am not mean to you.
You certainly have been today. He looked down at his hands, his thumb sliding over one particular silver ring. This one wasn't pure silver like the others, but had a ring of obsidian around it.
I apologize then. I did not sleep well last night.
I know. I was there.
If I upset you, I did not mean to. I promise that is not my intention.
It's fine. I'm used to you not being the most charming at times. I just thought we were friends and had moved past the whole mean part.
We are.
He shifted to face me fully, as if I'd said something that upset him.
The nightmare last night was too much.
Do you want to talk about it?
No.
Liam grew quiet once more. I wished he would let me help him.
I do want to talk about how much I do not want to go to this dinner.
I'm sure it won't take long. Plus, they have connections even Caden doesn't know about. So they could point us in the right direction to the book you say doesn't exist, and we can leave. He held his hand out, his pinky extended.
Promise?
I thought you didn't want to promise anymore.
I'm allowed to change my mind.
He nodded toward my hand. I smiled and held out my pinky, and he grasped it with his. The act was so pure, yet it sent a small bolt of electricity to my very core. Yes, I promise. The silence in the dining room was heavy and filled with tension. I stabbed at my food, the fork piercing the tender meat and hitting the plate. We sat at a long table, the light from the chandeliers reflected in the polished tabletop. Ethan sat at the head, and I sat next to Liam on the other end. I knew the moment I'd entered the room that I'd made a mistake in wearing the beautiful gown. Ethan and Drake had looked at me, then glanced at each other. It hadn't helped that Liam held my chair out for me and even pushed it in. I knew what they were thinking, but Liam was just trying to be nice.
Lovely dress, Diana. Definitely not one of mine.
Yup. Bad idea. Nope. Not one of yours.
Where did you get it?
I knew he was trying to bait me. He wanted information, but he should have known not to play games with me. Liam made it. Because all the ones you left me showed my ass.
It's a nice ass.
So I've been told. Liam's eyes flicked between Drake and me as we bantered. For a moment, the air became charged, and the room fell silent as the light dimmed. Ethan glared at Liam, and I felt my body tense as the aggressive male power in the room increased. The dinner and our information gathering were going nowhere fast. Ethan, the vampire king, was every bit as beautiful as Drake. His gorgeous dark curls were thick on the top of his head, but shaved in a close fade at the sides. He wore a black coat with red lapels over a black shirt and matching dress pants. His shoes were probably more expensive than mine. Ethan was about the same height as Liam, with a similar strong, muscular build. Both men radiated power and were currently staring daggers at each other.
How is Gabi?
Great. I spoke to her earlier. She was recently promoted at the hospital. Well, my voice trailed off as I thought about how I'd uprooted her once more. We had made up from our fight, but her words still stung. It was okay, though. She would have the life she wanted, no matter what I had to do. I knew he sensed it was a touchy subject and was going to push. Before he could say anything, I turned to Ethan. Where's your wife? I haven't seen Naomi in ages. Drake stopped mid-chew and stared at his brother.
She's away. She wished she could make it, but she has more important things to attend to.
Ethan broke his standoff with Liam to look at me as I had intended. I nodded, curious about what could be more important than Caden trying to end the world and Liam returning, but I left the subject alone. Liam and Ethan sat in brooding silence, while Drake and I went back to eating.
Vampires eat.
Liam's voice caught me off guard, and my eyes widened as I looked at him, shocked by his bluntness. He didn't meet my gaze, though, his eyes trained on Ethan.
Yes? Shouldn't you know that, given your reputation?
Oh, gods, this was going to be terrible.
Incorrect. The vampires who ruled long before you were quadrupedal, vicious creatures.
Ethan's gaze didn't waver.
I'm sure they're all gone now.
Yes. The vampiric bloodline originated from the Igmoruthans, but evolution turned them into, well, you.
Evolution? Interesting. And what happened to our predecessors?
War. Something I plan to not let happen again.
Is that so?
Is that not the goal here? Why you betrayed the one they call Caden? There is no victory in war, only death. Even the winning side loses.
I swallowed a lump in my throat as I sat slightly back. Ethan smiled softly, but there was no humor in it. Drake rested his elbow on the table and watched the back and forth of the conversation.
I want to believe you, but your reputation makes me less inclined. You have slaughtered countless creatures like us, and like Diana. Even if you two parade around as friends, she is Igmoruten, your sworn enemy for eons. It was not by choice, but she is a beast. We may drink blood to sustain life, but so does she. She has to consume mortal flesh.
Technically, I haven't in a while. I raised my hand in the air. Drake snickered, but Liam and Ethan didn't look away from each other. I knew Ethan didn't mean it negatively, but I didn't need to be reminded of the darker sides of my nature. Ethan was right, though. Liam was everything we were taught to fear. Yet, I looked at him, and I saw the man who trembled at night over the world, family, and friends he had lost. I saw the man who asked questions over the most basic things and thought he was saving me when we first started this trip. Liam was my friend.
Diana is different. I have seen evil. I've seen it born, what it craves and how it acts. She may be stubborn and erratic. At times she is rude or crass, even violent or dangerous, but not evil. Not even a little bit.
I blinked a few times, completely shocked at his words, especially after everything I had done since we met. I took a few shaky breaths and curled a piece of hair behind my ear. Liam didn't look at me, but he didn't have to. I knew he meant everything he'd said, even the less than nice parts. He didn't think of me as a monster. I hadn't known I needed to hear those words from him. It was such a relief, I almost felt lightheaded.
Are you in love with her?
Ethan! I glared at him as Drake spit his wine halfway across the table.
No. She is my friend. Nothing more, nothing less.
Ethan arched one aristocratic brow.
Perfect. Because we do not need another powerful man obsessed with her. However, Caden is still obsessed, and he plans to rip everyone to pieces to get back what is his. You understand that, right?
Caden is not in love with me. I caught Drake quickly looking down at his plate to hide his expression. What?
Caden has tracked you as far as the eastern border. Every contact that has helped you has met an untimely demise. He slaughtered even the ones closest to him that have failed to return you to him. His legion has crumbled since you killed Alistair and left.
My mind reeled at the information, but it made sense. It was why the Shades had come after Gabby. He wanted to lure me back by using her as bait. I had fooled myself into thinking he would eventually give up, but I knew he was hunting me. It was why I'd been careful not to overuse my powers or teleport on our journey. I didn't want to alert him to where we were. I gripped my knees underneath the table, my heart pounding. I'd just spoken to Gabby before dinner. Navera and Logan were with her, and she was surrounded by Celestials. She was fine. She was safe. That's not love. I am a possession to him. I always have been.
A weapon, a possession, a lover. You were all of that and more to him. You were the only one that survived being turned by him. And please believe he has tried again since you left.
My blood pounded in my ears. If he had, that meant he had even more of those beasts. There I was, joking around and helping Liam, while Caden was creating an army.
You coming here risks everything you set out to do for us. Yet we agreed to help you. Do you wish to know why?
I held Ethan's gaze, but didn't respond.
Because he is afraid of him. He won't attack or risk coming for you directly, as long as he is on this plane. We heard of the attempt on your sister, and now that he knows she is out of his reach, he needs to find that book. He believes there's a code or answer in it on how to stop him.
Liam sat still, taking in every bit of information Ethan threw out. His hands were underneath his chin as he continued to stare at Ethan. I couldn't read his expression and couldn't gauge the thoughts formulating behind his gray eyes.
We wished for you here. Once we learned that Caden was really searching for it and that the legends were not just legends, we planned to secede from his legion. I began to research you on my own, pulling from sources long buried by my people. Drake took my place at meetings, gathering any information he could get. And then, something changed, and Caden became obsessed with this book, committing dark acts in his desire to obtain it. He's holding meetings, slaughtering and torturing Celestials, all to find this book.
I am aware. The only issue is that the Book of Azrael is not real.
He is killing because he believes it is.
Liam sat up straight and waved away Ethan's words.
He is wrong. Azrael is dead. He never made it off Rashirim.
You must be mistaken.
I am not. I saw Azrael's body in tatters after he helped his wife escape. The Igmor Ruthens had overpowered us, and he was ripped to shreds. He was turned to ash before Rashirim fell. How could I ever be mistaken?
I felt the room charge. The plates on the table and the pictures on the walls slowly vibrated. The guards looked at each other, then at Ethan.
Would you like to see the stardust of my homeworld?
The lights flickered, a sign of his growing agitation as the heavy chandeliers above us began to sway. Drake watched the two men, his body tense. I moved my knee underneath the table, lightly bumping Liam's. The brief contact shook him from the grasp of his rising anger and grief. He looked at me, and his eyes softened as he held my gaze. He released a breath, and the room stilled.
My apologies. If that is true, someone has made a replica or copy. Camila has found something in El Donuma and is offering it to the highest bidder. Caden wants it.
Camilla?
Yup. She found something a few days ago. Won't give any information, only that she found the book, knows where it is, and is offering a huge lump sum for the one who wants it most.
Why hasn't Caden stormed her coven, destroyed it, and taken it?
If she dies, the information dies with her. And you killed the one person who could rip it from her mind. So, my guess is he's waiting to see who gets it first. And then he'll take it.
How do we meet this, Camilla?
I can try to get a meeting arranged. Camila will probably agree to meet you if she knows you are here and interested. But she will not let Diana step foot in El Donuma.
Ethan avoided my gaze. Liam looked at me.
Why?
Let's just say she hates me.
We really need to work on your relationship skills, so you have better friends in your life.
Hey, I'm sitting right here.
My point exactly.
The laughter was a nice release after the tension of the dinner, and finding out that our search for the book had just become even more complicated. For the next hour, we discussed battle plans and what we would do if Camilla accepted our request to enter El Donuma. Liam was finally eating his food, but I had long since abandoned mine. My stomach rolled every time I thought of what Ethan had said. Caden may have failed at creating another me, but that just meant he had more soldiers for his army. Ethan continued to talk about the obstacles we might face. Drake added a detail from time to time, but mostly listened. I couldn't sit still any longer and pushed my chair back, the men at the table turning toward me. Dinner was great, but I'm tired. I'll see you all tomorrow. Not waiting for a response, I swept from the room. The guards flinched and reached for their weapons as I moved a little too quickly, but I couldn't bring myself to care. My blood felt like ice water in my veins as my brain ran in a million different directions. Liam was right. We needed to hurry things along.
Diana! Diana!
My hope that no one would follow me was quickly dashed when I felt Liam's power rolling toward me. It felt like I was being followed by a thunderstorm. His large, calloused hand grabbed my arm and spun me around.
Diana, I have been speaking to you.
What? I stared up at Liam and realized I had moved a lot faster than I thought. We were halfway down a flight of winding stone steps.
Where are you going? This is not the way to your room.
Oh, you have that memorized now? His gaze narrowed, his hand still lightly shackling my arm.
I know that face. What are you planning?
Damn annoying god. Nothing.
You cannot go to her. We have a plan. And you flying off to demand answers by firebombing a city is not one of them.
That's not what I was going to do. He placed his hands on his hips, his suit jacket flaring around them.
Oh. Then where exactly are you going?
I had planned on finding a couple of mortals to feed on, so I would have enough power to fly to El Donuma. Once there, I would find Camilla's estate and force her to give me the book. But I would not tell him that and prove him right. Frustrated, I picked up the sides of my dress and pushed past Liam, stomping up the stone steps. He didn't say a word as he followed me back to the main foyer. We were silent, the words spoken at the table hovering between us. Caden was building an army.
He was desperate for me to come back. He was obsessed with finding a book Liam claimed didn't exist, and then there was what Liam had said. I was touched by his words, but at the same time, they left me feeling empty. Ethan had made it even more awkward by asking him if he loved me. We were friends. Just friends. I stopped before the front door and stared at it for a moment before looking back at him. "Do you want to get out of here? Just for a little bit?" He tipped his head and gave me a questioning look, but agreed. We walked along one of the cobblestone paths at the back of the castle. The forest was alive with the sound of insects and the occasional yip of some hunting four-legged predator. He had given me his suit jacket to drape over my bare shoulders, even when I insisted I didn't need it. My body temperature ran a few degrees higher than most people's, and I was completely comfortable. Nonetheless, it was sweet, and a break from the extreme coldness of his attitude earlier in the day. I wondered if his sudden change in demeanor was a sort of apology for being a dick after the nightmare he refused to tell me about. But another part of me whispered that it was something deeper. Or maybe I was just feeling unnerved by what Ethan had said about the lengths Caden was taking to get me back. I knew he wasn't acting out of love. Love didn't exist in our world. Caden had made that painfully clear through the centuries. I was nothing more than a possession to him, and he wanted his toy back.
Diana, have you heard anything I've said?
Sorry. Dinner has my nerves rattled.
Understandable.
You seem happier.
At dinner? How so?
I glanced at him and nearly stumbled, the male beauty of him taking my breath away. The moonlight cast his features in silver and set his eyes aglow. His power was nearly visible, wavering in the air around us and encompassing me. I felt it as an almost physical caress, and in that moment, I felt safe. It was such a foreign sensation that it took me a moment to find my voice again. No, sorry, not then. I was just thinking in general. You smile more. You weren't like that when I first met you. Although I was also trying to kill you.
Yes, well, that is accurate.
You also don't look as frumpy and untamed as you used to. The haircut and clothes that actually fit have greatly improved your appearance. His gaze swung to me, his brows furrowing.
Is that supposed to be a compliment? If so, it is absolutely terrible.
No, I'm just saying you're coming out of your shell, so to speak.
Ah, I suppose it's easier to be that way around you. You give me no choice.
Is that supposed to be a compliment?
I suppose.
I knew he was thinking. I'd become used to the mannerism when he was trying to formulate the words for what he thought or felt.
There is a saying in my language, on my world. It doesn't truly translate, but it means to calcify. Gods are at risk of reaching a certain point in their lives where emotions dissipate. It often happens after what you would consider a traumatic event. They lose a part of themselves and cease to care about anyone or anything. It is as if the very light inside of you goes out, and we turn to stone.
Stone? Like actual stone?
It is impossible to tell when it will happen. I always assumed it was from a great loss. Loss of something they valued more than anything in the universe. I feared my father would go cold after my mother's passing. The signs were there, but he didn't. A part of me fears that's what's happening to me.
He looked down at his feet, and I could see pain in the lines of his body. Which was a good sign, but I had been with him for almost 3 months now. I knew there were parts of him he had closed off. I had seen how sexual he used to be, but he seemed to have no interest in physical pleasure since I'd met him. We had often shared the same bed, but it was never intimate. Liam's hands never wandered, nor did he rub up against me in the middle of the night, seeking release. If he did press against me, he kept his hands to himself. I knew it helped him to sleep beside me. Sometimes he would move and shiver as if lost in some dream. He would wake up in a sweat, look at me, and go back to sleep. I never pushed him about the nightmares, assuming if he wanted to tell me about them, he would. I would never admit it, but sleeping beside him helped me too. It was nice to have someone there. I didn't feel so alone. I reached out and placed my hand on his shoulder, keeping my touch light so as not to overwhelm him. I promise not to let you turn to stone.
I doubt I could be around you long term. You are far too invasive and intrusive.
I hit his shoulder with enough force to make him jump slightly, but not enough to hurt. A smile formed on his lips, and I knew he'd said it mostly to irritate me.
And much too forceful.
I swatted at him once more, but he took a step back. He was playing with me. I liked this Liam. He was different when he was with me, away from the others who demanded a king. He was almost normal. Well, you're not terrible. At times.
I'll take that.
We fell back in step once more, matching smiles on our faces as we walked. I glanced up and realized we had reached the garden. I'd forgotten how much Drake loved this garden. He had spoken of it often through the years. Although the story was less than happy. A woman he had loved as much as anyone could love another had designed it. She had chosen another, and it had broken him. But even though she'd built it, he had kept and maintained it. With his care, it had flourished into a monument of what could have been.
What is this?
We stopped between the twin statues of two women holding large bowls that flanked the entrance. I tucked my hands inside Liam's jacket as I looked up. A garden. Did you not have those on Reshiram? His face had grown cold. Was he mad over a garden?
This is a garden. It's terrible.
Liam, you haven't even been inside yet. I walked into the garden, knowing he would be close behind. He always was. The path opened up, splitting off to the left and right, thick, gorgeous flowers lining the walkways. Small lights were strung above, casting a lush glow over the plants and creating deep pockets of shadows. It was absolutely beautiful, even if Liam's lip curled at everything we passed. I headed toward the center, drawn by the sound and smell of fresh running water. Knowing Drake, he would have a fountain here, and I wanted to see it.
Even their plans are atrocious.
Why do you find offense with everything associated with them? It's like you want to pick a fight. He dropped his hand and rubbed it against his pants before looking at me.
I dislike them. Even the energy surrounding them feels disturbed. Something just feels off.
They're probably just on edge because you're here. Remember, you're kind of a big deal, Liam. Drake is one of my oldest friends, and his family is currently helping us.
Yes, they're helping us. Which seems peculiar, given their fear of Caden and what would happen if he finds out they betrayed him. What makes these powerful friends want to take that risk? I do not trust them. Nor do I want you alone with them for too long.
I almost tripped over my feet as I caught the hem of my gown, coming to an abrupt stop. I picked up my skirt and faced him. Excuse me? You can't tell me who I can and can't be around. That's not how this works, nor do you have any say over me. I am not your possession, just like I am not Caden's.
It is not about possession. I worry about you.
His words caught me off guard, and the snarky comment I had prepared died on my lips. I didn't know what to say, which was a first for me. Liam's eyes softened as he looked at me. They were no longer hard or mottled by anger and irritation. His gaze moved from my face to my chest, a pained expression flashing across his features, before he turned away. Confused at the change in his demeanor, I checked the fancy silk gown he had made me, thinking I had spilled something on the bodice, but there was nothing there. You don't have to worry about me. I've been alive this long.
Barely.
And no, you don't have to worry about them. They have slowly been trying to secede from Caden for a while now.
And Caden doesn't suspect?
He watched me kill Drake and Zeral. Well, the image of Drake, at least. He thinks he's dead. Liam's gaze flicked to mine.
And the brother? The one who calls himself king? Caden would not fear retribution for a family member lost?
I assume he thinks he's in hiding. No one would blatantly go against Caden. They're not stupid. It would be a death wish. Despite your ego and what you think, Caden is strong, powerful, and psychotic.
I do not fear him.
You should. There has to be at least one thing you like here.
No.
Okay, just say one nice thing about them. The mansion? I gestured toward the beautiful structure.
Pretentious.
Was he joking? Joking with me? The laugh that escaped me prompted a genuine smile from him. He seemed to enjoy this, even if he was still surly. Okay, what about their outfits?
Too confining.
Oh, come on, there has to be something you like. Liam tipped his face up, nodding as he considered. The corner of his mouth pulled up, as if he were trying very hard to find a single thing. So what?
I like the language here. It's the closest thing to my mother's.
His mom? My heart lurched. He hadn't spoken of her, and now that I thought about it, I hadn't seen her in any of his memories either.
The only thing I recalled was the mention of her death. I remembered his father's words and how sad Liam had been in that blood dream, but I had seen no memories of them together as a family. Could it be so terrible that he'd blocked it? I was afraid to ask, a part of me not wanting him to hide that rare, playful side again. But he'd opened up to me, and I wouldn't waste it. What was she like? His throat bobbed before a muscle in his jaw clenched. And if you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. We can discuss the fun dinner. A part of him seemed to relax.
No. You've already seen and know so much about me. There is no reason not to tell you this as well. And as you have said, perhaps talking about this will help. She was kind and sweet, from what I remember. She got sick after I was born. I was too young to see it at first, but I noticed the changes as I grew. She was a warrior, a celestial under the rule of an old god, but her light dimmed when she was pregnant with me. Once she grew too weak to lift a blade, she transferred to the council. That's a problem with gods being born. The fetus takes too much. It requires too much energy and power from the mother as it develops. The risk is too great. That's why I am the only one.
Liam, I didn't want to apologize again because he didn't need it. He needed something else. What happened to her is not your fault. His eyes met mine, and I saw the burden of sadness that he carried ease.
Isn't it?
No. If it was known, then she knew the risks and still became pregnant. You know what I think? I think she loved your father and you so much that she didn't care. I would bet all the money in the world that she didn't regret it. A family's love is stronger than anything, trust me. He was quiet for a moment, and I realized we had stopped walking. He stared at me as if searching for the truth of my words. I think a part of him had been desperate to hear that it wasn't his fault.
You surprised me, Diana.
So you have said.
What happened to your parents? Since I just bared my soul, I would like to know about yours.
Well, since it's only fair. Long story short, my mom and dad were healers. They loved helping others with what, at the time, was considered medicine. When the shards of Rashirim fell, it triggered a plague. They continued to help others until the illness consumed them as well. It's been just Gabby and me since then. We've always looked out for each other.
Did you have any other family? People who could help you?
I shook my head and looked down for a second. No, we didn't. I kept us fed and gathered supplies. I was a thief. It's not something I'm proud of, but I did what I needed to for my family. I always have and always will.
That seems logical. People tend to do what they feel is necessary in times of crisis.
I had expected Liam to scold me, and was more than a little surprised when he didn't. He saw my expression and smiled.
I am not justifying it or saying it was right. But you do not know who you truly are until you have no options left. That is all. Besides, I'm not surprised. After all, you attempted and failed to steal from me.
So cocky. I bumped my hip against him as he grinned. I had subconsciously been following the sound of the water, and we stopped as the path gave way at the heart of the dreamlike garden. Stone statues rose at the fountain's center, several people holding various containers, water pouring from them into the pool below. It nearly glowed, the small lights adding a soft golden glow to the silver of the moonbeams. It was breathtaking.
My mother had a garden on Rashirim. My father crafted this elaborate maze of the most beautiful artwork and foliage for her. It was magical, and much better than this one. We never used it after she passed. My father left it to rot. I think it hurt him too much to visit or see it again.
I'm sorry.
There is no reason for you to be sorry.
He stepped forward, bending slightly to duck beneath the curved, tangled vine archway. My footsteps were light as I followed behind him. I sat on the edge of the moonlit fountain, giving my feet a break. Otherworldly or not, heels still hurt after a while. Liam didn't sit. Instead, he walked over to a large flowering bush and ran his fingers over the delicate petals of a bloom. He plucked a gorgeous yellow lily, slowly twirling it by the stem. I stared at him, transfixed by the sight of the powerful world ender holding such a small and fragile bloom.
Do you know how I got my name?
I sat up a little straighter, adjusting the jacket around me and savoring the scent of him that lingered on it. What, Samkiel? He didn't look at me, his gaze focused on the flower.
No, that name was given to me at birth. Although it does carry more blood and death with it than I would like. I've done so many things over the centuries that I regret. There are so many things I've lost. People I've lost.
The somber expression I had come to hate flashed across his features. It was always a prelude to the grief that hid behind those lovely eyes. So, I did what I did best and annoyed him. You mean Liam? Yeah, I did wonder how you picked such a plain name.
Funny. On Rashiram, we had a flower that put the beauty of this one to shame. It had rings of yellow and blue that moved in waves across the petals when you touched it. It was called Orneolanus, or Liam for short. They were my mother's favorite, and a symbol of strength and protection. They could adapt to any climate and were so sturdy they were nearly impossible to kill. It took the death of the planet to eradicate them.
His eyes flickered to mine before he strode over and sat beside me. He angled the stem of the flower toward me, offering it to me. I felt my heart skip as I reached out to accept it. He gave me a small smile before he rested his elbows on his knees and clasped his hands together.
I wanted to be that.
Liam had given me a flower. A simple fucking flower, and my world tilted. It was the first time any man had given me flowers. It was the stupidest thing for me to obsess over, but this tiny yellow plant suddenly meant the world to me. I hated the way my stomach flipped as I glanced at it in my hand. Gabby got flowers. Not me. Never me. The great and powerful king of all, named after a flower. How ironic. He grinned at me, and my breath caught. With the glow of the small lights and the moon shining down, casting a shadow across his features, he was absolutely and painfully gorgeous.
I've revealed so much, yet you do nothing but make a smart quip. You wound me.
I scrunched my nose and playfully swatted him with my flower. Not hard enough to damage it, but enough to annoy him. I'm sure I do, Mr. Invincible.
So many names for me, and I have very few for you. I shall fix that.
Come up with as many as you like. As long as you don't call me a worm again. His expression softened, a corner of his lip twisting.
You truly do remember all I say, don't you?
Only the truly terrible things.
I'll fix that as well.
I felt a flush creep up my face before I turned away, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. He didn't mean the things he said, didn't understand how they sounded to me. But his words, and the way he spoke them, made me ache in all the wrong places. So, on a scale of 1 to 5, how likely is it that we will all die?
0. The book itself doesn't exist, no matter what anyone claims.
Okay, but say it does. If it does, on a scale...
Maybe a 1. If the book is somehow a real relic that my people never got hold of, then there may be cause for some fear, but the likelihood is extremely low. Asriel never made it off of Rashiram, and anything he made died with him when the planet was destroyed. What is that?
Music.
I am aware, but why?
His guess was as good as mine. I looked past him toward the mansion. I don't know. It's Drake. They're probably just playing something for the house guests who have woken up.
Are you worried?
About music?
About dying.
His question struck me as odd. Not just that he'd asked, but the way he looked at me when he said it. I shook my head, the waves of my hair tickling my cheeks. No. About my sister dying, yes. That cold expression returned to his face, as if I'd said something wrong.
You worry so much for others, but not for yourself. Why?
I smiled, but he didn't. Am I not supposed to? I mean, I always assumed I would go out fighting, you know? That's how I see it. Now, Gabby, she is the one with the life and career and boyfriend. I don't have any of that, so I'm not worried about myself. I can survive almost anything. Gabby, not so much. He continued to stare at me as if I'd insulted him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? He shook his head slowly.
You are just not what I expected.
What's that mean? Igmaruthans don't have feelings?
Not the ones I have encountered.
Oh yeah? What were they like?
Powerful, dangerous, ferocious, and not nearly as annoying as you.
That earned him a shove that barely moved him, and yet he acted as if it did, by grabbing his arm and rubbing it as he glared at me, a smile spreading across that ridiculously perfect face.
But equally violent.
We continued to talk, moving comfortably from topic to topic, some heavy and some lighthearted, but we didn't talk anymore about Caden or the book. Time passed, yet it had no meaning when I was with him. And that terrified me.
She had her hand under her face, the pressure of it pushing her cheek slightly upward, and her heartbeat slowed as sleep claimed her. A few dark, wavy tendrils of her hair covered half of her face as she lay facing me. How was it that she looked exquisite even as she slept? As I moved, carefully adjusting my arm beneath the pillow, I noticed the yellow flower and the small glass of water she had set on her bedside table. A smile tugged at my lips. It was such a small gesture, yet she'd held it as if it meant something. An unknown feeling pulled at my gut, and I thought about where I had gotten it from, knowing I could find here 1,000 more that were even better.
This is how the world ends.
The words echoed through my subconscious, and I closed my eyes. I had pretended to sleep, so Diana would not worry and actually drift off. I was restless and frustrated, too raw to risk reliving the blood, fire, and chanting. There were no words to describe exactly how I was feeling, but I knew I could not sleep.
This is how the world ends.
Over and over, the damned dream haunted my waking hours. The horror of it had become entangled with the very confusing feelings I had for Diana. Adding to my emotional turmoil, I sighed, turning on my back and staring at that ghastly decorated ceiling. My fingers danced, tapping atop my chest. No, I couldn't see her like that. I wouldn't allow myself. I told myself after the dream that I would distance myself and keep it professional. I turned my head toward her, watching as she slept peacefully. I knew I had been foolish to think I could stay away from her. My chest had tightened when Drake grabbed her into a hug. Then, when I was getting dressed, I'd felt the shift in her. It was slight, like a small pinch of pain and sadness. When I'd seen her distress and his hand on her, I'd known I would make his death slow and painful. I'd almost ripped him to pieces then and there, yet she had calmed me. Diana had been doing a lot of that with just her presence. She was nothing like the creatures from home. Not even a little bit. She claimed to not be as caring as her sister, but she was. I lay there, watching her sleep until that voice floated into my head once more.
This is how the world ends.
I eased from the bed and watched as she shifted, reaching and curling into the pillow I had placed where I'd been lying. Once I was sure she was settled and not going to wake, I slipped quietly out of the room.
You're good at that.
Drake was leaning in a doorway, about halfway down the hall.
Lots of practice sneaking out of women's rooms, I assume. How is the nightcap after your little date? You like the garden? You know, there are spots so far off that not even we would hear it if you decide to fuck her out there.
He straightened as I strode toward him, but I still towered over him. I glared down at him. The silver rings vibrated on my fingers, itching for me to summon one of the weapons. I could end him here in mere seconds, turning his remains to nothing but ash. The only thing that stayed in my hand was that I knew the woman sleeping a few feet away would never forgive me. I have killed men for less. So make no mistake, if she did not care for you, I would have turned your body into embers for how you speak to me. Drake smiled. It was slow and lazy, letting me know he found my threat humorous and was not intimidated. What are you doing here, Drake? What do you want?
Ethan wants to see you in the study. Come on.
I said nothing as I followed him into a large foyer. A few heavy and overly ornate benches and small tables sat in groupings, surrounded by thick foliage. A vampire couple sat deep in conversation, but fell silent as we passed. They sat up straighter, their eyes going wide. They didn't say anything until we were across the room, but I heard the whispers regardless. I shook my head as we started up the marble steps, clearing the images that always followed when I heard the title. We emerged at the top of the stairs, and I looked around. This area didn't seem to fit with the rest of the mansion. My eyes narrowed as I studied the paintings hanging on the walls. It looked like these were portraits of ancestors dating back decades. I heard stirring below us as the other house guests began to awaken. I counted 25 heartbeats here, but I could feel the essence of 41 otherworld vampires in the castle. You have a tremendous number of guests here.
Yes. The ones under my brother's rule who are terrified of Caden's retribution feel safer here. So Ethan opened the doors to our small and modest mansion.
I found Diana's pithy comments did not bother me, but I had images of ripping his tongue out almost every time he spoke. Drake stopped before a set of large onyx doors. What appeared to be a reptilian head was carved into the polished stone, the lines of the creature curling toward the handles that Drake gripped and twisted. He invited me into the spacious room with a sweep of his arm and a mocking bow. Several comfortable-looking couches and chairs were arranged in small groupings. Every line was lined with bookshelves that soared to the second floor. There was a spiral staircase at the back, the railing trimmed in gold. An ember glowed from the chair in the middle of the room as Ethan looked toward me.
You smoke?
No.
Not even for fun, I presume?
Centuries ago, Logan, Vincent, Cameron, and I would sneak away from training to indulge in illicit remedies for what we considered fun. They were mild remedies that made the pressure put on me and others seem less. Not anymore.
I knew there was a bad boy underneath that cold facade. Why else would Diana be drawn to you?
She is not drawn to me, she is helping me. I cut a seething glance his way. His grin only grew as he passed by me, putting himself between Ethan and me. He was protective of his brother, staying by him like a shadow. He was highly protective of Diana as well, although I assumed his motives where she was concerned were very different. His scent changed when he was near her, making me feel some emotion I could not explain. Drake reached for a brown cylindrical object on the table near his brother and flicked a small silver box. A flame burst to life, and he lit the tip of the brown cylinder, puffing on the other end. Smoke wreathing his face.
Cigars. That is what they are called.
Ethan watched me closely. I narrowed my eyes on him. Mind reading is a lucrative practice. It takes time to develop if one has the gift and skill.
Yes, it can be. Lucky for you, only a slim few in my world possess it. It is one of many skills my father passed down to us. But our ability is not nearly as strong as what Alistair wielded. I may catch phrases and flashes of what you think, but nothing as powerful as his abilities. Alistair was the last true mind-bender, and Diana turned him to ash.
Is that why you summoned me here? For idle chit-chat regarding matters I am already aware of?
Yes, although I expected you sooner. Drake informed me that you and Diana were enjoying the gardens.
Drake's grin spread. It seemed he was more of a shadow than I thought. He obviously kept tabs on everything that happened here, and he did it well enough that I had not sensed him when Diana and I departed earlier this evening. I felt the heat in my hands as my temper rose. You, like your brother, forget who you speak to. I apologize for you being under the assumption that what I do or where I go is your concern. Ethan stood in a fluid motion as he strode toward the dark wooden desk. His predatory gait was proof that the modern vampire had evolved directly from the four-legged beasts I remembered. They were a mix of feline and reptilian, quiet and sneaky. They were a perfect predator, and one my ancestors despised.
Your hate for us is not displaced, you know. On the other hand, we are not that fond of you being here either.
He was obviously still reading my mind. That is intrusive and beyond rude, no matter who you are.
My apologies, Your Highness. It is just that time is of the essence, and it is more expedient.
He placed his cigar in a small glass dish on the desktop and waved me over. I moved silently, stopping next to him as he flipped on a small light, illuminating several pages and a large map with dots on it.
Drake was able to snag a few items out of Caden's lair before he caught on to us.
I nodded once, my eyes scanning the map in front of me. So, this was another reason you stopped showing up to the meetings Diana told me about.
Yes, one of them. The other was that the danger in his lust for power far surpasses our fear of you.
I do have a question. Obviously, Drake is not dead. How is it that Caden saw his death? What part did Diana play in the illusion?
Yes, it was a ruse they formed once she found out we did not show up for the last meeting. Caden wanted my brother's head in retaliation for me not showing yet again. Diana could not kill him, so they devised a plan. My brother is popular with a few witches who happily developed a cloaking spell. His death looked and appeared real, but it was not. It is the same type of spell protecting this home.
Interesting.
I meant what I asked you earlier at dinner. I want a deal.
Ah, yes. The question he had proposed while Drake and Diana spoke freely, completely unaware of the separate telepathic conversation at hand. My lip curled in disgust. I will not share blood with you.
I told you they made a blood deal.
My shoulders tensed, but I kept my focus on Ethan. Had Diana told him that? If so, why did it make me uneasy? What else had she shared with him? I shook the thought from my head, trying to ignore the emotions it aroused. If I do this, it would be for Diana's sake, not yours. My allegiance is to the innocents, and you feed upon the innocents. What you do is forbidden. But Diana believes you are her friends. Prove her right, and I'll grant you your pardon. Ethan shook his head, a look of disappointment flashing across his face.
Very well. Is there some godly bond or oath that must be spoken or signed?
No.
If not that, how will I know you will keep your word?
I tipped my head back, staring at the ceiling, frustrated that I needed to explain myself to someone once more. My patience gone, I met his gaze and laid it out for him in terms I hoped he would understand. I could have this mansion you love so much, raided and seized with one phone call. As a result, you and every being here would be arrested, and I could take the items you wish to give me. But because I made a promise to Diana, I won't do any of that. So, that's your assurance, and the only deal I'm willing to make. A slow smile spread across Ethan's face.
Very well. A deal is set, then. She is something rare, that is for sure. No matter what Caden did to turn her fully into a creature of hate and fear, she did not break. It's that heart of hers. It may be a mortal heart, but it is stronger than anything he has encountered. She may feed, fuck, and breathe like us, but she's not one of us. I think you know that, deep down. She is different.
I knew it. Diana had proven it repeatedly, but I would not discuss her with these two vampires.
Before we continue, I have a question.
What?
You have no intention of staying, correct?
I was confused, but saw no issue with answering. It wasn't as if it were a secret. No. I shall return to the remains of my home once this is finished.
Told you.
Drake's previously teasing expression was now hard and cold. The ember from the cigar matched the orange glow burning in his eyes, revealing the truth of his nature. Ethan's voice had lost all humor, his tone more serious than I had heard it, even when we were discussing the possibility of death and destruction.
A word of advice, then, World Ender. Do not fill her head with pretty words. Do not make her beautiful gowns. Do not take her on midnight strolls through a garden or give her hand-picked flowers. Kaden has fed her scraps for years to keep her in line. She is a woman who craves love, no matter what she says. If you have no intention of staying or being with her, don't court her and make her care. Don't be the one to make her fall if you have no intention of catching her.
I had no idea how I hadn't spotted Drake in the garden. I hadn't even sensed him. My temper rose, and the lamp on the table flickered. My gaze narrowed. Are you sure you are not in love with her? Drake's laughter annoyed me more, but Ethan's expression didn't waver as he held up his left hand. The intricate design of the ritual of Disheen graced his finger.
In case you have forgotten, I am happily married. Let's just say that we owe her and want what's best for her. We do not want to see her suffer any more than she already has.
Very well. I held my hand out toward the middle of the room. My skin glowed with silver, the thick, double lines forming along my legs, chest, and arms, and beneath my eyes. The silver ring spun on my fingers as I spoke the ancient words of summons. Velcatore in Sera. Come forth from shadow. A circle formed, and the library shook, the force of my power pushing the furniture toward the walls. A silver beam shot straight up, and Logan and Vincent stepped out. As soon as they passed into the room, I lowered my hand, my skin returning to the smooth golden brown.
So, that's what you truly look like.
His face wasn't passive, but I could see the instinctual fear of what I was in the depths of his eyes. I did not say anything as Logan and Vincent walked toward me. They looked every bit the formidable warriors they were. Celestials took to warfare as if they were born for it, but I had trained the lethal strength into them. A subtle change came over Ethan and Drake, their postures becoming defensive. They watched Vincent and Logan, unsure whether they were a threat. Logan and Vincent scanned the room, their eyes glowing a vibrant blue. They were on edge, and had every reason to be. They were trained to detect even the smallest threat, and this place had set their celestial blood aflame. Seeing them relieved some of the tension I didn't know I had been feeling here in this foreign place, surrounded by enemies. Logan was whole and well beyond healed, and even if our last encounter had been less than pleasant, Vincent seemed cheerful and happy to see me. I was surprised to realize that I had missed them as well. After being empty and cold for so long, it was such a strange feeling. I greeted them with a lift of my chin. Here is what they have on Kaden at the moment. I want a member of the Hand with Gabriella at all times. I've learned that Kaden is very motivated to reacquire Diana, and I fear he will try to snatch Gabby again. That also means tighter security. Vincent glanced at the vampires.
I have already added a few things to our guilds while you have been away.
I looked at Ethan and pointed at the map. Tell me about this. Fiery sparks swept across his eyes, and I saw the edge of his fangs.
The map pinpoints spots where he might attack. They're places he has frequented in the past. There are several caves that we think are of significance. He seems to like being underground. Every place he has owned has had a dugout area somewhere.
Keep track of those. They have a dossier on Kaden. Read it and report to me anything I need to know, or if you find anything further. Logan nodded and gathered the folders and papers. He handed them to Vincent before rolling up the map.
We haven't seen an increase in attacks or missing persons. It seems to have gone quiet.
What about the Book of Asriel? Should we be worried?
We saw him. He was dead, Vin. There is no way he made it off-world, much less wrote a book.
Vincent's eyes darted between us.
Why is Caden so sure of its existence, then?
That's what I'm going to find out. I believe he is hunting her. And if that's the case, you should be safe. But I do not want to risk it. I clasped Vincent's shoulder. Just be diligent and keep them all safe.
Yes, my liege.
For once, that title did not haunt me. And I did not correct him. What was happening to me?
Oh, please do not tell him he's in charge. He has been a bossy pain in the ass since you've been gone.
I smirked, not realizing how much I'd missed them until now. Logan stared at me, his eyes going wide before he caught himself.
We will be on our way. I'll call if anything changes.
I nodded and dropped my hand from Vincent's shoulder. I opened the portal once more and watched them leave. After they had stepped through and vanished, I turned back to Ethan. The papers and books settled as the force of the power from opening and closing the portal abated. You have my word that you and yours will be safe, despite your involvement in helping us. I turned to my heel, heading for the door.
Is it true you wield the Oblivion Blade?
I stopped, dead in my tracks, and turned to glare at him. How do you know about that?
So, it's true.
Who told you about that?
Caden. He said it was a weapon forged for pure destruction and true death. Endless darkness for all eternity. No afterlife. No anything. The energy embedded in the blade could end worlds. Thus, your name, the World Ender.
My jaw clenched. That weapon represented another part of my history I wish to forget. And how would Caden know of such a thing? It was an impossibility. For no one who had seen it lived. No one but me.
He is old, Liam. Old and powerful. He has been digging for information on you for centuries.
My power spilled out, the doors behind me slamming open and vibrating against the walls. Then he's well aware of what I am capable of.
So, that's Samkir. We're in such deep shit.
My feet barely touched the cheap rug covering the stone steps as the memories battered me, demanding I listen. My chest hammered at even the mention of that weapon and what I had done with it over the centuries. The sound of metal ringing against metal, blood drenching the ground, the way the roars and thunder split the air ran in a constant loop through my subconscious. How could he know? I nearly knocked a gentleman over as my shoulder connected with him.
Ouch!
The pounding in my head was too much for me to stop. I needed air. I needed Diana. Before I realized where I was headed, I found myself outside her room. I stopped, my hand clutching the doorknob. My vision cleared, and the pounding in my head subsided. My breathing calmed, and the tightness in my chest eased as I was able to sense her just beyond the door. I ached to go in, desperate to feel her body against mine. She had become a balm to my soul. But Ethan's words rang in my head.
Don't be the one to make her fall if you have no intention of catching her.
I leaned my forehead against that perfectly ordinary door and knew the woman beyond it was more precious to me than I wanted to admit to anyone, let alone myself. What was I doing? War threatened this world, and I was spending time in gardens. I was distracted again, distracted by her and what I felt. I couldn't do it. Not again. Not here, and not to Anua. So, I lowered my hand and I left. It had been a few days since my meeting with Ethan and Drake. I'd stopped sharing a bed with Diana, and I hadn't known a single night of peace since. I tried to sleep alone and ripped a hole through the wall as I woke. The damage was facing the forest, and I repaired it before anyone was aware. They assumed a quake had shaken the castle, never suspecting the god upstairs. No one questioned it. No one but her.
This is how the world ends! This is how the world ends!
I missed the nights when Diana would comfort me, her hands rubbing down my sweat-soaked back as I rocked. I'd kept my eyes tightly closed, hoping the energy behind them would not rupture outward. Unafraid of the power I held barely in check, she'd remained close, whispering to me that it was just a dream. She would repeat the words like a mantra, trying to soothe me.
It was just a dream. It was just a dream. Shh, it was just a dream.
I hadn't told her I was no longer dreaming of Rashiram falling. The dead whispered to me, over and over, always ending with her corpse and its burning eyes. If it wasn't that, I was dreaming of her beneath me, with my cock buried so deep inside her that I could almost feel again. That frightened me more than anything. I did not know how to tell her that all my dreams were about her. So I stopped sleeping again and escaped to my room the second she was distracted, refusing to answer my door when she knocked.
Liam, you up?
I knew she wanted to help and was frustrated and confused by my behavior. I didn't want to hurt her, but she couldn't help me. No one could. At first, she seemed angered by my avoidance, but she allowed Drake to distract her. Their laughter seemed to grate on my nerves. So I retreated to the study. Ethan did not bother me there. No one did. That was where I stayed, reading, researching, and checking in with the guild, waiting for word where we needed to go next. The days dragged on, and I grew restless. I decided I needed to exert some energy that did not involve more busted light bulbs or electrical malfunctions. There was a gym in the very lowest parts of the castle, and when I was not reading or strategizing, that was where I ended up. When that stopped working, I would run the perimeter of the shielding spell for hours to keep the voices at bay. It helped some, but not enough. It was never enough. Never enough. The screen on my phone flashed before Logan's face came into view. Anything? He shook his head and held up a book.
Same texts as we had on Rashiram. The only ones that could even remotely be seen as dangerous are the ones that describe how our weapons are made and work. They are nothing of dire importance. There's no point in knowing how our weapons are made if there isn't a god to make them. I know you're annoyed, but what about the witch?
I shook my head and turned toward the small mammal that peeked at me from a low-hanging branch. We have heard nothing, and so we wait.
Which you hate.
Yes, very much. What about the map?
I sent a few recruits to the locations pinpointed on the map. They're just old, abandoned mines and empty caverns. There is nothing there.
Andreas Sunak Ventura.
I haven't heard that one in a while.
I wish for this to be over. If he is as old and powerful as everyone says, what is taking so long? If the Book of Azrael is real, why has it been so difficult to find, even for us?
Knowing Azrael, maybe he didn't want it to be found. If the god Zier made him craft this book, maybe he had strict orders not to speak of it.
You think Zier ordered him to make it?
Possibly. Azrael did not make items with any real power unless he was coerced. You know, the whole too much power in the wrong hands type deal. Maybe what's inside is that dangerous.
You give him too much credit. Azrael was waist deep in the same perversions we were. He was one of us. Even if I could not get him away from Zier, he just pretended to care about the words and lessons the gods preached.
That's true.
Logan's laugh echoed through the forest and forced a slight smile to my lips.
Why don't you ask the dark-headed beauty you're stuck with? Maybe she knows something.
No. Logan moved once more, and I waited for him to settle behind one of the desks.
You know, I overheard her sister on the phone with her, and she was complaining about you not sleeping with her anymore.
That does not mean what you think it means.
Oh, come on. This is the same old story we've heard for eons. The great love them and leave them Samkiel.
Do not compare Diana to any of my past conquests. I snapped my head up, the phone flickering to black before returning to normal. I tried my best to contain the damaging power rippling beneath my skin. It is not like that between us, and I will not speak of it again.
Fine. Enlighten me then. What is it like? Because the last time we spoke, we were all on the same side. Igmaruthans were bad, we were good, and now we're, what? Working with them? Like the traitorous gods before us?
My gaze flicked away from the phone as I remembered just how fast Rashirim had fallen because of that betrayal.
Listen, I'm not questioning your rule, and I'm not being a dick. Nevera and I like Gabriella, but Diana? Don't choose her. You could have any woman in the universe to scratch your centuries-long itch. Don't let it be her. Hell, call Imogen. We all know she's more than happy in waiting.
I do not need anything scratched. And Diana is not like the Igmaruthans from our time. She is different. You've seen it.
Yeah, I saw her bend her shape with mere shadows, blow up an embassy, and kill how many mortals? Oh, and I also saw her shove a blade through the skull of one of her own.
I was growing frustrated, and he knew it. We cannot think that way anymore. Do you know another reason Rashirim fell? The gods that turned used the Igmaruthans. They worked with them to slaughter almost all of us. So yes, she has helped me, and has continued to help me, but that is it. No matter what you or the others think.
Hey, I didn't say the others thought.
I know you all.
Okay, fair. We just worry about you. You've been gone so long, Liam. But you're right. They definitely had the upper hand, so whatever you say, we will follow. You know that.
In the logical thinking of my consciousness, I knew it came from a place of caring, but there was so much he did not know. Logan assumed I was the man he knew before the war, but Samkiel had died in Rashirim the second it was reduced to dust and rocks. Logan was not completely unjust. My feelings toward Diana had been the same as his, but that had changed. I cared for her, and the more I learned about her, the more I realized we had a lot in common. Being around her was easy, and there were times when I was with her that I did not feel like the feared king I was rumored to be. I was just Liam to Diana. She was helping me with my nightmares. He sat up slowly, swiveling his head from side to side, making sure no one else was in the room.
Nightmares? Of Rashirim?
That, and what happened after I sent you all away.
You mean after you forced all of us from our homeworld while you stayed and fought?
The planet was erupting. None of you would have survived.
Well, you didn't give us a choice on that.
No, I did not. Your life and that of the others are not expendable. Ezekiel's death is another thing that will haunt me for the rest of my very long life. Logan ran his hand over his face. I knew the loss of Ezekiel had cut him deep. There is another thing. I decided to confide in this man who had stood by me for centuries. Even when I repudiated his loyalty, Logan focused on me again.
Oh?
I feel I'm developing the same sight my father and grandfather had.
Seriously?
Yes. I remember them telling me of their dreams and visions, warning me of what I may one day face. They were of the future to come, but not whole, and not always clear.
Yeah, they were so utterly terrifying that your grandfather was almost driven insane by them. What did you see?
I could not tell him that I dreamed of her. I didn't even want to admit it to myself. So I told him about the other part of my recent night terrors. The world was ending. Just as Rashirim did. It was different, but the sky trembled with the same massive beasts. I saw a king, his throne and armor made of horns. I saw the living dead. But I don't know what any of it means, or how to stop it. Logan's eyes darkened with fear and despair as he shook his head, placing a single hand over his mouth.
Damn.
Damn is right. That all too familiar ache returned to pounding in my temples. I sighed as the light flickered on the desk, and I stretched, looking at the stacks of books surrounding me. I'd hidden away, burying myself in research as we waited for word from Camilla. Ethan's library held items dating back to the beginning of civilization. I had not found anything that mentioned the fall of Rashirim, or the Celestials that had taken refuge here while I rebuilt the remains of our world. If the information Ethan had given me was accurate, and Caden was indeed as old as he said, then the beginning of civilization could give me clues. The mortals had ancient stories of mythical beasts. Maybe Caden was an Igmor-Ruthin that had escaped the Gods' War and landed here, planning to rebuild his ranks. But the ones here had to be a subspecies. I had read and reread about firebirds that danced across the sky, skinwalkers who had lured their victims to their deaths, and even dragons. All of them fit, and yet none of them fit completely. The door to the study slowly opened. I did not need to look up to know who my visitor was. She set a plate on top of the open book I was reading.
Look, I made you something. See the face? It's grumpy like you.
I kept my gaze down, my forehead resting on my hand. The plate held a thin brown cake-like disc, with red round half-sphere items forming its eyes. The mouth was made out of some white, foamy cream, and was turned down in a frown. I watched Diana put her plate down and shift a stack of books off the desk. She pulled over a large chair and sat down. Very funny. I shook my head and pushed the plate aside before returning to my book.
Yep, exactly like that.
I am not grumpy. I am busy. Her fork dinged against her plate as she cut a piece of her food and took a bite.
You're not sleeping either.
I closed the book, knowing I could not focus with her around. And how would you know that? I thought you and your friend would be too busy catching up to notice. They'd been catching up indeed. There were several times I'd stumbled in on them in the middle of a joke. As soon as I entered, their laughter would die and tension would fill the air. She lowered her fork and leaned back in her chair, crossing her legs.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it was that random quake? Or that they've had to hunt down issues with the electricity 3 times in the last few days? Or maybe a clue is that you have been avoiding me and haven't asked me to stay with you in 2 weeks.
2 weeks? Had the sun set that many times? Her leads were taking longer than promised, and we still needed that invitation before we could continue our search. In the meantime, I've been trying to piece together the mystery that was her maker. Your observations are bothersome.
Why? Because they're right?
Yes.
You can't ignore me forever. Now eat.
She moved the book that I was using as my distraction and pushed my plate in front of me again. It was my turn to scowl, but I pushed the books aside and brought the plate closer to me. I picked up the fork, cut a piece, and took a bite. Happy.
Tell me why you aren't sleeping. More nightmares?
Yes. Nightmares about your end. I'm not tired. I just do not wish to sleep. If what they say is true, we have limited time to find this book before Caden does. She stabbed at her food.
Yeah, and waiting on Camilla to accept the invitation is taking longer than I had hoped.
So why does this Camilla hate you so? Another friend who is not a friend?
Try an ex-lover.
I felt that tinge of heat again. The same as when Drake placed a hand on her. I'd never felt it before, and did not know what it meant. Only that I did not like it. Even her speaking of being with another caused something wild and vicious to awaken within me. I did not recognize these emotions. She had said before that her relationship with Caden was not monogamous, But after hearing about his extreme obsession with getting her back, I was surprised he'd allowed someone to get that close to her. Caden permitted that?
He didn't care about my relationship with Camilla. He was actually going to give her a seat at his table, but she came to care deeply about me. And that he did not like. So he exiled her because I begged him not to kill her. Santiago got her seat instead. I never told her what I'd done, but she assumed I betrayed her and was responsible for her loss of power. And I guess in a way I was. I haven't spoken to her in ages. Caden wouldn't allow it. She hates me because she thinks I didn't fight for her and chose to stay with Caden. I mean, what we had was great and fun, but I didn't love her. Not like she loved me. My decision could never be anything else anyway. I wouldn't risk Gabby. I wouldn't risk Gabby.
Her words echoed parts of my life, leaving me awestruck that we could be so different and yet have so much in common. I knew all too well about past lovers who felt more for you than you did for them. I knew how horrible that could make one feel. You are risking her now. Being with me, are you not?
It's different with you.
She paused, as if catching herself, and...
You are the only thing Caden fears.
You never told me the story of how you ended up in Caden's grip. Just that you gave up your life for your sisters. Her expression went blank, and I saw the shadows in her eyes before she looked at her plate.
It's a long story. Maybe another time.
I nodded, knowing better than to push her. She would tell me in her own time.
Do you like the crepes?
I nodded as I took another bite. Is that what they are called? They are divine. I think sweets, as you call them, are my weaknesses.
So you do have a weakness. Your secret is safe with me.
She winked before taking another bite.
Be thankful that Gabby taught me how to cook, because otherwise this would be disgusting.
You cooked breakfast for the entire estate. Although my question was more in reference to the vampire that followed her every move, like a veneer hound in heat.
No, just us. You give me way too much credit. I'm not that nice.
She was completely unaware of the impact of her simple statement. A small smile played on my lips, and I found myself relaxing for the first time in weeks. It was so easy to speak with Diana, and I'd missed being able to do so. The weight of the world seemed to lift from my shoulders when I was near her. As good as that felt, it was a problem if I intended to leave once this book, real or not, was retrieved. Ethan's words bounced around in my head once more, and I bit back the things I wanted to say to her. Gabby is a good person, and I mean that. Mortals and creatures alike give off a certain energy, a true form, I suppose. Some call it the soul, whereas others refer to it as an aura.
You can see that? You can see people's souls?
I did not know if I'd upset her or misspoken, because she sat very still, staring at me. Yes? It depends on the person or creature, and I sometimes have to concentrate, but I can see most. She placed her fork down and propped her elbow on the desk, resting her chin on her hand. She leaned in, fully engaged.
What does Gabby's look like?
Yellows and pinks. Vibrant and warm. Kind of like her. I placed my fork down, grabbing the thin white paper cloths she'd brought, and wiped my mouth.
Yeah, that sounds like her. What about mine? What do I look like?
Very similar. I did not want to tell her what danced around her. I did not want her to feel less than what she was. Hers was vibrant, yes, but it was a mix of reds and blacks with a hint of yellow. It was pure, swirling chaos, like the edge of the universe itself.
Cool.
I heard you speaking to your sister earlier. How is she? Her eyes seemed to sparkle at my question, as if no one had ever asked her that before. I did not mention what Logan had told me. Her phrasing of what we shared or did not share was no one's business.
She's great, actually. She was able to work in the medical department at the Guild with some of the Celestials there, so she is more than happy. Thank you.
Diana reached out, placing her hand atop mine. A frisson of awareness wound through me at her touch, calling to something I had thought long dead. The sensation caused the hairs on my arm to rise, and I wasn't sure if it was from a sense of alarm or a desire for more. I slipped my hand from beneath hers and reached for my fork. Diana's body tensed, and she slowly withdrew her hand. The room fell silent again. It was not Diana's fault, nor did I want to hurt her. I just was not used to how I felt around her. Diana's touch set fire to a place inside me, and I found myself wanting to burn. Why do you and your sister always repeat that same mantra?
What do you mean?
At the end of your calls, you always say, "Remember, I love you." Are you afraid she will forget?
No. It's like a goodbye, I guess. My parents used to say it every day before they left. Gabby and I picked it up and have said it since we were young. Guess it stuck. It feels especially important given what I do now. It's just in case I never came back, which I know sounds kind of morbid.
It's not. It's nice. And something for you two to share.
Thanks.
There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you.
I had grown to hate his devilish grin, because it was always directed at the vicious vixen sitting in front of me. He wore a pair of loose black pants but no shirt, flaunting his muscled chest and the expanse of taut brown skin. As he knelt next to Diana, I noticed his hands were taped up. She sat back and angled her body toward him, her smile bright. My chest ached, and I found I did not enjoy sharing her attention. You need to come with a warning. He glanced at me and smiled, completely unoffended.
Thank you.
That was not a compliment. I hated the way they smiled at one another. It felt like I had been punched in the gut. I wondered if she thought of his perfectly flawless skin and dreamed of touching it. Would he let her, if she asked? It was not like mine, marred and scarred from the battles fought throughout my lifetime. Sure, I might have been taller, and my muscle definition was more pronounced than his, but I would never be the flawless creature he was. Diana's eyes seemed to dance when he entered the room. The stories and legends from my past might hail me as some magnificent being, but with Diana, I felt a slight nudge of self-consciousness. What if she preferred men like Drake? Even though I knew I should not care, nor should it bother me, it did on some base level. I hated the playful slaps of her small hand against his chest and shoulders. I felt those were reserved for only me. Yet she did the same to him. She truly laughed when he spoke or made some crass comment. I'd only heard her laugh one time like that with me. Their laughter died whenever I entered the room, and I did not know why it bothered me so much, but it did.
Ready to get hot and sweaty, cutie? I'll stretch you out before.
He grinned suggestively at her, and my blood boiled. I could not tell if they were past lovers, and I refused to ask. It was not my place, and I shouldn't care. But a part of me hoped he had never laid a hand on her naked flesh. It was a ridiculous notion. Diana was not mine, and we were only associates, friends. But if that was the truth, why did my heart ache? The muscles bunched beneath my shoulder blades as my hands clenched into fists and then released. I was being ridiculous. Diana stood and gathered our plates as Drake rose.
Sure. Let me change clothes and I'll meet you downstairs.
Where are you going? I could tell by how they both turned and stared at me that the question came out rough and a little aggressive. I hadn't meant to ask, but I had to know. She had just gotten here, and now he showed up, and she was off once more.
Drake has been helping me keep up with my training over the last few weeks, which you would know if you had bothered to leave this study and look for me.
Drake's eyebrows went up, but he did not interject. At least he wasn't a complete idiot. I told you, we needed to gather all the information we can find on Caden, while we wait for Camilla to either accept or deny the invitation. That is why we are here.
What is that supposed to mean? Have I not been helping?
As of late, no. Her nostrils flared, and I knew I'd hit a nerve. We had been getting along well, but her coming here seemed to stir up something.
Well, if you had bothered talking to me instead of shutting me out, you would know that you won't find anything written about Caden in a book. But no, you'd rather ignore me.
I am not ignoring you.
You sure about that? When is the last time we had an actual conversation? Besides me bothering you until you responded with a grunt or the word no. Or how about when I go to your room and you won't even open the door?
I closed my eyes and rubbed at my forehead. That damn pounding starting once more. I will not share a bed with you any longer. When to do so gets me lectured by creatures far beneath me, thinking I have ill intentions toward you. I thought my power had broken the leash again. But when I opened my eyes and looked at Diana, I realized it was not my wrath affecting our surroundings. It was hers. I glanced up and saw anger etched into her sharp features. White, wispy smoke coiled beneath her nostrils as she glared at me. The last time I'd seen her like this was just before the room exploded in Ariel.
You have been avoiding me because they think we're sleeping together?
My eyes went to the overly affectionate man at her side. Have your precious friends not told you what they have said to me regarding you? Drake's eyes went wide as Diana's head spun toward him. He held up his hands in mock surrender.
Hey, Ethan and I were just looking out for you.
The plates in her hands shattered, scraps of food and shards of delicate glass falling to the floor.
You two are like overbearing brothers.
I smelled the fire even though she hadn't yet summoned the flames. Drake did too, and took a step back, his eyes darting toward her now clenched fist.
Who I fuck or don't fuck is none of you or Ethan's business. You put everyone here at risk because you're so concerned with protecting me.
Diana!
What does that mean?
Drake's brows furrowed, obviously unaware of my violent nightmares.
And you.
Her eyes locked with mine. I watched her anger fade, only to be replaced by sadness. And that was so much worse.
You couldn't even tell me? After everything, you suddenly couldn't confide in me? I am so sorry you find me so repulsive that the mere mention of fucking me makes you avoid me for weeks.
I surged to my feet, planting my hands on the desktop. Several pages of text floated to the ground. Do not place words on my tongue. I did not say that. She took a step forward, coming up against the other side of the desk.
It's how you act.
A ring of red started at the edge of her irises and then flooded them, suffocating the rich brown.
Apparently their opinions mean more to you than my feelings. So I am done. I am done trying to be your friend. I am done trying to help you ease your pain, and I am so done with caring. We have to work together, but I am not doing this weird back and forth shit with you anymore. We're not friends, Liam. And I see now that we never were.
She turned, and without a second glance toward me and the massive hole she just punched through my chest, she left. Drake turned to me and placed his hands on his hips.
She's fine. She just needs to cool off, you know?
Out! His eyes lit up as a mocking smile curved his lips. He lifted his hand in a small salute and followed Diana from the room. As soon as the door closed, every object and piece of furniture around me exploded into 1,000 shards. I did not see her the next day, and I was sure she kept to herself. The sound of her laughter was absent in the castle, but her words rang in my head. They were more upsetting than I cared to admit.
We're not friends, Liam. We never were.
My eyes darted toward the door every time I heard footsteps. The hope that it would be her coming to throw another crass comment at me refused to waver. Maybe she'd forgotten to tell me something and needed to remind me how much of an asshole I was. I thought my eyes would burn holes through the door that day, but she never came. I had not taken her feelings into account, only mine. I had agreed to a friendship, yet I'd shown Drake and Ethan more respect. She had helped me more than she knew, and I mistreated her. She was right, and I needed to make amends. A few house guests I passed either ran from me or ducked and whispered to those closest to them. I continued on my way, using the connection I refused to acknowledge to track the fiery female. There she was.
Oh! Why are you taking your anger out on me? I apologized. Oh.
It was the same gym I'd used before, but some things had changed. Black burn marks decorated the concrete walls like sooty dots. From the scent of fresh flame, I knew that at least half of them had been created recently, and the other half were maybe a day old. Smoke still spilled from the fresh singe marks on the large red pad covering the middle of the floor. And two dummies sat against the far wall, with half their faces and parts of their bodies melted off. Ropes hung from the wall closest to me, the ends black and frayed. The only thing that seemed untouched were the large mirrors covering the wall, an assortment of metal bells and circular plates lined up before them. My eyes stopped roaming when I focused on Diana. Her clothes were not any I had seen her wear previously. They clung to her sleek figure, hugging the lean muscle and small curves too well. Her shoulders, arms, and midsection were exposed. She had tied her hair back, the tip dancing between her shoulder blades. She was breathtaking, and still beyond angry.
Oh, finally. Someone else you can beat up. Ugh.
Drake slowly picked himself up off the floor, holding his side and hobbling toward a row of benches. He sat far out of the way. His clothes were riddled with burn holes, proving she had not held back. Good girl.
Go away.
That stung. No.
I don't have any new information and I'm busy, so go away.
She was trying to throw my words back at me, only with more venom. No. Flames tickled the tips of her fingers as she stared at me.
You step onto this mat and I'm fighting you too.
Very well. I looked down and deliberately placed one foot on the mat. I looked up, holding her gaze in an unspoken challenge. She saw it and accepted. Diana's fist swung for my face. I pivoted to the right, letting it drift by. She spun, swinging her elbow for my chin. I leaned back and it failed to connect. She threw a combination of punches and jabs, all of them missing their targets, which only frustrated her more. If you intend to hit me, you are doing poorly.
You're so annoying!
She threw her leg in an upward kick. I came to apologize.
Fuck off.
Diana circled the ring. Her fists raised and held close to her body. There was no laughter in her today. No quips and no jokes. She was all barely contained, untempered rage. She moved like a large feline predator, calculating, dangerous, and exceptionally impressive.
I don't want to hurt you.
Says the one who can't even touch me. Diana moved again, this time with a punch and knee combo. I blocked with my hand, but the force behind her moves caused them to sting. She was a hard hitter, but still not accurate enough. She was trained, but not like the hand or me. If she used her legs more, she would be quite effective. She had the length to reach her opponent, just not the correct skill. Not yet. She moved closer, throwing a jab that I ducked. It flew by my head as her other fist shot upward, aiming for my jaw. I caught her by the wrist and spun her into me. I held her with her back to my chest. I locked her wrists against her body as she tried to break free. Your punches are strong, but uncoordinated.
Burnini Asulin.
She tips her head toward the sound, sweat beading on her forehead.
Why are you laughing? I don't see you trying to fight a god.
Ignore him. I wanted to apologize, Diana, not fight you.
There's nothing to apologize for.
Her breathing stopped, and I felt her twist her wrists in my hand.
We're not friends.
Stop saying that!
I felt her try to rotate her wrists, so I squeezed them tighter. I am sorry for how I acted and have been acting. There is too much happening at the moment with me, and I am letting things bother me. I allowed people who mean nothing to get to me. You have helped me tremendously since we first started. I truly do appreciate it. And you. I am sorry. She went quiet, some of the tension leaving her body as she stopped trying to free her wrists.
You're mean.
I know.
And rude.
I know.
Let me go.
My grip upon her wrists loosened, but not enough to set her free. Not yet. I will once you say you are no longer mad at me.
Fine. I'm not mad at you.
I cautiously relaxed my grip on her wrists, releasing her hands. She took a step forward and spun, her fist shooting out too fast for me to deflect. I heard the crack both inside my head and echoing in the room, as blistering pain shot through my nose and across my face. I reached up, cupping it with a single hand. Oh, what was that for? I squinted at her blurry image.
For being a dick these last 2 weeks. I feel better now.
I pinched the bridge of my nose, a small fracture healing, and the bone popping back into place. I would give her credit. Diana never surrendered. She reached up and tightened the band that held her hair back before rolling her wrists and taking up a defensive stance. You still wish to fight? I apologized.
Tired already?
A slow smile formed on her lips, and I felt the energy in the room change. Her eyes shone with that familiar red ember glow.
I told you I was training. If you're done, Drake can replace you.
I do not know why that comment made my blood turn to ice, but it did.
No, please, stay. I would prefer to heal a little more before she breaks another rib. Just, please do not destroy this house. Ethan will kill me.
His comment caught me off guard and gave her a window. I did not see her move or her shape fade, but I felt the displaced air wash over me as she reformed, her fist aiming for my head. I moved, her knuckles barely grazing the top of my shoulder. Before I was able to recover enough to react, she spun one lean leg, her foot sailing toward my head. I bent back as she corrected herself, but I was not quick enough to avoid her second kick. The center of her shin connected with my shoulder hard enough to sting. Diana held her fists up, one leg in front of her, her expression defiant and daring. I rubbed my shoulder as the slight ache faded. Your arms are less defined than your legs. There is more power there, given your hip-to-leg ratio.
I think that's his way of saying you have a nice ass, which I agree with.
We both glared at him. He flung himself to the side, as a fireball whipped toward him, colliding with the wall where he'd been sitting.
Hey! What did I say about destroying the house, Diana?
He caught my glare and decided to shut up. Ignore him. She was shaking her fists, extinguishing the lingering flames. With your powers alone, you're stronger than most of my Celestials, but still not strong enough for the Hand or me. Her eyes threatened to incinerate me.
I don't know. I held my own pretty well with Ezekiel and you.
I am not saying that it is a bad thing. I've trained for centuries. So have they. You have the right motions, just not the execution. You were also trained by someone who probably did not want you strong enough to overpower him. Diana, you are already dangerous. Now, let's make you lethal. Days passed with still no word. Logan reported that there had been no suspicious movements or deaths. Despite that, or maybe because of it, I was on edge. Something felt off, but I was struggling to pinpoint what. Diana and I had trained every day, but that was the only time we spent together. We didn't speak of it again, but there was a distance between us that threatened not only our partnership, but our friendship. She did not ask me to join her at night, and I did not go to her. A few times I'd stopped outside her door, my hand raised to knock, but I'd stop myself each time. I kept telling myself it was better that way, since my stay was not permanent. Even if I yearned for it, I could not get attached to her warmth and the comfort she brought me. Instead, I went to my room each night and lay on the bed, staring out the window. I watched the moon fall and the sun rise, same as I had on the remains of Rashirim. That deep, dark, hollow feeling in my chest she'd chased away started to crawl its way back in. I circled her as she stood with her eyes closed and standing on one leg. The other folded at the knee, the sole of her foot against her thigh. She held her hands, palms together, at chest level. Diana opened one eye, maintaining her stance.
If you let me use my powers, I could show you just how quickly I could take you down.
No. You desired training, so we will train properly. Not whatever failed attempt you tried with Mr. Vanderkai. Think of it this way. Your powers are phenomenal. You're defenseless if you overexert yourself and no longer have access to them. You must know how to defend yourself and be aware of the boundaries of your capabilities. Diana peeked one eye open.
Never had any issues before.
That does not mean it can't happen. Trust me. I circled once more, stopping behind her this time. I will teach you a technique my father once taught me. She turned her head, looking at me over her shoulder. She didn't say anything, just nodded once and waited for me to continue. Extend your arms out for me. She looked forward and complied. I moved an inch closer, the rich, spicy fragrance of cinnamon filling my nose. It was complex and Diana's unique scent. I had missed it dearly over the last few days. I shook my head slightly, pushing those thoughts away and focusing. I will not physically touch you, but you will see what happens once I start. She tipped her head back, her face inches from mine.
What does that mean?
I raised my hands, my palms beginning to glow as they hovered over her wrists. Violet and silver light danced from me to her, tiny sparks of electricity connecting us. Her eyes widened, but she made no move to pull away or stop me. I followed the lines of her arms, allowing my power to lick at her skin.
It doesn't hurt. Not like before.
That's because I can control the intensity. If I wanted it to hurt, I could make it hurt. She glanced at me as if she was about to make some smart-ass quip, but her expression closed down as she stopped herself. My heart clenched with disappointment as she looked back at her arm.
The movement under my skin. What's that?
That's your power. See the shadows that bend when I pass? It is preparing itself to act to defend you against what it senses as a threat. It's patient, just waiting for you to call it forward.
Cool. Gross, but cool.
It is not gross. Just as the light inside me is a part of me, the shadows are a part of you. It is you, and it is not. Her eyes met mine before she nodded again. I moved around in front of her, my right hand hovering inches above her skin, her power following like a shadow beneath her skin. My father taught me this mantra. It is very different from the one you have with your sister, but it helped me gain control and maintain focus. He labeled it as the main power source. The logic portion of your power comes from your brain. Tiny tendrils of her power followed as I moved my hand toward her head. Her eyes momentarily crossed as she tried to track the movement, the emotion, and irrationality from your heart. I trailed my hand lower. I didn't touch her, but my palm hovered over her breast. Her breath hitched as her shadow seemed to dance and tease the sparks of my power. Something had changed. Her chest rose and fell beneath the sweat-drenched fabric of her top, my mind flashing to the dreams where I begged to touch. I licked my lips and took a steadying breath. Diana's gaze snagged on the movement, and I nearly groaned, forcing myself to focus once more. I moved to her side, tracing the line of her torso to hover over her belly. And lastly, your anger. That fire you wield comes from your gut. The shadows beneath her skin mingled with a vibrant red. I pulled my power back into me, and the light died as I moved my hand to my side. Core, heart, brain. That is the main trigger of your powers. One cannot exist or function without the other. Decisions made with one and not the other two can be deadly. True masters of the skill can control and manipulate all three.
Let me guess. You're a true master?
Her eyebrow rose as she placed her hands on her hips. I have to be. My decisions cannot be based on what my heart tells me, no matter the cost. I cannot break or bend the rules because I wish it. The universe would be imbalanced if I used my power for selfish reasons. Her eyes softened for just a moment before she lowered her gaze.
How do I control it?
Center, focus, release. Or meditation, as the world calls it.
Okay. Teach me more.
Very well. We spent the rest of the evening on meditation. The practice helped to calm my erratic nerves, and I vowed to utilize it more. Every day we worked on something new. But on the 5th day, we returned to sparring. We had decided that every time Drake commented, he had to be the target. It shut him up, and eventually, he stopped coming. On the 6th day, I showed her how to hold and wield a blade. She was absolutely terrible at it. She hated it and preferred brute force. And while she agreed it was a good skill to have, she complained every single second. Show me how you fought Ezekiel and lived. I circled her, wooden bow staff in hand. Diana held a matching staff and copied my movements, her body drenched in sweat and her breathing labored.
It wasn't easy. He is fast, just like you.
It's a skill.
I know. It takes time to master.
She charged. Wood met wood with a loud crack that echoed through the room. I pushed her back and she spun, correcting herself. She whipped it once more, aiming for my left arm. No matter how many times she missed, she learned, corrected, and aimed a counterattack. She was determined, skilled in her own way, and resilient. She was a perfect weapon through and through. And she refused to quit or yield, no matter how many times she was bruised or hissed in pain when my weapon would connect as it did now. Diana's head whipped to the side, and a small trickle of blood formed on her lip. I lowered my weapon and rushed to her side. Diana.
I'm fine.
She held up her hand to stop my advance. I had noticed that she did not want me close to her. If she was hurt during our training, she did not want my comfort or for me to attend to her. It wounded me just as much as it did for me to see her in pain. I stayed in my place, watching helplessly as she wiped the blood from her healing lip.
See? All better.
Let me look.
I said I'm fine. Raise your weapon. Would you check on your enemy when you hurt them? No.
You are not my enemy. Pain flashed in her eyes.
Raise your weapon.
Before I could respond, she came at me. I slapped her staff away, but it did not stop her. And she charged again. Had she learned nothing? I shifted, preparing to block another hit. The staffs connected once above our heads, then on my left, her right, and then again as she spun, aiming for my throat. With a hard upward swing, I knocked her staff from her hand. I had a second to thrust mine forward, but she was gone. Only a thin layer of mist remaining in her place. I felt a heavy push on the back of my knees and I fell forward. There was no time for me to process what had happened before her leg connected with the side of my face, causing me to spin hard enough to land on my back. I watched as she caught the wooden staff out of the air with one hand, thrusting the tip against the center of my chest.
That's how I fought Ezekiel.
There was no humor in her gaze. Only that same hard look she had given me since our fight in the study. Diana had combined what I had been teaching her with her own moves, creating a unique and unpredictable style of fighting that had caught me unawares. She had performed a perfect roundhouse kick that knocked me on my ass, and now she held a weapon to my chest. She never stopped thinking and was always calculating, figuring out how to turn a fight to her advantage. I was more than impressed with this beautiful, dangerous, magnificent woman. She tossed the wooden staff to the side before stalking over to the small towel and water bottle she brought with her. She came back and lowered herself to the mat, but she hadn't brought mine or offered to share anything with me. The slight burned me more than any flame she could wield. I rose to a sitting position and brought my knees close to me. I rested my arms upon them and just looked at her, transfixed by the light playing off the sheen of her skin. It's impressive what you have absorbed in this short amount of time. You are a quick learner, even if you hate the way I train. Or me. I did not mean for that last part to slip out, but it was increasingly difficult to ignore how much this rift hurt. It was worse than any physical pain I had endured. Her eyes met mine before darting away quicker than I could gauge her expression.
You were definitely bossy when you train, but it makes sense.
She stretched her leg out, bumping her foot against mine. The contact was the first she had initiated outside of the ring. She realized what she had done, and her face dropped. She pulled her leg back and scooted a few inches away from me, and I had to will myself not to reach out and drag her back. I missed her playful swats and bumps. I just missed her. I apologize for my actions lately. I am growing frustrated with waiting, and it just has me on edge, I suppose.
You don't have to keep apologizing, Liam. Seriously, it's fine.
My brows furrowed as I turned to her completely. Diana, you keep saying that, but I really don't think it is fine. The doors behind us swung open, and Ethan strolled in, Drake at his heels. As per their norm, they were both dressed in all black, with Drake adding a hint of red. He reeked of illicit activities, layered with a hint of lavender. I didn't care for either scent, but at least he didn't smell of cinnamon.
Good news! The invite has been accepted.
Diana hopped to her feet, wiping her hands on the leggings that hugged her ass and legs.
Great. When do we leave?
Oh, anxious to leave me already?
Diana did not respond as she usually did. Maybe I was not the only one facing her wrath. Drake noticed, and his grin slid off his face. Ethan's eyes cut to his brother, then back to us.
Her condition is that she only wants me and a few members of my line. I feel she wishes to make peace, since the world believes Drake to be dead.
I don't trust Camilla, but I can look like anyone, so I can take Drake with me and...
Absolutely not. You will not leave me here while you walk into a trap, or worse.
You can't go with me. Not only would they recognize you, but you feel like a living supernova. Your power alone would alert them the second you step foot in the area.
Despite our audience, I squared off with her. How would she not sense you? Even if you change forms, otherworld creatures may recognize your power. You are not like them. You are a step above, if not more.
As insulting as that is, the World Ender has a point. Which is why we have these.
Drake stepped forward, holding a large engraved box. He opened it, revealing 2 silver chain-like bracelets. I studied them, able to sense the power radiating off them. What enchanted item is this?
The bracelets of Ophelia.
Diana looked up at Drake, her smile returning. My jaw clenched as I realized this was another thing they shared that I knew nothing about. Please explain. Diana's smile dropped as she turned toward me.
They're a treasure and extremely enchanted. They are strong enough to make any otherworld creature seem like a normal mortal. In short, they can cloak someone's power.
A mutual friend let me borrow them. So please, be careful and return them. I would like to not piss her off.
She met his gaze, a small smile dancing across her face as she took it from him. I couldn't watch her smile at him anymore and turned to Ethan. So, what is the plan? This plan is horrific. Drake sat on one of the nearby couches. We were upstairs in one of Ethan's old offices. There was a large painting of an elegantly dressed couple over a massive fireplace. Chairs and couches offered plenty of seating options, and bookcases lined the walls. His large desk was cluttered with papers and scrolls that we had studied the last few days, looking for something, anything, that could help us defeat Caden. The room was dimly lit. The only light we had turned on was the small one on the desk. I leaned against the fireplace, calling silvery flames to my hand, before smothering them in my fist. The light flickered as I borrowed the energy from it to create the fire. I used to do similar tasks when I was young to calm my nerves.
It will work. Trust me.
Ugh.
You really don't like me, do you?
Should I?
What's your problem? Besides the fact that you hate all otherworld creatures.
I do not hate all otherworld creatures. That is yet another story fabricated in the minds of those who do not know me.
My apologies, my king, but how many have you slaughtered? How many died before the realms were sealed?
I could see in the reflection of his eyes that mine had started to glow silver. I was so sick of history getting thrown back in my face by those who knew nothing of what had happened or what I had to become. You know nothing about me.
Oh, so it's because of Diana then? Are you threatened by me?
I dislike the way you speak to her at times, but threatened? Never. I have known many men like you. Gods, I used to be one. A simple flick of your finger and you can have any woman you want. Dozens at a time if you ask it.
Wait. When you say dozens at a time, do you mean that...
I raised my hand, cutting him off. That's not the point. The point is that Diana does not deserve to be spoken to like that, or treated as just a conquest. She's not an object for you and Caden to haggle over, so no, I do not like you. Nor will I pretend to be your friend. The only reason I have not killed you yet is that I promised Diana I would be on my best behavior. Even if she hates me at the moment, I will not go back on my word.
And you say you're not in love with her?
I am not. But she still deserves someone in her life that cares about her beyond the physical acts you keep suggesting. Someone that respects her and treats her as an equal, not some pawn. She has no one but her sister. His grin slipped as he folded his arms over his chest.
I agree. Gabby is her only family, and although we are friends, no one could get close to her. Caden wouldn't allow it. He kept her on a tight leash, sometimes literally from what I hear. I also think that Diana was afraid to get close to anyone because he would use them as weapons against her, just as he did Gabby.
My teeth ached with how hard I was clenching my jaw. I hated thinking of her living that life for centuries, alone and afraid to form any relationships. She had been surrounded by beings that actively sought to hurt her.
I wasn't trying to piss you off by asking if you love her, but maybe to make you realize the feelings you keep denying. I also wanted to make sure you weren't like Caden. We both can agree she is strong and beautiful, and that attracts powerful men.
So, you are saying that you are not in love with her?
I love her, but I am not in love with her. I have loved one woman in my entire existence, and she left a long time ago. I'm through with the whole love thing.
Loss and regret flashed across his features. It was a look I recognized for different reasons.
What about you? Have you ever been in love?
No, I never have. I've lusted, cared for others, but never loved. My father told me once that he would rip the known universe apart from my mother. I've never felt that way about anyone. Logan and Navera have been together for as long as I can remember. They are inseparable and have put their lives on the line to protect each other. Sure, I care for my friends, my lovers at the time, but never like that. Maybe it's the godly part of me, but I do not think I am made that way.
Made what way?
I did not turn to see Drake's face, knowing I had revealed too much of myself. I am a destroyer. The world ender in every aspect. I am everything you should fear. I mean that with every ounce of my being, and not in the egotistical way Diana assumes. I have burnt worlds to their core and slain beasts large enough to devour this castle. The books were not wrong about any of that. I've always been a weapon for my throne, my kingdom, and my family. The gods' war started because of me. My world is gone because of me. How is there any room left in me to love? It was quiet for a moment. And I wondered if he finally understood me enough to not make jokes or wise quips. I glanced at him to see he was staring at the same ember in the fireplace. There was no hint of the trickster that had been with us the last few weeks.
Don't you know? Love is the purest form of destruction there is. And you don't have to worry about Diana and me. We have been friends for centuries. Just friends. We have never and will never sleep together. I love her, but not the way you think. Ethan had an allegiance with Caden way before he became king. I was the one who found her begging and crying in that blistering desert. A plague had swept through Ioria, and many died. Caden and his horde took advantage of it. He was looking for the book even then. We had been there a few days. Many of the mortals had fled, seeking refuge from the sickness, so blood was scarce. I was out hunting and passed a worn-down home. The female voice from inside was sobbing and praying to anyone who might listen. I ripped the fabric covering the makeshift entrance aside and found her sitting with Gabby.
Someone please help!
Drake went quiet, obviously lost in the past. I waited, hungry for any information about Diana.
I thought of killing them both. They were mortal, and the illness had ravaged Gabby. She was dying. I could hear her heart stuttering. But Diana didn't care. She begged and pleaded, offering anything if I would save her sister, even herself. I don't know if it was her eyes, the way she spoke, or the complete and utter pain in her voice that reminded me so much of my lost love. But I couldn't let her die. So I took her to Caden. I didn't know at the time that there was a possibility his blood would turn her into a beast. Caden took a piece of her out and replaced it with a piece of himself. I always assumed he had put darkness in her. It was painful and terrible. She fought for days as she tried to stay mortal and alive, and against all odds, she did. She doesn't come from some mythic family background. She's just a girl who survived out of sheer force of will, and that makes her stronger than us. It made her deadly. He knew it. And the way he looked at her after that, I knew I had made a mistake.
My heart sank. It explained so much. Why Diana was the way she was. Why she would never give up on those she held close to her. She'd been a fighter from the very beginning. Incredible. She was incredible. You saved her and her sister that day. His eyes held pain as he faced me.
Did I? Or did I just create more chaos? Ethan hated me for years for it. He eventually got over it, but he hated me. He believes in the whole balance thing, like you. Diana and her sister were supposed to die that day, and he said I changed fate. He believes everything has a price.
It usually does, yes.
So, what's the price for her living?
His eyes begged for answers I did not have. That I do not know. I will say, regardless of her hostility and crude comments, Diana's existence is not the worst thing in the world. He forced a smile and wiped the side of his face with the back of his sleeve.
I'm nice to Diana and give her what I can because I know how Caden is, and I know part of it is my fault. She says we are overprotective, but someone has to be. So, no, you shouldn't feel threatened by me. But you should also stop trying so hard not to feel something for her. She may be the very creature you have been raised to destroy, but she is so much more than that. So much more. Take it from someone who lost their love. Don't take what you feel for granted. It is worth everything.
It's not like that with us.
Sure. That's why the two of you are practically inseparable. Why you can't keep your eyes off her. Why she was so pissed after what she learned about what Ethan and I said, and why you refused to share her bed with her.
I will admit it has become increasingly difficult to share the same bed with her. But she deserves better than me and this life she has been forced into. I wish for her the same thing she craves so desperately for Gabby. A life outside of monsters, blood, and fighting.
So that's what it is. Such a martyr. I hope you realize for both of your sakes what you're risking before he comes for her. And make no mistake, he will come for her. He's barely let her out of his sight for centuries.
I won't let him have her.
I hope not. Because if you do, you won't see her again.
The approach of heavy footsteps interrupted our conversation. Ethan paused in the doorway, adjusting the lapels and sleeves of his jacket.
Are we ready?
That is a terrible disguise. Ethan's voice dropped to the feminine one I'd grown so accustomed to, as he placed one hand on his hip.
Oh, come on. I thought it was perfect. I even have the bracelets. How did you know?
Because I have every part of you memorized. The posture, the way you carry yourself. Ethan does not walk or recline like that.
Touching, World Ender. I didn't know you cared.
The real Ethan walked up behind Diana. The two of them similar, but not.
What are you two losers talking about anyway?
Drake strode toward them, his cool and annoying demeanor returning.
Oh, just politics.
Her nose scrunched and she swatted at him, which was amusing given the form she wore.
Boring.
Drake raised the lapel of the thick black coat she wore.
It's a nice look, but you may need more cologne. I can still smell that lustful scent of yours.
The real Ethan rolled his eyes and shook his head. I met Drake's eyes, and for once I did not have the urge to rip his head off. I knew that the comments and joking were a way for him to make her smile. It was a form of penance. Diana walked toward me. A peculiar sight, knowing what lay beneath the fake exterior. She pulled out the silver chain bracelet, motioning for me to hold out my arm. I extended it, and she clasped the chain around my wrist. A small rush of air seemed to encompass me before disappearing.
Whew. Damn, those are strong. All jokes aside, I think it will work. I can't feel the thick, electrifying power in the house right now.
Ethan, the real Ethan, nodded.
It will work.
It didn't work. We had made a mistake. I tapped my foot lightly on the marble floor of the large villa. Several otherworldly creatures entered, flocking to the large pool area and the several juice bars.
Camilla always did have a flair for dramatics. Look at these lights. It's like we're inside a star.
She's spared no expense this time. That blood fruit cocktail is aged perfectly.
The inside of the villa was lit with hanging lights of gold, and soft rhythmic music filled the air.
Careful who you stare at too long. Not everyone here bites politely.
I heard the Vampire King himself is attending. Wonder what he looks like under all that power.
Stop it.
Liam's voice broke me from my daze. I glanced at him, our height almost equal now, which was another thing to adjust to. Stop what?
Fidgeting. Ethan does not do that. Hold your head high and act like a king.
Hi there, handsome.
Oh, I'm sorry. And how do kings act? He looked at me like I was kidding.
Like you. Cocky and arrogant because they know how powerful they are.
I feel like there was a compliment in there somewhere.
Maybe, maybe not. I will never admit to either.
I wanted to smile and maybe sneak in another sarcastic comment, but I couldn't. I was still mad. Hurt? I didn't know. All I knew was that I cared way too much about what he thought of me. I cared too much in general. As always, Gabby had been right. All I'd done was trade one powerful man for another, except this one found me repulsive. Liam avoided me like the plague, and I couldn't forget that fight in the study. His words had sent a sharp, piercing pain straight into my heart, and I still didn't understand why he had pushed me away. I thought he was my friend, and even though it hurt to admit it, I had wanted it to be something more. I spent my days locked in my room, even ignoring calls from my sister because she would know. She would figure out how much of a fool I was. I'd toss that damn flower in the trash the second I could, and its wilted, dried-up leaves mocked me from across the room. I was dreaming of men who gave me pretty dresses and prettier words, as if my world weren't fire and hatred and pain. Gods, was I so desperate for even a crumb of kindness? What a stupid, stupid girl.
What are you thinking about?
Liam's eyes narrowed on me. Nothing. Why?
Your scent and aura changed for a moment.
Whatever expression passed across my face, he'd noticed.
Also, Ethan does not slouch.
And how do you know so much? I pretended to look around as guests in black tie attire continued to arrive. I could feel Liam's eyes still boring into me.
I spent time with him while you were preoccupied.
I was getting annoyed with the weird jealousy he had toward Drake. Liam had made it clear he found me repulsive, so I didn't understand why he cared. He had no idea what Drake and I had been through together. Drake had helped me survive. I ignored his comment, the silence growing between us once again. That's how it had been since the study. He moved closer to me, his head lowering as if to whisper to me. My body tensed, and I wanted to lean into him.
How many do you think she summoned here?
Enough. Camilla was known for her lavish parties, another reason she and Drake got along so well. The estate was one of many, and located on a small unknown island close to San Paulo in El Genuma. It wasn't on any map, and she paid the government to keep it that way. I didn't know what that cost her, but it was enough that they also turned a blind eye to the strange disappearances that plagued the area. I didn't mention any of that to Liam. The less he knew right now, the better. The mansion was open and grand, meant to impress and awe. A large circular fountain sat in the middle of the open expanse. Several paths branched off from that central point, like the spokes of a wheel. Lush shrubs and small trees lined each walkway. Columns, far smaller than the ones I had seen in Liam's memories, decorated the first and second floors. Lights shone on both levels, the building itself curving toward the main entrance and the large stone pavilion in the front. The river ran nearby, and boats docked, disgorging guests in a steady stream. Of course, we had to arrive in a helicopter, which seemed excessive to me, but appearances and all. My guard suddenly stood straighter. Liam's back went taut, his shoulders squaring as a tall gentleman dressed in a white button-up and dark slacks stopped before us. Liam was acting the bodyguard he was supposed to be. The man gave a slight bow.
My liege, she will see you now.
It took me a second to realize they were addressing me. I had grown so accustomed to people bowing and fawning over Liam that I thought he was speaking to him. I recovered quickly and nodded once before straightening fully. If I was going to portray a king, I needed to act like one. There was no more time for games. I kept my head held high as we followed our escort through a small gathering of people. They made eye contact before dipping their heads. We entered a foyer, the lights dimmer here and the sounds of the gathering muted. A chill went up my spine, and the hairs on my arms rose. I stopped, the guards and Liam coming to a halt with me as I looked behind us. My nostrils flared as if I could smell whatever the fuck had me on edge. It was the same presence that had been at the festival in Tadiel. I was sure of it.
Caden has been following her.
Ethan's voice rang through my mind, but this wasn't Caden. I was intimately familiar with his power, and this wasn't it.
My liege?
His gaze followed mine. I turned back, adjusting my jacket and shaking my head once.
My apologies. I thought I saw someone I know.
He studied me for a moment before a brief smile curved his lips. He turned, extending his arm for us to continue toward the back of the house.
Just this way.
What is it? This is the second time you've done that.
Liam's voice was a whisper next to me as we followed the corridor. I don't know. Just be alert. He watched me out of the corner of his eye before glancing behind us once more. I hoped I was wrong. There was no way Caden would know what we had planned, let alone who we were visiting. It was impossible. I had made sure Drake stayed dead to everyone but me, and we had taken the safest route possible. But that chill, that feeling, told me we were being hunted. I just hoped I was wrong. We entered a room large enough to be a separate home. An oblong table greeted us first, several oval-backed chairs surrounding it. Beyond that were two crescent-shaped couches, white and gold pillows lining the thick cushions. A large window sat to our left, the jungle pressing against the glass. A chandelier dripping with crystals illuminated the space,
and flowering vines wrapped around the banister of the curving staircase.
Welcome, Vampire King.
Camilla's rich, sultry voice floated through the air, and her power filled the room. It pressed against my skin like the smoothest satin as she appeared on the balcony. Camilla's lips were painted a deep burgundy, enhancing their fullness and making her emerald eyes gleam. The beauty of her face was a lure that many men and women had fallen for. Most of them had not lived to regret it. Dark brunette waves cascaded over her shoulders as she started gracefully down the stairs. A toned, tanned leg slipped from the deep slit in her skin-tight black dress, one glossy-heeled foot after the other taking the steps. My breath hitched at her feminine perfection, and I wondered if Liam's did too. Despite her beauty, the click of her heels on the stairs was like nails on a chalkboard for me. I knew she was more than powerful enough to turn this night deadly.
Welcome to my other home.
She smiled coolly as she reached the last step, her hand resting on the railing. Her nails were the same shade as her dress and just as sharp as her tongue.
Thank you for accepting the invitation. Although your hesitance was concerning at first.
Act like a king, Diana. Act like a king.
Well, it's very hard to arrange a gathering this size. It was quite challenging trying to get everyone on time with all the conflicting schedules. You understand, right?
Her smile took on a seductive edge as she tipped her head toward me.
Of course.
I watched her carefully. Camilla's smile didn't slip as she strode toward the middle of the room. She stopped at the edge of the table, tapping those long nails against the top.
I must admit, I was quite surprised you were interested in my offer. I had assumed you and your kin were done with anything involving Caden, especially after he sent his bitch to kill your brother.
I swallowed, giving her no indication I'd felt that little jab.
Yes, well, if I can get a leg up on him, then so be it. Payback and all. You understand?
That I do. Why do you think I'm doing this? I now have something over him. Over many people, actually.
I nodded once as I had seen Ethan do, and held her gaze. He never broke eye contact.
Yes, from what I hear, you've found the Book of Azrael.
Oh, I found that. And something even better.
Several witches from the balcony slowly made their way down the stairs. 2 men headed toward the kitchen, a woman and another man coming to her side. The male held a chair out for her, and she sat down. The 2 attendants joined her once she was settled. Liam and I sat as the other 2 witches emerged from the kitchen with trays and several glasses filled with a bright red liquid. My nostrils flared, as did the guards. Blood. Fuck. Liam was not a vampire or a creature born to consume blood.
Drink?
The other 2 men stopped short, offering the glasses to the guards and me.
I made sure it was fresh for you and yours. A merchant who thought he could steal from me. Typical men, you know, afraid of women in power.
Very kind of you, but I am afraid we ate before heading here.
I offered a polite smile, keeping my hands folded in front of me. Her head tilted to the side, a puzzled look on her face.
Are you sure? You seem famished.
Was she testing me? Did she know? I absently ran a thumb across the bracelets around my wrists. No, I could still feel the magic against my skin. I was just paranoid. I held her gaze as I reached for a glass. The crimson liquid stained the crystal glass, and my heart jumped slightly. The beast inside of me rose to the surface. Thirsty. I was so thirsty. I had to drink it for appearance's sake. I smiled softly, careful not to show my teeth as I took the wine glass by the stem. The glass pressed against my lips, and the warm liquid touched the tip of my tongue. Fire exploded in my mouth. I couldn't hold back as I drained the contents faster than I'd intended. That old familiar craving came roaring back tenfold. I needed more. I felt my skin prickle, the Igmaruthan within me slithering, begging to be allowed off the leash.
Release me. I can end this. Let me show them what we really are.
Memories, brief and quick, slipped into my mind. A small man with scruffy hair, taking what looked like a stone of some sort. Pain accompanied a blast of magic.
The stone. Take it.
Do it now.
I saw Camilla's eyes watching from a dark corner.
Execute him.
And then, there was nothing. I handed the glass back as my guards did the same. I didn't look at Liam, not wanting to see his disgust at what I had just done. He already saw me as revolting, and watching me feed, even from a wine glass, probably solidified his opinion of me. From the corner of my eye, I saw him place an empty glass back on the tray. I kept my face impassive, but wondered how he'd gotten rid of the blood. Camilla's eyes gleamed as she continued to smile at me.
Theo, would you please take Mr. Vanderkai's guards out to enjoy the party? Oh, and the rest of the coven, too.
I held up my hand.
That won't be necessary.
Oh, yes, it will.
I watched as the woman beside her stood, motioning for the other witches to follow. They headed for the door, waving at my guards to follow. A man stopped in front of Liam.
Leave that one, please.
The man nodded and followed the others out.
I want 5 million in protection for me and mine.
Protection? Regardless of our familiar standing, I doubted your witches would want to be around.
Her eyes cut past me.
I'm not talking to you.
I felt my heart skip a beat when I realized who she was asking. She knew. Fuck.
Oh, everyone wants a deal.
She placed her hands on the table and stood in one fluid motion. Her movements were filled with graceful pride as she circled the table. Her eyes raked over Liam, as if she were memorizing every line and muscle hidden beneath the thin layer of the suit he wore. His hair was freshly clipped, the sides in a small fade. The dark strands atop his head were tamed by the gel Drake had forced on him. Liam was aware of his physical appearance and how others reacted to it, but he seemed to use it as he did any other weapon in his arsenal. Regardless of his intent, he drew attention wherever he went. Some of the members in Ethan's castle laughed and giggled every time he walked through the halls. Others stalked him just to catch a glimpse of him. He was gorgeous in a sickening way, and I knew it had not escaped Camilla's notice.
Let's just say we know real power when we see it.
She stopped short of us, her hand flat on the table and another on her hip.
How long have you known?
She glared at me, that fake politeness long gone.
First, the plane you took to get to Zaral crossed my border. You were in my territory for just a second, but it was half a second too long. I felt that sickening power of yours then. Second, Ethan stands lackeys for an invite when he hasn't reached out to anyone since you murdered Drake. Third, I would know the bracelets of that bitch Ophelia anywhere. And fourth, he is nothing if not godly. No mortal looks like that. Those bracelets might hold back a fraction of his true power, but his body is humming with it.
Please don't feed his ego. It's already big enough.
I can imagine.
Before I realized what I was doing, I was on my feet and I had a hold of her wrist. The beast inside me coiled. They both turned to look at me. Don't touch him. I am well aware of what you can do with your hands.
Ah, there's the real you.
Diana, it is okay. Let her go.
I didn't move.
Please.
The Igmaruthan beneath my skin answered.
She touched him. Rip her throat out. End her now.
My jaw clenched, but I let her go. She cradled her hand against her chest for a second before cautiously rotating her wrist. It must have been the blood she'd given me that was making me so erratic. My emotions were heightened. That was all. I stepped away, putting distance between us as Liam got to his feet. Camilla was staring at me with a smug grin. I wanted nothing more than to wipe that look off her face. My talons crawled from my fingertips, and I curled my hands into fists to hide them, the razor-sharp claws biting into my flesh.
Interesting. I had assumed, given your reputation, that you could seduce even a god.
I have not seduced anything.
But you have seen it, yes? It must be massive and overwhelming, almost too much for one person to contain, much less handle.
My head reeled back, and my body suddenly ran hot. What? No! Well, I mean once, but it was a weird dream thing. Wait, why are we talking about his penis?
I'm talking about his power.
My face felt as if it were on fire. The massive room suddenly felt too small. Oh. Yeah, I've seen that too. She shook her head and fixated on Liam.
I have heard stories, we all have, about the great world ender. It is rumored that your father could shape worlds, yet you end them. You have a power like no other.
With a single flick of her hand, the lights in the room grew brighter. Flames crackled in the fireplace behind her as a slow wind fluttered through the room. The curtains lining the large windows opened, the stars in the night sky casting a pale glow over the floor. I watched as her magic swirled in green tendrils, forming a small ball that she danced between her fingers.
I've shown you mine. Now show me yours.
I rolled my eyes at the obvious attempt at flirting. Good luck with that. Liam showed so little interest in physical pleasure that I would have sworn he was made of stone had I not borne witness to his past. The lights dimmed, and a bright silver orb spun into existence on Liam's palm. I squinted my eyes, unable to look directly at the small sphere. It was so bright that it was like looking at a miniature sun. Liam stared at Camilla, his expression of interest, one I had not seen him give anyone before. My insides twisted. Her eyes reflected the silver shine from his energy as she leaned in closer.
It's so beautiful and powerful. I can feel it.
The way she said that had me gritting my teeth hard enough to crack my jaw.
Thank you. Yours is very impressive as well. The feel of your magic reminds me of a goddess from my time.
The goddess Cryella? You knew her?
Oh, trust me, he did. They ignored me. Lost in some weird magic-wielding stare-off.
Yes, I did. Cryella was the first to wield and bend magic. How did you learn? How did you know? Are you a descendant? She bore no children.
Camilla's lush lips curved in a bright smile as she tossed the green ball from one hand to the other.
No, not a descendant, but her teachings have been passed down for generations.
Liam seemed awestruck, and it made me sick.
Impressive. Truly. Mastering a skill like yours can take years. Yet your appearance is quite the opposite of aged.
Her smile nearly outshone the brightness of his power. She looked at him, taking the compliment, whether he meant it that way or not, to heart. Bile rose in my throat, the creature inside me snapping its jaws.
It's all energy. It belongs to no one. We just use and protect it. We practice, we focus, but we don't overuse.
Great. They had similar mantras concerning the use of their power. It was not surprising that Camilla would take a jab at the blatant power Caden forced us to wield. Especially since it highlighted another difference between Liam and me. But it was the only way I knew, and it got the job done.
Truly, your control of your gift is astonishing.
Thank you. Now, time for business. I'll tell you where the book is, for a price.
You already named your price, Camilla.
That I did. But I want it sealed.
Sealed? You are out of your fucking mind if you think you're gonna bind yourself to him in any way. Camilla's brows shot upward, but I didn't care how I sounded or if I was overstepping. I knew some magic, especially dark, required blood to make a deal fully binding. I was no witch, and I couldn't cast or bind anything, but just the power of our combined blood had tethered our deal. There was no way I was going to allow Camilla to follow suit.
Protective of the world ender, Diana? How cute. Do you speak for him too?
No, she does not.
I shook my head and turned away. He didn't know what Camilla would ask. She may look sweet and tempting, but a cold, conniving bitch lived beneath her skin. I didn't know what I'd expected. When had he ever listened to me?
Good.
She clasped her hands together and took another step toward him. She glanced between Liam and me.
I want it sealed with a kiss.
What? I'm not kissing him. Liam turned away from me, but I caught his expression of what looked like pain. But that couldn't be right. It was probably just disgust. I knew he would never agree to kiss me, not even to find the book. Liam kissed goddesses, not monsters. I couldn't kiss him, for a completely different reason. I knew it would end me, and I would be lost. There was a part of me so hungry and desperate for his touch that I didn't dare acknowledge it. Instead, I buried it under jokes and sarcasm. I'd used Drake to distract myself from my growing feelings for Liam. I kept my desire hidden, but I could not hide from myself. If I kissed him, I knew he would figure it out, and I didn't know if I could bear his rejection again. She turned toward me, all pride and arrogance, a slow smile curving her lips.
Not from you. From me.
My blood boiled. No. I thought the word had come from Liam, and was a little shocked to realize I had said it. The dark part of me was strong and making its presence known. It was because I had fed. At least, that was what I was telling myself. She smiled once more, cold and cruel because she knew she had power over me in that moment.
I don't think it's up to you. After all, you don't make decisions for him, as he said.
She leaned in, pressing against Liam as she raised that perfectly manicured hand and placed it on his cheek.
So, World Ender. What will it be? I'll give you the book's location, and all you have to do is kiss me.
I watched as his eyes dipped to her lips, a cold flash of anger ripping through my body. Seriously? You're considering this? I didn't care how I sounded. His eyes cut to mine. His gaze was sharp and held no hint of humor or any trace of the Liam I had spent time with these last few months.
It is but a kiss, Diana. Why does it matter?
Why does it matter? My chest tightened. He said it as if it didn't mean anything. And maybe it didn't matter to him. Maybe I had read too much into the stolen glances and intimate secrets we had shared. Obviously, what I felt was all one-sided. Oh, what a fool I was. I had fallen for someone who had no intention of catching me. You're right. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Her hand gently cupped his jaw as he lowered his head toward hers. Stupid, stupid girl. I gripped the arms of the suit jacket so tightly that I almost ripped the fabric. I had hoped it would be quick. Liam didn't seem the type to lust after anyone. After what I had seen in the blood dreams, I knew he had been highly sexual at one point. But during the weeks I had slept with him, he had not tried to touch me intimately, and he'd had no physical reaction, not even in the mornings. I had assumed those bodily functions had died with the trauma of his past. I was wrong. What started out as a simple kiss soon deepened. Liam tilted her head to the side, devouring her mouth. I refused to turn away, even when he let out a noise I had only heard from him in one of those damned dreams. He was enjoying it. Tears threatened to blind me, but I would watch this, and I would let it kill what I felt for him. I had been so wrong. Liam did have those feelings. He just didn't have them for me. I guess you had to be a goddess or a magic-wielding, beautiful witch to get his attention. Maybe Camilla was less of a monster. After what felt like an eternity, they separated.
You really are everything they said.
One more comment and I swore I would lose my grip on my more homicidal tendencies. I finally allowed myself to look away, not giving a fuck what that revealed of my emotions. I was pissed, but had no right to be. It was well known that Liam hated my kind. I was so angry with myself, and I felt so foolish. The one person I wanted, I couldn't have. Liam was not mine, and I was not his. We weren't even friends. I was a weapon. It was my own stupid fault for thinking I could be anything other than a tool to him or Caden.
Everything all right, Diana?
I met her gaze, knowing my face showed every bit of the anger and hurt I was feeling. Vasky Lomdermoy.
So it's true. Igmarutans are territorial.
I didn't say anything. The beast in me was snarling and clawing, begging for freedom, begging to rip her to shreds.
She mocks us? Let me paint these walls with her blood and end her pathetic existence.
Camilla smiled brightly. Her red-stained mouth was swollen, smudged, and matching Liam's. She had won. She hated me because she felt I had taken a spot away from her. Now she had taken something from me. A kiss I hadn't known I even wanted. To her, we were even. I couldn't look at Liam. I could feel the heavy weight of his gaze, and I knew he wanted me to meet his eyes, but I didn't care.
Now that we settled that, let the party begin.
I didn't turn or move, but my stomach dropped when I smelled the overpriced cologne.
Hello, Diana.
We had been set up. Santiago.
Sorry to interrupt. It looks like your new boyfriend was having fun.
Santiago smiled at Liam and the red lipstick on his lips. Santiago, Caden's witch bitch. You look nice. Don't tell me you dressed up just for me. How many times do I have to tell you? No means no. Several of his coven stood on either side of him, all dressed in overpriced suits with those fucking leather shoes. I hated leather shoes.
I missed that mouth. So has Caden.
Oh yeah? I swallowed enough air to incinerate him and this entire building, but I didn't get a chance to use it. Camilla called forth that green, wispy magic and threw it at me.
Diana!
I landed in one of the chairs, and it rocked precariously, but corrected itself before it toppled over. Green, glowing loops bound my wrists and ankles. I tried to break the fragile-looking vines, but it felt like an anchor was sitting on any part of my body they touched. I glanced up, seeing she had Liam strapped to the farthest wall with the same green bands biting into his wrists and legs. She had used several more on him, a stronger bond to hold a stronger being. My chair slid back toward the table, the legs scraping across the floor before coming to an abrupt halt, making my head jerk forward. You bitch! My form rippled and bent. The shape and masculinity I had imposed upon my body dissolved, and I was no longer the vampire king, but myself. His clothes melted away with the facade, revealing the white lace top and pantsuit I wore. Camilla's eyes roamed over my outfit.
Well, don't you look lovely? All dressed up like a boss, when we know you're more of a groveling bitch.
My head whipped toward her. I was furious. With everything that had been building between Liam and me, waiting for this stupid meeting and being set up again, I was ready to rain fire. Groveling? Last I remember, you were on your knees more than I ever was, Camilla.
Ladies. Fight later. We're in a time crunch.
His smile was overly cocky as he looked toward the far wall. Liam's eyes bled silver as he struggled against Camilla's power. She stood in between us, one hand raised toward me, the other toward Liam. She pushed more power toward him. I could see the beads of sweat forming on her forehead. He was fighting to get free, and from the looks of it, he was about to.
So you're him? The world ender?
Liam's gaze snapped to Santiago, and he gave him a once-over.
And you are a dead man if you lay a hand on her.
Aw, Diana! I think he is sweet on you. How cute.
I ignored his comment, looking from him to Camilla and back. So, you two are friends now, huh? Guess I shouldn't be surprised.
Us? Who betrayed who first, Diana? Where is Alistair?
I leaned forward as far as I could. Unbind me and I'll show you.
Caden wants you back, and he put an exquisite price on your head. You should have been smart like Camilla. She is promised a seat after helping to bring in you, him, and that damned book.
My guts sank, knowing what awaited me once I was back. I would probably never see the light of day again. He would keep Gabby from me. I knew I would never see her again. You'll have to drag me back, and I will fight you every step of the way. Santiago's eyes flamed green with the force of his power as he leaned forward, his hands pressed flat against the table.
We have a long trip ahead, and you'll be begging to go back by the time I am done with you. I will make sure of it, and I will enjoy it.
You'll die if you try.
Shut him up, Camilla.
Another coil of magic wrapped around my throat, pushing my head back. It pulled tight, forcing my jaw closed. I bit my tongue hard enough that I tasted blood. My head spun and my vision was going black from lack of oxygen. As quickly as it began, it subsided.
Speak again and I'll pop her precious little head right off.
She released a tiny bit of her power. Stop the idle threats. I looked at each of them, tossing the loose tendrils of hair from my face. He is only here for the book, just like the rest of you idiots. So stop with the empty threats, shall we? I gave Liam a pointed look. He seemed to understand that I wanted to keep them talking. The tension in his jaw eased, and I saw his muscles relax a bit. He was still testing and pushing at his bonds, but he turned his attention back to Santiago.
Is this your plan? Work with the World Ender and kill Caden? Caden can't die. You know that. Does he?
Liam's eyes narrowed at that new little tidbit of information. Everyone thought Caden couldn't die, but that was because no one ever attempted it. Where is he? If he is immortal and so all-powerful, why doesn't he just come and get me himself? All I see is him ordering his fucking flunkies to drag me back. That's what you are. You know that, right? He doesn't give a shit about you or anyone. Only himself. Santiago adjusted his suit and stepped between my open knees. He leaned in close and brushed the back of his knuckles against the curve of my cheek, tucking the disheveled strands of my hair back from the side of my face. My whole body revolted. I leaned as far away from him as I could. The magic shackles and collar cut into my skin, but I didn't care.
Well, I guess it's a good thing I'm not desperate for his love.
That stung. I ground my teeth and tried to think of a way to disarm Camilla's spell, so I could kill everyone in this room.
It really was a valiant attempt, but we both know there is no way you can outsmart him, let alone beat him. You should have kept your perfect ass where it was. Oh well.
He reached behind him, pulled out a gun, and pointed it at me. He flicked the safety off before cocking it and placing it next to my temple. You're so weak. You had to bind me to beat me. Some man. His lips curled, and I knew I'd hit a nerve. Good. What are you gonna do, Santiago? Shoot me? It won't kill me.
It won't, but it will make it easier for us to drag you back.
I paused as what he'd said sunk in. I tried to look at him. Us? He pointed toward the large window on the other side of the room. I felt my pulse quicken as several pairs of glowing crimson eyes looked at me from the jungle. 4 large figures stood close to the glass, their horned wings extended. They grinned like primates, exposing sharp black teeth. One pressed its clawed hand against the window, its thick talons waiting to shred me to pieces. Another ran a thick black tongue up and down the glass, leaving a trail of slime in its wake. I could see several more sets of red eyes behind them. Fuck. That's what I had felt. Santiago had brought the Irvakuva. He had brought a lot. We were so fucked. Thunder rolled off in the distance as lightning flashed across the sky, a storm I didn't know was coming. Irvakuva? Seriously? I knew they would be a problem. They could seriously hurt me with their talons and teeth, hurt me enough to slow me down. And if he had brought as many as I thought, we were in deep shit. He pressed the gun harder against my temple.
I'll give you credit, Diana. Your little mutiny set his nerves on edge. But no matter what form you take or the friends you surround yourself with, you will always belong to him, Caden's pathetic whore.
I turned toward him and spat in his face. He reeled back, using his sleeve to wipe away the spittle. I love how men like you throw those words around like it's supposed to hurt, to mean something. Yet you're the same man who cried when he couldn't get his dick sucked. The humor drained from his face, along with the color. The powerful coven leader who could have anyone he wanted cried like a baby because he was told no. Who's pathetic now? He raised the gun, resting the barrel against my forehead.
You're a bitch.
I know. He pulled the trigger. I saw the flash, but I was gone before I heard the echo of the gunshot.
The force of the gunshot caused the chair to fall over. Panic gripped me as I saw Diana's body topple to the side. The wall that held me cracked and groaned as power, pure and blinding, shook the entire foundation. Debris rained down before us as thick bands of silver lit up beneath my skin, and I knew my eyes matched. My muscles clenched, straining the green magic tendrils holding me to the wall. I ached to rip this house from its foundation and destroy everyone inside. But I could not do so after what Camilla had shown me. Visions had ripped through my subconscious as she kissed me. Images of Azriel's daughter, the book she possessed, and the town where she'd stayed filled my mind. Camilla had been working against Caden for some time.
He's watching. If you care about her, you play along. I've been working against Caden far longer than you know.
I would have done anything to keep Diana safe. But the pain I'd witnessed on the facade of Ethan's face had twisted my insides. I knew I may have done irreparable damage to the brand new connection between us.
You will meet oblivion for that.
Santiago held that gun towards her limp form.
Oh, yeah?
Santiago fired twice more. A cruel and sickening smile upon his face. I could see Diana's body jerk with each crack of sound. I pulled at my bindings as the wind began to howl. The pulse of the approaching storm matched my beating heart. Camila's eyes flicked to mine in warning.
Do you have to do that?
Call me a sadist.
I marked him for death.
Now, we have a flight to catch.
He set the gun on the table before adjusting his sleeves. I could not let him take her. My muscles clenched as I prepared to rip myself from the wall, but I stopped as the lights flickered. Everyone froze as darkness grew from every corner.
What are you doing?
It is not me. Black smoke curled around the edges of the table, as a deep, vicious growl came from beneath. The room stilled as a wave of power rose from the floor. It wavered in the air like heat waves. My heart skipped as the power brushed against mine, and I got a taste of it. It damn near rivaled my own in intensity. The table flew through the air with such force that it crashed against the ceiling, raining debris on the room. Diana. It was the only thought I had, as a large, sleek black beast launched itself at Camilla. It landed on her, teeth and claws flashing. The green bands dropped from my body, and I slid down the wall, landing on my feet. Santiago met my gaze, his eyes widening. Pure blind rage consumed me as I looked at him. I had never felt the desire to shred a being with my bare hands. He would die screaming for what he'd done to her. His throat bobbed once as he read the expression on my face. He shuffled backward, raised his hands, and clapped once, disappearing from the room in a flash of green light. Fucking coward. An ear-shattering scream rang out, followed by a loud crunch. I turned and grabbed at the thick fur of the beast Diana wore as she mauled and clawed Camilla. I yanked her off. One of her massive paws swiped at me, branding my chest.
Not her! We need her!
I tossed Diana back, separating them. Her claws dug into the floor, tearing deep furrows into the stone until she came to a stop. Her red eyes bored into mine. A thick black tuft of hair raised along her back as she bared her teeth at me in defiance. Then her gaze locked onto something behind me, and her snarl grew to a roar. More flashing green orbs flew into the room, aiming for her. Santiago may have left, but his coven stayed and still planned to take her. Blood dripped from her jowls as she snarled and raced past me. Her speed was blinding. I turned in time to see her jump on a witch, her momentum sending them tumbling through the open door and out of sight. I had a split second to formulate a plan before the thick glass windows behind us shattered. A howl screech filled the room as the ear Vikuva flew into the room. I shifted my body to protect Camilla. Chaos ensued as the witches that came with Santiago opened fire. Bullets bit into my side, legs and arms, which only pissed me off more. Mortal weapons were a mere annoyance for me, but the Witch Queen might be a different story. A single ring vibrated on my hand as I called forth my shield. The length covered my body with my father's three-headed beast sigil in the middle. I crouched with it in my hand, the bullets ricocheting off of it. I called on a fraction of my power to throw tables, chairs, and glass in all directions. Witches and a few of the Irvikuva fell, bleeding from where they had been struck by the shrapnel. I dragged Camilla up by her arm, her blood-soaked feet slipping as we ran. We made it outside, the sound of a loud boom following us as the top floor detonated. I smelled the flames, and smoke soon followed as the whole building shook. The lights flickered as water poured from the ceiling. Diana. I needed to get to her, but first, I had to deal with Camilla. I called my shield back into my ring and crouched over her bloody form. My hands lit with silver, the glow dancing over her body, healing the cuts and gashes that Diana had caused. You helped me with the book, so I'll honor our deal. You take the ones closest to you and leave this island. I have to go find Diana. Roars sounded behind me, and I spun to my feet. I lifted my hand, silver lines bursting to life along my forearm. I shot a ball of energy toward the beasts charging us from the open door. They disintegrated, their bodies crumbling to ash and blowing away between one breath and the next. I felt a tug on my sleeve and glanced back at Camilla. She was using me for a bit of leverage as she struggled to stand. When she finally managed to get to her feet, her legs were wobbly, and she pressed one hand against the nearest tree.
She cares about you. You would need to remember that to make it through what Caden has planned.
I didn't really understand what she was trying to tell me, but I nodded. I think you might have ruined that.
No. I only made her see.
A scream echoed through the villa, the sound piercing the noise of battle. I looked up to see a man thrown from the balcony. When I turned back, Camilla was gone. I stepped back into the mansion just as a large explosion shook it. Monsters and mortals screeched in terror and pain. Flames licked at the ceiling as a large billowing cloud of smoke pushed downstairs. Diana. I turned, shielding my eyes from the thick orange glow. The foliage outside smoldered, and several people, friend or foe, I could not tell, ran around in flames. The large villa shook once more, the explosion followed by a pained screech and a curse. She was hurt. I didn't hesitate or think as I launched myself through several tons of stone and brick to land on the top floor. I had a split second to ponder calling forth the Oblivion Blade, but I couldn't risk it. My fingers clenched as I called the silver ablaze weapon, gripping it tighter as I squinted through the hazy smoke.
Diana, where are you?
Movement came to my left. The heartbeat of the creature unnatural as I swung my blade. A foul odor followed as the beast's head thudded to the floor. Several more appeared out of the smoke, obviously searching for her. They had lost her, but they spotted me and charged. I dove and slid across the ash-covered floor, cutting their legs off at the knee. I stood and stabbed all three in the skull. I felt the pull of her and was running toward the sound of a scuffle before I had consciously registered it. I skidded to a stop in the doorway of what used to be a study. The room was dark and a mess of ruined furniture. Curtains billowed in the wind as the Irvikuva fought a creature much more skilled and faster than them. They were already dead. They just didn't know it yet. Shadows appeared and disappeared, hitting them with punches and kicks. Diana. She methodically dismembered them. Heads rolled, their black teeth gnashing and their crimson eyes wide. Blood sprayed the floor, ceiling, and walls. I was impressed, but I was always impressed with her. My mouth turned into a frown as I realized she didn't need my help after all. The building shook once more, and I grabbed onto the doorframe to steady myself. I could hear the infrastructure bend and tear. I knew the house was on the verge of collapse. Hot breath tickled the hairs on the back of my neck. I spun, angling my blade upward and cutting the head off another beast. Its body crumpled to the ground as I completed my spin, coming full circle. Diana stepped from the shadows. The cream-lace pantsuit she wore was covered in blood and filth. She raised her clawed hand, wiping blood from her mouth with the back of it. Her eyes were pits of crimson rage as she focused on me. For a moment, I, slayer of beasts, destroyer of worlds, feared her. Diana.
What?
I held my hand out to her. The building is about to fall. We're leaving. She looked at my outstretched hand as if I were offering her sour milk. She turned away, her lip curling in disgust. The hull was engulfed in flames, the demonic form silhouetted in the thick smoke. The Irvakuva strode through the fire unharmed. Of course. They were born from Caden, and Diana's powers came from him as well. Diana stepped forward, aiming for the hull, her claws extended and ready to fight. I grabbed her around the waist and pulled her against me before launching us through the ceiling. I used my hand to cradle her head close to me, protecting her from the brunt of the impact. The night sky greeted us for a split second as I headed for the cover of the jungle. My vision cleared as we got further away from the burning building. I dropped us to the forest floor with a loud thud. The moment our feet touched the ground, she shoved me away. I stumbled but quickly righted myself. I grabbed her arm, pulling her back to me a little too forcefully. Diana slammed against my chest.
What are you?
I covered her mouth with my hand and looked behind me. The beasts screamed as they burst from the burning mansion, taking to the sky in search of us. I slowly removed my hand from her mouth before pressing my index finger to my lips, shushing her. Her eyes remained crimson fire as she glared at me, but she did not speak. I raised one arm, energy falling off me in small waves. The temperature dropped, and the wind slowly picked up, fog creeping in from every direction. It was thick enough to confuse them and hide us, blanketing the surrounding forest in a misty haze. Thunder echoed nearby. The storm I had summoned in my rage at seeing her hurt, drowning out any sound of conversation. They would not be able to find us now. I looked down at Diana, dropping my arm. Okay, now we can... She pushed off me hard enough to rock my shoulder back.
Don't touch me! Don't ever touch me!
Her shoes sunk into the soft, dense ground as she practically ran from me.
Diana, where are you going?
She threw her hands in the air, the thunder around us covering her yells.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'll find a way out of this damned fog you made, and then I'll walk out of this jungle, since I can't very well fly with those damned creatures around.
I almost tripped over a thick vine as I followed after her.
Will you just wait up? I don't know my way around here.
Great. Maybe you'll get lost.
That was rude.
I seriously do not care, Liam.
I understand your hostility. Consuming blood heightens Igmor-Ruthan emotions. And I would assume since you haven't partaken in a while, your body is in sensory overdrive. She spun, the sudden movement causing her to nearly slip on the slick ground. Her arms windmilled as she struggled to regain her footing.
Yes, Liam, give me a fucking history lesson while we're stuck here. Tell me more about myself. You know what else your stupid, prestigious teachings obviously didn't tell you? We fucking have feelings! I will not be a pawn for you, for Caden, for anyone. Do you understand? You're so lucky I can't fly away right now without risking exposure, because so help me gods, I would leave you so fast. I would take Gabby and you'd never see me again.
Her words stung, and my heart hammered in my chest. Leave me. I did not like the way that sounded, or that she clearly considered it. I tried to mask the pain that suddenly made my stomach drop and my chest tighten. I'd find you.
How about you worry about that stupid book you all have a hard-on for?
You made a deal, Diana. You cannot leave me nor break it, regardless of your bad mood. I watched her fist clench as her gaze grew deadly.
Bad mood? You are so lucky I can't throw a fireball at your head right now.
Listen, I know the fresh blood in your veins has you.
This has nothing to do with that.
Then what is it? Is this because of your friend Camilla? Her crimson eyes narrowed into slits, and at that moment, I was afraid she would incinerate me on the spot.
Friend? She's more your friend now that you practically deep-throated her with your tongue.
She turned and headed deeper into the forest. She almost slipped again, grabbing onto a nearby branch to steady herself. The mix of her words confused me for a brief second, before realization clicked into place, and relief flooded through me. I had feared I had destroyed what was between us, but Camilla had been right. If Diana were truly done with me, she would have left regardless of the danger. Instead, she was spitting at me. Oh, she was angry, but she wasn't done. I shook my head, but was not stupid enough to show her my amusement or relief. She did not want to leave me. She was just upset that I'd kissed Camilla. I did not move an inch as I called out to her, folding my arms.
You look absolutely ridiculous in your attempt to stomp away.
Well, you look ridiculous always.
Your rebuttal is that of a child.
She stopped, spun around, and stomped back toward me. Flames burst into life around her hands as she curled them into fists. Without pausing, she threw a fireball at my head. I ducked, the flames singeing my hair as it whizzed by. I continued to dodge as she tossed not one, but two more. They sizzled and died as they met the wet forest floor.
Did you just call me a child?
It is how you are acting. Her eyes narrowed. The flame still wrapped around her hand echoed in her crimson irises as she raised her hand and pointed at her forehead.
I'm sorry. Who just got shot in the head while you were busy sticking your tongue down Camilla's throat?
My chest ached at the memory of the noise. Her body falling, and Santiago's smile. He had grinned, as if shooting a bound woman was something to be proud of. He would pay greatly for that the second I got my hands on him. But I had to address her jealousy and pain before I could get to that. Santiago will perish for what he did to you. And there was that was very little tongue. And for your information, she showed me where our next target is. She folded her arms over her chest, extinguishing the flames on her hands. She looked away as pain twisted her gorgeous features once more.
Oh, that's lovely. I'm glad your makeout session helped us solve a riddle. Congratulations. Do you want a prize?
Why are you so upset? Her head snapped toward me, and she advanced on me once more.
Upset? Why am I upset? You chose her over me. You know, your actual partner. I know your strength. You could have busted out of her control, but no, I had to get shot several times. Then the second I try to kill her, you toss me off like I mean nothing. When I'm the one risking my life, my friends, and my only blood to help you. I should have left Logan on that fucking burning street and killed Caden myself.
She turned away once more, stomping off, and I didn't follow her this time. Instead, I appeared in front of her, grabbing her arms and making her stop. Hey! I did not choose anyone over you. Her eyes blazed once more.
Let me go.
I did, but she didn't move away, so I went on. Diana, she showed me visions when she kissed me. Showed me what our next move is. She has been working undercover like you this entire time. That is all. And the only reason she kissed me. She looked up at me from under her lashes, pain still shadowing the depths of her eyes.
Is that why she brought Santiago in?
I cannot speak of that. What I do know is that I promised to dismember Santiago when we next cross paths. And you know I keep my word. She was silent, and I was half tempted to step back, afraid she would set me aflame. I knew her temper was still present. I could feel it.
No.
No.
I want to dismember him.
I smiled. She still did not look at me, just kept her gaze locked in the distance. I carefully reached out, removing one of the several leaves littering her hair. We will talk about it. Diana looked at my hand before lightly slapping it away.
Don't touch me. Don't try to be nice to me right now. You have Camilla breath.
My smile grew as she seemed to lose some of that intense fire. I don't see the big deal. It's no worse than you and Drake's constant flirting, or the laughter you two share over jokes I do not understand. At least I have gathered information. She tipped her head, her eyes roaming mine.
Is that what that was? Payback? Were you trying to make me jealous?
The way she asked made nerve endings I had not used in centuries come alive. And the part of me I had silenced in order to survive screamed awake. When she had reacted with disgust at the idea of kissing me, it had stung. I had never been rejected. And maybe it was just ego, but I had a feeling it was more than that. She didn't know how badly I wanted it to be her lips beneath mine. I could still taste the red stain of Camilla's lipstick on my mouth, and I wanted to erase every trace of it with the taste of Diana. It was an intense burning desire that tore at my very being. Are you jealous? A part of me prayed to the old gods that the answer was yes. Diana took a step closer without seeming to realize it. Her body was a few inches from mine, her scent imprinting itself on my mind with each breath. We were too close. And not just physically, but mentally as well. She consumed my thoughts, making me feel and question everything.
Do you want me to be?
Diana's gaze dropped to my lips. Her tongue darted out, leaving the plump curve of her bottom lip glistening. I ached to accept her invitation, savoring the feel and taste of her until only her scent lingered on my skin. I wanted to claim her as mine. I knew nothing of love. But I knew I wanted her, needed her, and dreamed of her. It was the most inappropriate and irresponsible thing I could ever want for myself. I just wanted to feel, and a single touch from her set my body alight. I wanted her hands on every part of me, and I wanted it more than I had ever wanted anything. It was the most selfish desire in the world, but I wanted her more than a crown, more than a throne, more than air. I had confirmation that the Book of Asriel existed, and the threat of war loomed. But all my thoughts centered on Diana. Camilla was correct. She had seduced me. More than that, she owned me, and she didn't even know it. I moved a fraction of an inch closer, and lifted my hands to cup her face. My fingers brushed behind her ear, my thumb tracing her cheek as I leaned in. Diana's lips parted in invitation, but then her body jerked, and her features contorted in pain before I could accept. Her brow furrowed as blood filled her mouth. She looked down, and I followed the path of her gaze, seeing the long, curved talons piercing her midsection. My head snapped up, and I stared into the blood-red eyes of one of the Irvikuva. He smiled triumphantly at me over her head, displaying a mouth full of pointed black teeth.
Liam!
I was too slow. Diana's fingertips brushed mine as she was yanked into the thick brush and out of sight. Fuck. The word Diana frequently used passed through my mind. I'd been so distracted that I hadn't sensed the creature until it was too late. My head throbbed as images from my nightmares assaulted my mind. There was blood. So much blood on her chest, her ashes. No, she couldn't die, wouldn't die. I would rip the very fabric of this world to atoms. Pain laced her voice, and it broke something inside of me.
He plans to rip everyone to pieces to get back what is his. You understand that?
Diana! Where are you?
Trees, shrubs, nothing stood in my way as power shot through me. I plowed through the jungle at an alarming rate, leaving nothing but flattened vegetation in my wake. I skidded to a halt, the ground beneath my feet bending. Her voice came from every direction. I won't let him have her.
I hope not, because you won't see her again if he does.
Diana!
I heard nothing but animals clearing the forest. I closed my eyes, concentrating and trying to remember everything I'd learned on how to focus. Failure was not an option for Diana. I could do anything. The forest fell quiet again. The snap of a branch above me, sounding like a gunshot in the silence. My eyes shot open, meeting the red eyes glowing from the treetop. Talons dug into the bark of the trunk as the creature crept down the tree head first, like some warped lizard. Its wings, thick and heavy, spread and closed as it continued to grin, its teeth covered in blood. Diana's blood.
Liam!
I spun. Another creature stalking out of the bushes behind me. Its wings curving back as if it had just landed. They could mimic. Where is she? My power pulsed with each beat of my heart, making the trees and foliage vibrate in time. The first creature jumped, the ground shaking with the impact of his feet hitting the forest floor. I angled my body to keep them both in sight. The Irvakuva towered over me, its grin too large and exposing the jagged black teeth that dripped tissue.
Too late, world ender. You failed again. She returns to the master now.
Its tremendous head came closer, the stench of its breath overwhelming.
In pieces.
The words coursed through me, awakening something dark I had kept hidden for eons.
I heard he will take her back in pieces if he has to.
Its smile froze in stunned shock, and its gaze dropped, looking at its midsection in confusion. Without making a sound, its body convulsed. It took a step back before turning into thick black dust. I had not known I could call the Oblivion Blade forward that quick, but I did not have the time to overthink it. The silver lines etched my body in patterns that twisted and zigzagged toward my face. The second creature looked at me, then at the blade I held. Thick black and purple smoke oozed from the weapon. The sword was not silver or gold, like the spear my father and the gods kept. Mine was the absence of all color, absorbing all light. It was a true death blade. The Oblivion Blade was the one I'd made during my ascension. The legend of it had been passed down through time. A story told of how I ended worlds and the weapon that made it possible. Even the old gods feared it, and I had promised myself I would never summon it again. I had thought there was nothing that could force me to break my vow. But the way these creatures had mocked Diana, her pain, and her fate had proven me wrong. Diana was worth it, and I would risk it all for her. I smiled and unleashed. A flick of my ring, and silver armor erupted over my body, covering me from head to toe. I would go to war for her. Oh, don't run now. We're just getting started. I followed, shooting into the air behind it. It screeched like a wounded animal, fear and panic echoing through the night. I projected myself farther and faster. As I slid past it, I turned my blade sideways, cutting it in half. Its screams died as it turned to ash. I hovered, spinning in the sky, looking for my next target. In the distance, a plume of thick orange flame burst into existence. Diana. I didn't hesitate to wheel my body forward, flying toward her with all the speed I could muster. My only goal was to save her, help her. The ground shook from my landing, startling four more of those ghastly beasts. The half-burned body parts of their brethren littered the area. Diana had fought, and fought well, but it wasn't enough. She was wounded and outnumbered, but I was here now. The remaining four creatures were dragging a kicking and clawing Diana toward a massive hole in the ground. It was burning, sending thick black smoke into the sky. They were taking her back to him. No. They took one look at me and sped up. Their powerful wings opened, and they jumped, trying to make it to that hole with her. I threw my blade, aiming it like a spear. It caught the one holding her the tightest, and the ear of Vakuva disintegrated upon impact. As Diana fell, I jumped, calling the blade back to my ring. I landed hard next to the burning pit. Diana clung to the edge, the remaining 3 beasts pulling at her, determined to drag her in. That was my girl. I grabbed her wrists as the beasts below scratched and pulled at her legs. She maneuvered, using one of the kicks I had taught her, and hit one hard enough to send it falling. It disappeared into the fire below. I pulled as hard as I could, dragging her out and clasping her close. I knew I was holding her too tight, but I wasn't sure I could let her go. 2 monstrous heads popped up. The Irvakuva gasped with their clawed hands, reaching for her, intent on finishing their mission. I cradled her against me as I summoned the Oblivion Blade once more. Close your eyes. She nodded and buried her face against the armored plates on my shoulder, clinging to me. I tossed the blade, flipping it and grabbing the hilt. I kneeled, stabbing it into the ground with enough force to shake the terrain. Spiderweb-like veins of purple and black raced toward the pit, killing everything in their path. The devastating energy blazed forward, reaching for the creatures. Their shrieks of terror were abruptly silenced when Oblivion's power touched them, and the ferocious wind caught the dust that remained. The fiery holes shook, smoke billowing as the flames crystallized, and the portal went dormant. I yanked the Oblivion Blade free before it could do any more damage and summoned it back to its ether. Still kneeling, I cradled Diana in one arm, easing her back to assess her and her wounds. I used my free hand to carefully brush the strands of hair from her bloody and torn face. Her eyes raked over me.
Knight in shining armor.
What? Her words finally registered. Armor. I was still wearing it. With a flick of my thumb, the armor disappeared back into my ring. Where are you hurt? Are you okay? She shook her head as she gritted her teeth, her mouth coated in blood. I looked down and winced at the deep claw marks and puncture wounds over every part of her body. They had nearly ripped her arm off at the shoulder. I ran my hands over every part of her, finding the bones of one leg horribly twisted. Why are you not healing?
Irvakuva.
Of course. Made of the same blood, they could wound her terribly. I started to draw the ablaze weapon to offer her my blood, but she gave me a barely perceptible shake of her head and gestured to her half-ripped throat. A shudder of pain ran through her as I shifted. I looked down, noticing how twisted her hip was. I tasted fear when I saw the deep wounds torn into her flesh. There was just so many of them. I had assumed her injuries from our earlier altercation would heal quickly with her enhanced regeneration, but I'd been wrong. She was so badly hurt and bleeding heavily. Hold on, okay? I'll get us somewhere safe. Just stay with me. She tried and failed to nod as I leapt back into the sky, desperate to get away from that place. I landed in a dimly lit subdivision in a town called Chasen. I wanted us to fly farther, but the snow at the higher altitude had slowed me down, and I could feel Diana slipping away. I'd reached out, searching for any sign of celestial power as we soared. The little town sat in the shadow of snow-capped mountains. It was quiet, with cars parked along the cobblestone streets, and small houses lining either side. Trees spiraled toward the sky, and snow dusted everything. Diana's blood soaked the front of me, and fear gripped me as I felt her heartbeat slow. A part of me knew she would not die, but there was that little niggling doubt. What if she was wrong, and did not know the true limits of her power? I focused my sight on each home, seeing if I could pick up the celestials I'd sensed. My vision changed, allowing me to see the shapes of mortals, their hearts beating steadily. I stopped before the third house, the couple inside gleaming with the cobalt signature of a celestial. Ah, there they were. Perfect. I was on the porch in mere seconds, not bothering to walk. I used my foot to kick lightly on the door, afraid to let go of Diana for even a second. Several locks clicked before the door opened, revealing a small woman. To mortals, she would look to be in her mid-80s, but I knew all too well she was pushing a few thousand years.
Sam Keel.
I heard the other being in the house rush forward. They stared at me, their eyes flashing blue.
May we use your home, please? My...
Words tumbled through my head, rushing forward to explain what she was to me, but I could not use any of them. Instead, I used that wild true, was so much less.
My friend is badly injured.
They nodded, taking in the bloody figure in my arms and stepping aside. The warmth of their home caught us in its embrace, the fireplace in the back licking at smoldering logs. I passed by the small living room, the gentleman ushering me toward the kitchen. He moved items off the table as the woman came in with several towels, placing them on the tabletop. I laid Diana down on it, hearing her hiss as her back made contact with the surface.
I'm sorry.
I looked around the small kitchen for anything that might help.
Do you have any herbs from our world? Anything saved?
The woman scurried to a shelf and pushed against the gleaming wood. The wall gave way, exposing a hidden alcove filled with domestic treasures from Rashirim. She opened a small fridge, revealing several glass jars, their contents running low. She picked one and hurried back to hand it to me. Sectree leaves. They were greenish yellow and smelled terrible, but helped ease pain. I twisted the lid off the jar and plucked out a single leaf. I slid my arm beneath Diana and carefully lifted her, bringing the leaf to her lips.
Open your mouth, Diana. I need you to eat this. It's dissolvable, like that colored candy cloud creation you gave me. It will help with the pain.
She tried, but failed, the muscles along her jaw straining. She was cut too deep. I shifted my hand, angling her head back and lifting her chin. I knew I was hurting her, but I had no other option.
I know it hurts, and I am sorry. But with wounds this severe, it will feel like I am ripping you open again when I heal you. I have to do this.
Diana's bloodshot eyes met mine, and I could see the acceptance in them. Her body relaxed, and I cradled her head a little higher so she would not choke. I slipped the leaf into her mouth, making sure he hit the back of her tongue. I gently brushed a hand over her hair and laid her back. I rolled up my sleeves and glanced up at the homeowners. The woman's gaze lingered on the crimson shredded mess of Diana's white pantsuit, her eyes filled with compassion and worry.
I have clothes she can wear once she is healed. We will get your rooms ready.
Thank you. This will hurt, and for that, I apologize.
She nodded slightly, her eyes tracking my every movement. I clenched my fist, and when I opened it, silver light arced off my palm. It danced, the small whips of energy reaching for her eagerly. I started at her bruised and dirty feet, the shoes she had worn long gone. I directed the energy where it was needed, and her toes wiggled slightly as the skin beneath my hand healed. The lights in the kitchen flickered several times as I drew more energy from the nearest power sources. The TV and radios cut on and off, static filling the room. I followed the lines of her legs, and she hissed, when several large gashes on her thighs knitted themselves back together. A loud crack echoed in the room, and she twisted in pain as her hip popped back into place.
I'm sorry.
Diana eased, lying flat on the table again. She forced another short nod, and I straightened, summoning more energy to keep going. My hand continued its journey as the power went out completely. I heard the couple murmur from down the hall.
Did you see that?
She must be in so much pain.
The lights outside flickered, and soon the whole street was blanketed in darkness as I drew more energy. I hovered my palm over her lower abdomen in midsection. Her hand whipped out, gripping my wrist, and I stopped. Diana's eyes remained closed, but I could see the pain she tried to hide. I concentrated once more, my hand tracing her ribcage, breasts, collarbone, and throat, before moving up to ensure every scratch and bruise on that gorgeous face was gone. The power kicked back on as soon as I called my energy back. I took a step back as she sat up. Diana gazed at me, her eyes softening before she looked down at herself. She raised her arms slowly, flipping them over to examine them before inspecting her legs. She looked back up at me. How do you feel? I knew I was hovering, but I couldn't make myself take another step away. She rubbed her hands up and down her arms.
Cold, but whole.
Good. Good. I had so many things to say, but I did not know how or where to start. She started to say something, but stopped at the light sound of footsteps in the hall.
I have the guest rooms ready. There is a bathroom in both, not quite as large as what you're used to, my liege, but enough. Both rooms are at the end of the hall, and I tried to find some clothes that would be sufficient.
Diana hopped off the counter, her expression unreadable.
Thank you, Miss...
Call me Coretta.
Thank you, Coretta.
Coretta smiled, clasping her hands in front of herself. Diana looked at me once more before heading down the hall and out of sight. As I stepped out of the shower, I looked at the borrowed clothes the celestial couple had laid out. The plaid shirt and gray lounge pants fit well enough. I leaned against a small sink and stared into the steam-clouded mirror. I centered myself before drawing a circle, slashing the ancient symbols on the mirror. It shimmered and rippled, as if a small drop had fallen into a placid pool. When it settled, Logan's face appeared.
Liam, I have been calling you for hours. Where is your phone?
I realized I had not seen or had one for a while now. I do not know. What has happened?
You tell me. A part of El Danuma is in flames. A freak storm appeared, and there was a quake felt all the way to Vale.
I looked down. I had not left the Oblivion Blade in the ground for long, but apparently it was enough for its effects to be felt that far. Oh, fuck.
Where did you learn that word?
Not important. Caden launched an attack. He has beasts that are smaller versions of the creatures from legends, including teeth, claws, and wings, everything. He sent them for Diana. I acted. He did not ask me to elaborate, only nodded.
So, that's the power we felt. I assume Diana is safe.
Yes.
Ah, good. Gabby may be small, but I fear she would try to skin all of us alive if something happened to Diana.
I'm sure Diana will call her soon.
Oh, thank the old ones. I would like to have my wife back. She keeps stealing her every night for these ridiculous movies. I hear them in the living room crying and assume the worst, but they tell me it's normal, and they enjoy it? It's confusing. Why do women like to cry so much?
I smiled as Logan ranted, and he stopped when he saw it.
You're smiling again. I noticed it at that vampire's castle, too. It's good. You even look decent once more. You've put on weight, which means you're eating.
You've noticed my lack of appetite?
I notice everything, brother. I just refuse to get scolded for calling you out for it. Unlike Vincent and that dark-haired beauty you're currently stuck with.
He smiled, the image flickering, and I knew it would not hold much longer.
That light seems to be glowing in you again. It's nice.
Yeah.
Regardless of what has happened in El Danuma, we haven't experienced anything even remotely otherworldly here. No attacks and no activity. It seems Caden may be saving all his power and efforts for you two.
I felt the muscle tick in my jaw. It would appear so. I need you and the others to research two witches, Santiago and Camilla. The moment you find anything on them, let me know. Santiago ran a coven out of Rumen, Vincent probably knows something about him. Camilla operated one in El Danuma.
Done and done, sir.
I shook my head, pushing up off the sink. Don't call me that.
Well, look at that. Even your language is changing. What about the book? Any leads?
Yes, actually. Asriel's daughter lives. Logan stepped back, his eyes widening.
No fucking way.
Now your language.
Hey, I've been on this plane longer than you. Their words are contagious. Where is she? I mean, Victoria survived, even if Asriel didn't. I just figured we would have known.
That's what I'm going to find out.
This changes everything.
My stomach sank, knowing it had changed more than he could imagine. It does.
Do you really think he can end the world?
I lowered my head and stepped back, gripping the sides of the sink. I don't know. If my visions are accurate, then that's what will happen.
Liam, your father said those are what could happen, not always what will happen. Even he had visions that never came to be.
But why so strongly? Why is the same version repeated? It has to be a sign. I felt the words leave my lips even as I turned toward the bathroom door. I could hear her heartbeat from here, and it drowned out the rest of the world. She had become a priority for me, and I hadn't been able to keep myself from monitoring the sounds of her survival. I had dreamed of her death, and saw it as the beast ripped a hole through her. It had happened, which meant the world-ending part would too. I turned back to the mirror, the rest of the world rushing back.
What will you need from me?
Transportation in the morning. A convoy that can be undetected for where we have to go. And another phone.
Done and done. I'll loop in the others. Please, keep us informed.
I will. I'll reach out to the Council of Hadramil when I can. They'll need to hear it from me. My hand stayed raised as if to knock. It was the same thing I had done back in the Vanderkheim mansion when I couldn't sleep or refused to stay with her. I was hesitating for the same reasons. The lights flickered downstairs as the celestial couple made what smelled like tea and settled in for the night. I allowed my knuckles to fall, knocking lightly on the door. Diana?
I'm fine.
I opened the door, concern a tight ache in my gut. I saw a brief glimpse of her eyes before she nestled back into the thick comforter. She had another thick faux fur blanket on top of that. Her dark hair stuck out the top as she curled into herself.
I said I'm fine.
What's wrong? Are you crying?
No.
This room, like mine, was small. A bed took up the right side of the room. Through the doorway, I could see a tiny bathroom, and there was a closet on the left. A window took up the farthest wall, the sheer curtains not blocking out the sight of the falling snow. I felt a draft run through the room, and I wondered if she was cold. Diana.
I said I'm fine. Go to bed. Don't we have to be up early or something? Isn't that what you and Logan said?
Eavesdropping.
The house is small.
That it is. And it is drafty. I was unaware it snowed this time of the year. It is cold outside. I knew I was rambling like a madman, but I would say and do anything to stay with her, no matter how idiotic I sounded.
Liam, I'm tired. Go to bed. We can talk in the morning.
She wanted me to leave. Was she avoiding me after everything that had happened? Well, too bad. There was no way I was going to let her put distance between us. I moved to the other side of the bed, and lifting the covers she'd wound so tightly around herself, I scooted inside. She turned to look at me, exhaustion dulling her eyes.
What are you doing?
You told me to go to bed, so that's what I am doing.
Not here. You have your own.
I don't want my own. I needed to be close to her. I'd almost lost her. Couldn't she see that? A pained expression crossed her face as she regarded me.
Aren't you afraid of what your precious Celestials will think?
So that's what this was about. No. And besides, I'm cold.
Gods don't get cold.
Oh yeah? So you know a lot of us.
Only one super annoying one.
My lips curved in a small smile. I would take any quip Diana threw at me, as long as she was okay. Did you call your sister? She looked away.
No.
Why?
I don't want her to worry. I'm too tired to act like I'm okay tonight.
It was quiet again for a long moment. I hated the silence between us more than anything. I wanted to fix what was so broken, yet even with all my strength and power, I did not know how. Images flashed before my eyes of us back in the forest before the attack. Are you jealous?
Do you want me to be?
How Diana spoke to me, looked at me, and how her lips parted before she was taken. Words I wanted to say bubbled up in my throat, yet they remained trapped there. I tried to force it, but when I spoke, what I said had nothing to do with how I felt. We should probably get some sleep. We need to leave at first light. Logan is arranging space for us on a convoy tomorrow morning. We are close to where Asriel's daughter lives. But we both need some rest after everything that has happened. Diana studied me, her eyes scanning my face as if she expected me to say something else. I didn't, and she nodded before rolling away from me. I silently cursed myself. What was wrong with me? Diana was not like anyone I knew. I had slain creatures the size of stars, yet this fiery, headstrong woman made me nervous. She was tying me up in knots. I needed to tell her how I felt, but I first had to figure out what I was feeling. I grimaced, already able to hear Cameron's mocking laughter if he ever found out. Gods, all of them laughing. I absently rubbed my hand across her face as I stared at her back. She'd wrapped herself in as many covers as she could, leaving me with practically none. I lifted the blankets closest to me and fit my body to her back.
What are you doing?
I'm getting close to you for warmth. I told you I was cold.
Gods, you are cold. You weren't lying.
I smiled. I wouldn't mention that I could control my body temperature. It was necessary that I be close to her. And if that meant a small lie of omission, I could live with that. When she'd vanished, I'd been terrified I would never see her again. No, I wasn't. She nestled back against me. She grabbed my wrist and pulled it over her, pressing my hand against her abdomen. We had slept like this before, when my night terrors were particularly violent. I held her close, my face buried in the crook of her neck, and counted her every heartbeat. Every breath. I relaxed for the first time in weeks, the tension leaving my shoulders. The Old One spoke of absolute peace beyond worlds, beyond realms, and when I held Diana, I felt it. It was a feeling I had spent centuries searching for. I took a breath, inhaling her scent. I was allowing myself to get too close to her again, but I did not care this time. I savored the feel of her with me, whole and far away from Caden. They had almost succeeded, almost dragged her back to him. I had almost lost her. Fear still quivered through me as I propped my head up, needing to make sure she was okay. The curve of her shoulder was exposed by the overly large clothing, and I brushed my hand over it, shifting her hair to the side. She shivered and I stopped, afraid I had hurt her. Was she still sore? Tender? I did not know if I had healed her completely. What's wrong? Are you still in pain? Wounded?
No, your rings are cold.
My apologies. My lips curved in a small, satisfied smile. Smooth skin met my fingertip as I teased my touch down her neck, tracing the exposed flesh I could see. My mind flashed back to her tears and blood. My chest and gut ached. But she was fine now. She was safe. Her skin was unmarred. No more gashes lined her shoulders or throat. I am sorry if I hurt you when I healed you. I could see the edge of her grin over her shoulder. It was short, but it was enough.
You know, you apologize a lot for royalty.
So you keep telling me. It was quiet once more. As I caressed the few loose hairs from her cheek, I scanned the edge of her face. There were no marks, no bruises, no bullet holes. My traitorous mind willingly supplied the memory of the sound of the gun, her falling, and Santiago's grin. Death would be a kindness once I was finished with him. The bed shifted as she rolled to her side. facing me. I cupped her shoulder, caressing the silky warmth of her skin.
You came for me.
I swear I melted.
You saved me even when you didn't have to. You had the information you needed and could have left me to go find the book. But you came for me.
I was shocked by her statement. It was such a ridiculous notion, and it had never been an option. Who would ever abandon her? Although, given the company she had kept, I saw why she would question it. I'd never abandon you. A soft smile graced her face as she raised her hand and ran her fingers through my hair. She had done the same many times since that first night when I'd almost demolished the motel. I lifted my head, seeking more of her touch, and she cupped my face in both hands. I lowered my forehead to hers, and my eyes closed, and I savored the feeling. Diana's cinnamon scent engulfed me, seeping into my every pore. Her breath mingled with my own as my nose grazed hers. I was suddenly aware of how perfectly her body fit against mine, and how it would be the death of me. We were silent, the trauma of the last few hours weighing heavy between us.
I tried to fight, but there were too many.
You were perfect. She shook her head, her forehead rocking against mine, and our noses rubbing.
No, I wasn't. I'm not that strong.
I opened my eyes and pulled her back to cradle her face, brushing my thumbs against her cheekbones until she met my gaze. Diana, they outnumbered you. I have seen seasoned and blooded warriors fall when attacked by too many. I searched her hazel eyes, happy to see they were healed and no longer bloodshot. They were whole, pure and perfect, just like her.
I am no warrior.
Yes, you are. Along with being brave, stubborn, crass, and volatile, you are one of the strongest people I know. You fight me on everything, which is saying a lot considering everyone trembles when I enter the room. Hey, look at me. You would have to be an ignorant fool not to think you are anything but extraordinary, Diana. Something shifted in her hazel eyes when they met mine. It was small, but world-shattering. Her lips slanted over mine, and for the first time in my entire existence, I froze. Her kiss was light, tantalizing in everything I never knew I had been missing. She pulled back and looked up at me, her fingers tracing the line of my jaw. A slow, mischievous smile curved her lips.
You still have witch breath.
Something snapped in me, and I was afraid it was my self-control. Desire coiled and burned in me, and I let it. Then fix it. I shifted, tucking her beneath me. Our mouths came together with enough force to rattle the heavens above. I could not have explained it, even if the gods themselves gave me a century to do so. There were no words to describe how Diana's lips felt against mine. But with that first kiss, my gravity shifted. I may not have the words to do justice to her or what I was feeling, but I knew if she would let me, I would happily spend a millennium trying. My hands ran through the silken tresses I had dreamed of each time I allowed myself to dream. My body ached, an eternal need I'd never known flaring to life, begging to be sated. Every nerve ending I had was suddenly awake and screaming, demanding to be touched, demanding to touch. I tipped my head to the side, deepening the kiss. She moaned softly as my tongue dipped past her lips and danced across hers. I tangled my hands in her hair, hoping she wouldn't pull away, hoping she wouldn't change her mind. I had kissed and been kissed thousands of times in my lifetime, but nothing compared to this moment. With the right person, a kiss was so much more than a kiss. It was pure, unfiltered ecstasy. A part of my soul had been waiting for this woman, and one kiss from her had undone me. A voice I couldn't ignore quietly insisted that she was what I had been missing.
It's her. It's her. It's her. It's her.
For the first time in centuries, I felt that old familiar feeling rushing through my veins. Arousal, sharp, intense, and burning, slammed into me, my body reacting so strongly that my head spun. I groaned as she wrapped her legs around me and lifted her hips in sweet feminine demand. My hands dropped to her ass, pushing her against me and holding her there as I ground against her. She moaned against my mouth, her tongue dancing against mine, and I knew I would move planets to hear that sound over and over again. Diana's nails scraped lightly over my nape as she pulled me closer. She sucked on my bottom lip before nipping at it, as if marking every place Camilla had touched as her own. The slight twinge of pain made my cock jerk and my blood boil, leaving any critical thinking part of me far behind. I wanted I needed more. I reverently cupped her breast through the thin fabric of her shirt, my thumb rubbing across her nipple. She moaned, curling her hips, pressing her soft heat hard enough against my throbbing erection that I almost came right then and there. The sound of footsteps shuffling and a TV turning on had us breaking apart. We looked toward the door, then back at each other. Diana playfully pushed at my shoulder.
You're too loud.
I'm too loud. You're too loud. The smile she gave me was the first real one I had seen in weeks. She glanced at the door, then back to me, biting her kiss-swollen lower lip. My gaze snagged on her mouth, and I was drawn back in. I lowered my head, but her hand pressing against my chest stopped me.
We probably shouldn't have loud makeup sessions in a house with super beings.
I nodded once, even though every fiber in my being rebelled. You're right.
I mean, they did offer us their home and help us. It feels rude to keep them awake because you're too loud.
Diana's eyes gleamed with mischief as she played with me. I couldn't have kept the smile from my face even if I'd wanted to. I never could with her. Me? She nodded as she slipped out from under me, the feel of her body sliding against mine, making me bite back another groan. She grinned knowingly before turning to face the bedroom door. It is quite rude. I settled behind her, wrapping my arms around her waist and pulling her back against me. Diana wiggled as she got settled. A jolt of pleasure ran through my body as the curve of her ass rubbed against my cock. She had me aching, and she barely even touched me. The woman was pure evil. My eyes closed as my head fell into the crook of her neck, a slight groan escaping me at the intense pleasure that shot through me. Diana. She rubbed against me another time. My hand flew to her hip, putting a stop to her current torture. Bad girl.
What are you talking about? I'm just getting comfortable.
I popped her ass lightly enough not to sting. You know what you're doing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Very well. Two could play that game, and I loved a challenge. My hands played on her hip, the tips of my fingers brushing against the oversized shirt she wore. Earlier, you wished for me not to touch you. Is that still your wish? Her head turned toward mine, her breath tickling my lips. I heard her swallow as she regarded me. She reached back and caressed the side of my face.
No.
Very well. I slipped my hand beneath the thin fabric of her shirt. My fingers spread wide as I ran them over her ribs and higher. But you'll have to be quiet. It's a small house. Her smile slowly died, that perfect mouth opening slightly as my hand ran over the curve of first one breast, then the other, cupping them and squeezing firmly. Her eyes fluttered closed as I ran my fingers over her nipples, teasing them to small, tight points. I changed my mind. Diana's laugh was my second favorite sound.
Yes. Touch. One. Hers. Yours. More.
She pressed her head back against me as I tugged and pinched one nipple, then the next. That moan. It was a soft whisper of what I knew I could make her feel. Pure, exquisite pleasure burst inside of me every time she moved, her ass brushing against my already aching cock. I reveled in it, but it was not my pleasure that I was interested in tonight. I just wanted to give her some joy amidst all the pain she had endured at the hands of Caden, me, anyone. You know, I was not truthful earlier. You have the most phenomenal ass. I am almost ashamed to admit how many times I have looked at it, fantasized about it. She pushed into my hand. My smile grew brighter. So, that's what my Diana liked. She liked to hear the words. Very well. Do you wish to know why I avoided you? Why I couldn't bear to spend another night beside you? The burning embers in the depths of her hazel eyes lit up the room and my entire world. Because I could not lie there, close to you, and not wish to be inside you. I inserted my knee between her thighs and lifted, opening her to my touch. My hand dipped between her legs. She gasped as my fingers found her more than wet. Is this all for me, Diana? She grew even slicker beneath my touch. She nodded desperately, her eyes squeezing shut as my fingers teased from her entrance to her clit and back. Her hips moved in tandem with me, and as she bit her lower lip to hold back her cries of pleasure, slowly and deliberately, I teased her before dipping a single finger inside. Oh, her pussy clenched around the single digit, right as a heady moan escaped her lips, much louder this time. Shh. Do you wish to wake the entire neighborhood? I reached up with my free hand, cupping her mouth. I didn't give her a chance to respond as I drove my finger deeper. Diana was already more than wet, but I moved slowly, not wanting to hurt her. There would be no pain. I would make sure of it. She had endured enough. Diana ground against my hand, stopping briefly as I slipped the single finger out to the tip before adding another inside of her. Her head fell back, exposing the vulnerable line of her throat. I couldn't resist the temptation of her neck, sliding my mouth over her pulse. She reached up, holding onto my arm and bearing down on my hand, begging for more. Feels good, doesn't it? The clenching I felt around my fingers at my question was more than enough of an answer. Oh, would you like to see what else I can do, Diana? I felt my power radiate through my veins, pulsating with heat. I told you before that I can make it hurt if I wanted it to. But I can also make it feel like this. She froze for a moment as she felt that invisible power, like second hands, slide over her breasts. Her eyes widened before rolling back as I sent that invisible force to her clit. I wanted to see if Diana had the same sensitive spot as my lovers before. I curved my fingers inside her hand tightening around my arm as I pumped harder. Yes, ride my fingers like you'll ride my cock when I take you beneath the stars. She did, pressing her ass back against me as I lifted my knee higher, opening her more. Her body trembled as she bore down, my fingers meeting her every thrust, pushing deeper inside of her. My magic teased at her clit, licking and sucking. She arched into me, and her body tensed as she reached her peak and was released. Diana shook and bent against me. The walls of her pussy clenched tightly around my fingers as I continued to draw every last bit of orgasm out of her. Her head fell into the crook of my shoulder, the whites of her eyes showing as her eyelids fluttered. Transfixed, I watched as wave after wave of pleasure washed over her. It was addicting to watch her pleasure, and I know it was only for me. I waited for a few moments before easing my fingers from inside her. She sagged against me before turning her head to look at me.
I'll never admit to how amazing that was. Your ego is already large enough.
I smiled and slipped my hand from beneath her pajama pants before pulling them up. That was only my hands. How deprived are you, my Diana? Something flashed behind her eyes, her smile fading slightly as her eyes searched mine. What? I hoped I hadn't just offended her. I was merely joking.
Nothing.
She rolled over to face me, that all too familiar mischievous gleam lighting her eyes. I grabbed her wrist as I felt her fingers reach for the waistband of my pants. Not tonight. We have to leave early. Remember?
Are you sure? It would only take me 5 minutes.
Diana, if you touch me, I promise that neither of us will sleep tonight. I am barely hanging on to my control, and the first time I take you, I do not want either of us to have to worry about being quiet. Go to sleep.
Yes, Your Highness.
She closed her eyes, and I watched her for a moment, before grabbing the large blanket and covering us both with it. I laid down and watched her sleep, listening to the rhythmic beat of her heart as she slumbered. Diana was safe and whole. My dreams had come to fruition, but I hadn't lost her, and she hadn't died. A part of my heart sang, knowing she was okay, while another part stirred with emotions I barely recognized. I watched as long as I could before my eyes forced themselves closed. No matter how much peace I'd found tonight, the nightmares still came.
I found out I loved waking up with Liam, especially when I woke first and could wake him by taking him into my mouth. Were we still at the home of the sweetest celestials that had taken us in? Yes. Was I in the least bit concerned that they would hear us? No. Did Liam think he could give me multiple orgasms and I wouldn't return the favor? Apparently. I wished I had more time to explore him. I wanted to find every spot that made him moan and discover what would happen if he lost himself in desire. But I could hear the homeowners stirring in the kitchen and knew our time was running short. Liam was absolutely beautiful, and I couldn't help but explore the parts of him I could touch, sliding my free hand across the planes of his abs and the sensitive skin of his inner thighs. His hips lifted, pushing his cock against my palm. I felt so powerful, making this god writhe.
That feels so fucking good, my Diana.
My Diana. There was that word again. I didn't know if it was the possessiveness in it or the way he said it, but it made my body run hot, and I felt myself grow slick. If he didn't finish soon, I wouldn't care who was in this damned house. I wanted to feel him inside me, and I would take him hard and fast.
Look at me.
I barely recognized his voice, but I knew I could never ignore the need in it. My gaze flicked up. The pillow he'd had over his head was gone, and he watched me with molten silver eyes. His hips thrust up, and I felt him twitch. I knew he was close.
Suck me harder. Please, baby, please.
I worshipped his body, savoring the taste of him and the pleasure he was experiencing. I wanted to give him more.
Oh, I'm so close. I'm so close. Come here.
He must have read the intent in my expression because his body shook, and the intricate silver lines of his tattoos raced across his skin. They were there for just a fraction of a second, as if he had lost all control of his form. His hips thrust hard, both hands gripping my hair. He tossed his head back, and I could feel his entire body tense as he spilled into my mouth.
Diana.
He grabbed my shoulders and pulled me up and away, tucking me against his side as he tried to catch his breath. Even gods are sensitive?
Very.
He was so relaxed. I liked this Liam. Actually, that was a lie. I liked all versions of him, even the grumpy ones, even if I wasn't supposed to. I ran the back of my hand over my lips, but he caught my wrist, stopping me.
Don't wipe me away.
There's the bossy and arrogant god man, and I'm not, but I have drool on my face.
I don't care. Don't do it again.
Does this make us mortal enemies with benefits? Or I guess, friends with benefits.
Friends.
Like you and Drake.
Oh, ew, no. I have never done anything like that with Drake.
Well then, don't associate me with him.
I didn't. I was saying... We looked at the door as the sound came again. I realized it had been ringing off and on all morning, but we had been a little too preoccupied to notice. Reality rolled over us, and I pushed off Liam, allowing him space to move. He climbed out of bed and adjusted his clothes before opening the door and grabbing the phone.
It's Logan. The convoy. We missed it.
Oops. I sat at the dining room table with our lovely housemates, shoving another piece of toast into my mouth. Coretta made the best toast ever, and I hadn't realized how hungry I was until I made it downstairs and smelled breakfast. Her husband sat across from me, reading on a tablet about the chaos I may or may not have been a part of last night. The memory of talons dragging across my skin was still fresh, and I shivered. But I was okay. I was alive and whole and not taken. I was okay.
How did you two sleep last night?
Had they heard us? Liam had covered my mouth, but a few licks to a certain part of him and he'd practically crawled out of his skin. The noises he made were my new favorite addiction and something I wanted to hear again as soon as possible, but I didn't want to discuss our early morning activities with this sweet couple. Fine. Her husband's brows lifted and a grin tugged at the corner of his mouth, but he didn't look at me. What about you? She turned from the stove, bringing a plate of eggs and sausage.
Very well, dear.
She sat beside her husband and picked up her cup of coffee.
I was worried about you. Those cuts were deep, and I can't imagine the type of creature that could do that. I'd assume they died with Rashirim.
Phantom aches echoed through my body at the mention of those claws digging into my flesh. The fear I had felt at being dragged back to Caden would haunt me for a long time. As usual, I felt it before I saw him. My senses went on alert, not in fear, but in my primal need to have him, truly have him. He came to my side, blocking my peripheral view as he sat. Both Celestials smiled up at him in welcome, as I continued to stare like an idiot while eating. Was he always this attractive? A hunger stirred in me once more, and it had nothing to do with the breakfast in front of me. His hand slid down my back as he sat, and I shivered, leaning into his touch. After last night, I realized Liam's way of showing affection was definitely physical touch, and he had confirmed it once again this morning.
Thank you for letting me use your home. I do apologize for the sudden emergency.
Please, it's the least we could do. Did you find the phone? A courier brought it early this morning.
He sat mere inches from me, his thigh brushing mine under the table as he gave me a small smile, noticing the plate I had made for him. Another brush of his leg spoke a silent thank you before he picked up the fork without a second thought. It was nice to see him eating and feeling better. A foreign sense of contentment filled me, and it terrified me more than anything I had faced. Liam could destroy me.
I did. Thank you for making sure I got it. We have to leave soon to catch the next convoy.
Sounds great.
Oh, my liege. I wanted to thank you and that sweet Vincent once more for all the lovely gifts and sweet messages you have sent.
Yes, our son passed, but we heard how heroic he was during the attack in Ariel.
Their words hit home, as I knew I'd been the attacker.
Yes, well, we only wish to help in any way we can. Just know that he is at peace in the Astaroth now.
Astaroth was the realm beyond time and space where the dead went, and where we could never reach. She smiled and wiped a stray tear from her eye.
That's all we want for our dear, sweet Peter.
My knee jerked, hitting the table hard enough to rattle the plates. Liam shot a glance of concern my way as the couple looked at me. Sorry. Leftover muscle pain from the attack last night. Weird spasms. Acid turned in my gut.
It's okay, dear. Why don't I make you some herbal tea before you go? It works wonders on pain.
Liam's knee brushed mine, the same as I had done for him during the dinner at Drake's. It was a small yet comforting touch that seemed to ground me. I watched as the mother of the man I'd not only beaten within an inch of his life, but then turned over to Alistair, made me tea to help my aches and pains, when I'd caused her the greatest grief of her life. My small feathered wings beat across the sky. I was high enough to see but not be seen, and the local bird shape I had taken made it easy. One last circle, and I landed in a clearing out of sight of the temple entrance. It was shrouded by miles of woods, but I had no trouble spotting the World Ender where he leaned against a tree.
I see now why the old gods nearly won.
His eyes raked over mine with what looked like an expression of admiration.
Your powers are more than convenient.
Liam fell into step with me as we started toward the temple where we were supposed to meet Asriel's daughter. Oh yeah? You want to use me? I meant it as more of a suggestive joke, but I think the humor was lost on Liam.
Never. I would never even suggest such a thing. I appreciate you. Truly.
Call me a stupid fool, but no one had ever spoken to me like that. No one. I either did what was expected of me, or messed up and then heard about it nonstop. No one ever appreciated me.
Anything?
The temple came into sight. It was overgrown with moss, and tourists buzzed around it, laughing and talking. Nope.
I told you. You were just paranoid.
A half-smile graced his beautiful face. I playfully slapped his shoulder as we came to a stop at the edge of the temple grounds, staying in the shadows. A heated look crossed his devilish features. At this point, I was convinced he just liked the fact that I touched him. Not paranoid, but I don't trust Camilla not to set another trap.
Nothing will happen to you. Not again.
Diana!
A brief smile crossed my face as those phantom pains suggested otherwise. Even now they ached, but I didn't tell him. Images flashed of him slamming to the ground, covered in the same armor I had seen him wear in the blood dreams. Samkiel, the feared king, had come for me, a literal knight in shining armor. I couldn't wait to call Gabby and tell her about it. She would love it. It was everything her romantic movies and books swore was real. I gave him a small smile and nearly jumped when a group of tourists walked past us, chattering and taking pictures. We stood outside the large temple in Ekleon on the Nocheri continent. The structure was made of carved green stones and was deep in the middle of yet another jungle, vines and vegetation threatening to take it back. The sign at the entrance said it was built in remembrance of the founding of this area. I slapped my arm, and another tiny insect fell to the forest floor. I had fallen silent, but so had Liam, which was nothing terribly abnormal. Why didn't Vincent or you tell them the truth?
I knew that has been bothering you.
Why lie? It wasn't guilt that made me ask. I knew what it was, even if Gabby and Liam saw me differently. I did what I had to do, and I would always do whatever it took to keep her safe. But a part of me cared what he thought of me, which scared me more than I wanted to admit. He didn't act like it, but I couldn't help but wonder if he felt guilty about last night.
Sometimes, a simple lie is better than a harsh truth. In truth, he did die in battle. But that was Vincent's decision not to tell them the whole truth, not mine. I was unaware of the connection when we stopped last night, or I would have taken you somewhere else.
Why? He faced me, and I held his gaze, sensing that what he wanted to say was important.
Because you have been lost in your own head since you found out who they are. I may not have known you very long, Diana, but you have a tell. Your tell is that somber silence that takes you away from me, the one that shuts me out.
I don't regret it, Liam. You know that, right? I would do anything to keep Gabby safe. I will fight to destroy any threat to her. She is all I have left.
I am very aware.
Worry still grew in my gut. I hated that I suddenly cared so much about what he thought of me. And how does that make you feel now? I saw the moment he realized what I was asking. Heat flared in his eyes, the hunger and naked need in their depths shocking. He leaned forward, pressing my hand to my lower back and pulling me into the curve of his body.
If we weren't so preoccupied with finding this book, I would show you in 7 different ways how much it does not affect how I feel about you.
My heart thudded in my chest, a small, mischievous smile spreading across my face as I brushed my lips along the curve of his jaw, savoring the rasp of his stubble against their softness. Only 7?
Let's see how much you can handle first.
I felt him smile as his hand cupped my ass, low enough that he was able to graze his fingers across my center. He stood and turned back toward the temple, pulling my back to his front.
So that's what's been bothering you?
No. Yes.
Do you wish for me to feel a certain way about you? It's not as if I didn't already know what you are capable of.
I killed him. Or at least helped. And I've killed a few of yours.
And I helped wipe out all of yours. We were both blinded by willful ignorance. There are things I have done that make me wish I could claw the memories from my mind. But we grow, we learn, and we do better. I am not making excuses for you or myself, but I know how far you will go to protect your sister. I know what Caden has forced you to do. You seem to think I am this pure good being, and the old gods taught me how to end worlds.
You are to me.
Diana being nice. Have you grown ill?
Shut up. I am always a delight. You know, you have a tell, too.
Oh, enlighten me.
You're a kicker.
What do you mean?
I noticed the first few times you shared a bed with me. On the nights when your nightmares are the worst, you twitch, sometimes kick. Not hard enough to hurt, but it's as if you're trying to run away from something. You did it last night, too. He was silent for a moment too long, and I was afraid I'd said the wrong thing.
I thought my dreams would subside, but I feel they have only gotten worse.
The nightmares? He nodded, but I felt him raising those walls again. I turned in his arms and looked up at him. Liam, talk to me. He looked past me and stared at the temple.
My father, his father, and those before him had visions, images that foretold of what could come to pass. A story grew that my great-grandfather went insane from them, and now I am afraid maybe I am too.
Insane?
My father told me how his grandfather got lost in not being able to change the horrors that may come to pass. And now, I'm afraid I may be headed down the same path, because I can't get them to stop. You have helped tremendously, but this new dream seems to be one even your presence cannot penetrate.
He forced a smile that made my insides twist with worry. Are these the same ones you were having back in Moriel? His response was a simple nod. You mentioned a dream last night. Is it the same one? What else happens? Pain and horror flashed through his gray eyes as if a storm brewed there.
It's not important.
It is if it's bothering you.
What's bothering me is that we are still waiting, even though we were the ones who were late.
A muscle ticked in his jaw, and I knew he didn't want to talk about the dreams anymore. At least he had opened up some, but I was worried about what he wasn't telling me. I wouldn't push, wouldn't ask for more than he wanted to give. So what time did this girl say again?
She is not this girl. Her name is Ava.
I'm sorry, Ava.
She is Asriel's daughter, which means she is a higher-ranking Celestial by blood. I'm going to play it off as you being my second, for appearance's sake. Please be respectful and non-threatening.
Hey, I can do a little roleplay, if that's what you want. He shook his head, but I saw the grin even as he tried to hide it.
She said she would be here at 4:30, right as they close.
Right. I had used Liam's phone on the convoy to call Gabby. I let her know I was alive and okay before Liam took it and called the woman we were supposed to meet. She refused to tell him where she actually lived, which seemed weird to me, but I figured if anyone had a right to be paranoid, she did. I watched the sun grow closer to the horizon. Maybe she isn't coming. Probably chickened out or something.
Can you try to be positive?
Yes, I am positive that I hate the jungle. Liam started to say something, but stopped when a petite, dark-haired woman came strutting along the trail. She pushed past tourists as they headed toward the exit. We straightened, and I took a step, putting a little distance between Liam and me. She waved as she walked toward us. Her outfit was similar to mine, just a white tank and light-colored pants. Her boots were thick, and she carried a backpack over one shoulder.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
She stopped before us, her short pigtails swaying perkily. A man followed her, his back hunched from the weight of the pack he carried, and his eyes darting between us.
Ava, correct?
Do I know you? My senses had gone on alert, an odd but familiar feeling twisting my gut.
Gosh, no. I think I would remember someone like you.
Ava turned to Liam. Her smile grew as she leaned forward to hug him. He froze, his arms trapped at his sides. The force of her embrace shook him. I moved quickly, prying her off him and forcing her to take a step back. She realized what she had done and corrected herself. I stood between her and Liam.
I'm so sorry. It's just that my mom spoke so much about you. Now you're here and it's so unreal.
So you usually touch people you've never met before? Liam shifted next to me.
Well, no. I'm sorry.
It is fine. Diana is just protective.
When I looked up at him and he met my gaze, his eyes softened as if he appreciated it.
Your mother, Victoria, where is she? I'd hope to see her today as well.
Her eyes gleamed as she reached behind her, fishing in her bag. I tensed and felt Liam go still. After being attacked almost everywhere we'd gone, we were more than a little on edge. But instead of a weapon, she pulled out glistening white and blue fabric. The material shimmered in a way that was not of this world. Liam stepped forward and touched it, his expression unreadable.
She kept this with me. I guess my dad gave it to her for me. Kind of like a baby blanket. She said you gave it to him before Resharam fell. She passed a long time ago.
I am truly sorry. Keep it. Maybe you can use it for your children one day.
She nodded before stuffing it back into her pack. She gestured toward the man behind her.
I'm sorry for my rudeness. This is Geraldo. He's my celestial guard. He's been with me for a really long time.
Geraldo gave a shallow bow, his eyes flashing a vibrant blue, his gaze never leaving me.
Sorry, Geraldo doesn't speak much. Especially with her here.
Excuse me?
Igmaruthan, right? I can feel your power. My mother told me they had eradicated your kind in the Gods' War, but there is no denying your power. You practically vibrate with it. Plus, Camilla filled us in.
I felt Liam stiffen next to me. Well, there went our plan. She tried to smile at me, but it looked more like she was scared.
I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to insult you.
You have nothing to fear from Diana, I promise you. She is my...
I guess I hadn't thought about what we were now. Were we even a thing? Friend. I'm his friend. Geraldo was still watching me, and I was sure he saw the hunger in my expression, even though I tried to hide it. Uncomfortable, I looked up at Liam to see he was staring daggers into my soul.
But she is with Caden. Yes.
No.
I am not with Caden, nor do I belong to him. They looked at me with disbelief so profound it bordered on amusement. It's a long story.
I'm sorry. That's just not what we'd heard.
Well, it's the truth. Now, can we hurry this up? I'm getting eaten alive by insects. Liam gestured toward the jungle.
Very well.
Geraldo and Ava led us toward the temple. We stayed within the trees, surrounded by vines and bushes as the last of the tourists left. Liam grasped my arm and slowed his pace, letting Ava and Geraldo move a few paces ahead.
Friend.
What? I glanced at him, then toward Ava and Geraldo, who kept walking. Then it clicked. He was pissed about me calling him my friend earlier.
That's 8 ways now. Because when we leave here, I'm going to fuck the word friend out of your vocabulary.
He let me go and strode ahead without giving me a chance to respond. I just stood there watching him walk away. My core went molten with need. When my brain started functioning again, I had to nearly run to catch up to them. Streamers of tape and warning signs in various colors cautioned people to keep out. They had blocked off a portion of the back of the temple where rocks and rubble had fallen. There were no guards in sight. They probably had to clear out the guests before making a sweep this way.
So, how did you and Liam become friends?
I felt Liam's glare at Ava's question. I didn't look his way as we ducked under the tape and made our way to a doorway that cut into the heavy stone. Gods, he hated that word.
I heard your kind is a kill first, ask questions later type.
Ava and Geraldo pulled flashlights out of their packs, offering Liam and me our own. Liam took one, but I ignored it. I concentrated, and a bright flame burst to life, dancing on my palm. The ruins in this section of the temple smelled of mold and stagnant water. Joy. I turned and headed down the stairs overgrown with moss and vines, one broken step at a time. Oh, trust me, I can still kill. Why did I find her so annoying? Was it because she'd hugged Liam? Was I that possessive? Maybe I was just hungry.
She will not kill. Diana, please try to be polite.
I made a face behind Liam's back, and Ava, who was walking next to me, snickered. My apologies, Ava. It's just that we know nothing about you. Actually, we didn't even know you existed until Liam stuck his tongue down a witch's throat. We reached a carved stone wall, and Liam spun, shaking his head at me.
Diana.
What? It's true.
Well?
Oh, come on, use your big girl words. Yup, she annoyed me, but something was off. I felt it. I knew it. My instincts were on high alert, telling me I had to protect Liam, but I didn't know why.
It's a long story.
Liam threw another glare my way. If they have been in touch with Camilla, shouldn't they already know it? Geraldo's eyes flared with cobalt fire, earning him a smile from me. I knew he'd carried one of those ablaze weapons. They all did. My talons grew from the hand I held at my side. He noticed, and my smile grew. Oh, please, tell me that's a threat. Geraldo stepped forward, his silver rings vibrating on his fingers. Liam grabbed my arm, hauling me back.
What is wrong with you? I apologize. She is usually a little better mannered. Sometimes.
Seriously? They show up, offer a little bit of information, and you believe them? You're not the least bit curious about how they have managed to hide this book? Why Caden hasn't found it yet? Camilla hid them for how long? They're Celestials but never came to you or the Hand? Do you just trust them because they're Celestials? I lifted a brow, the talons in my hand receding as I willed him not to dismiss me. Liam studied me for a moment.
Regardless of Diana's rash behavior, she does have a point. Where have you been? Why haven't either of you contacted the guild?
Ava looked at Geraldo. He nodded.
The truth is, we have been in hiding. My mother insisted that we remain isolated. A friend of a friend met one of Camilla's associates a few months ago. That was how we learned of the uprising Camilla was a part of. Long story short, she doesn't want the book in Caden's hands any more than we do. This isn't just any book.
She looked at Liam, her gaze intense.
You knew my father, and you are familiar with the weapons and machines he designed. Azrael created a manual, so to speak. Inside this book, there are 1,000+ secrets from Resharam. It was a contingency plan made for the Celestials should you ever turn. It holds the secrets to a lot of things, but most importantly, how to kill you.
What? Liam can't die. He is immortal, truly immortal.
No, he's not. He can. That's why Caden wants it. It's a book to open realms and end worlds, and it all starts with his death.
She nodded toward Liam. Death? I had never considered his death. He was larger than life, indomitable, and irreplaceable. He was their king, yet his people had made something to kill him? I would love to see anyone try. I turned, staring at Geraldo. Now that's a threat, and one I meant with every part of me. I didn't know why I was suddenly so protective and possessive of Liam, and I wasn't keen on examining my emotions too closely. Liam squeezed my arm, drawing me back to him. I hadn't realized I had taken a step closer to them. I won't let that happen. My eyes met his, my words a vow. He had said those words to me several times, and he'd always kept his promise. It was Liam, annoying, beautiful, rude Liam. He told me of his nightmares, his past. He'd made me stupid dresses and given me flowers. He'd saved my life and kept me from being dragged back to Caden. He saw me, the real me, and didn't turn away. He had healed me. I didn't know when it had happened, but he was mine, and I would tear anyone who so much as touched him to pieces. I owed him that at least.
I know.
I'm sorry. I really am, but...
Save it. Your father made a book to kill someone he was supposed to protect. There's no excuse. Let's get this over with. Ava nodded and shifted uncomfortably before we continued, heading deeper into the temple. I had finally realized what had been nipping at my heels. Death. The word hung in the air, and as the sun set, I felt it join us in the temple. The hollow etchings of the skull's eyes stared back at me. My flame illuminated it, making the shadows dance against the walls. The flashlights had died, and I had lit several wooden torches for Geraldo and Ava. Liam used his silver light to push back the darkness. Creepy-ass temple.
This isn't even the main one.
I turned, the fire dancing in my palm. She leaned over her backpack, taking out what looked like a map. The paper was thick and bluish-gray in the torchlight. She unfolded it and spread it out on a large rock.
See this? This is where we are. My mother had catacombs built throughout the lower parts of the temple, connecting them with several other nearby structures.
Nearby? The light from the torch she had set between two crooked stones cast a glow over half her face, the rest of her lost in the darkened background. Geraldo hovered over her shoulder as Liam watched, arms folded.
Yes, there are thousands of temples and structures in this jungle that have yet to be found by mortals. Most are too scared to venture too deep. It's easy to get lost and die from a venomous creature or succumb to starvation.
So, where do we need to go?
Give me just a second.
Her finger traced the path of several lines before stopping at a small square box. Why this temple, this place, though? Ava looked around the darkened room.
My mom loved this place. The country and the people. She loved history and culture. When she landed here after the fall of Rashirim, she decided to stay. The language was easier for her to learn, since it was closer to that of Rashirim.
That is true.
She just liked it here, and thought my father would too.
But why the temple, though?
Victoria was highly skilled in architecture and combat. I would assume she helped build many structures here and wanted to stay close to the people she loved.
You're correct. As I said, she loved it here. She fought in several rebellions, and when she died, she wanted to be buried next to the ones closest to her. I think she knew the book was too dangerous to leave unprotected, and she built many of these with that in mind. These catacombs are a maze of tunnels engulfed by a wild and primitive jungle. They're the perfect hiding place.
If Diana is finished with her questions, may I ask which way now?
Liam was on edge, and I suspected it had something to do with the part of the dream he wouldn't tell me about. Ava stood, the map in her hand. She picked up the torch and pointed toward one dark tunnel.
That way.
None of us spoke as we headed down the corridor, this one damper than the previous one, as part of the jungle tried to sneak its way in. Ava took one turn and then the next. We followed, walking for what felt like hours. We ducked beneath a thick canopy of spiderwebs and came around a corner to find our way blocked by a large stone mass. Great, we're lost. Everyone turned toward me, their expressions less than amused. What? Liam shook his head before peering over Ava's shoulder. Her brows were drawn together in concentration.
No, this is the right way. I know it.
Geraldo came closer to further illuminate the map she held.
See? The line runs right past this corridor.
I edged nearer, taking a closer look. She wasn't wrong. A thin line went right through that huge rock. I brushed past Ava, studying the solid stone.
What are you doing?
Shh. I pressed my ear against the stone. I raised my knuckles, tapping against the solid barrier. Thick noises vibrated back as I moved along the wall, continuing to knock as I went. After a few feet, a hollow response echoed back. I jumped when the sound changed. Found it! They all looked at me as if I had grown horns. Have you guys not watched any adventure movies? Hello? A mysterious wall that isn't a wall? Liam just looked at me like he thought I had gone crazy. It's a false door. A trick wall. It's literally in every adventure movie. Realization dawned in their eyes as they caught on. I assume it was locked by celestial magic. So come on, big guy. It's your turn. I waved Liam over. He strode toward me, and I couldn't help my sigh of pleasure at watching him move. He stopped short of the door, giving me a once-over. You'd be lost without me. You can say it. You're welcome. Liam's gaze flicked up in his version of rolling his eyes, but he said nothing as he turned and raised his hand. His lashes lowered, and when he raised them again, his eyes gleamed that ethereal silver. He pressed his palm to the wall, murmuring in a language I couldn't identify.
Firasha Doral, Tenash Amir.
Beautiful silver and blue symbols burst to life, etched deep into the stone. They formed a glowing hexagon, marks zigzagging inside and out. The wall shifted and slid back before moving to the side. The lack of sound was surprising. with the weight and age of it, my mind expected noise. Ava and Geraldo were behind us in a second, almost giddy at what we had found. Liam glanced at me before ducking his head and stepping through the newly revealed doorway. I followed him, with Geraldo and Ava right behind me. Flames lit the torches mounted on the walls in a single whoosh. The webs and vines draped from the ceiling waved in a mystic wind. I reached out and gripped the back of Liam's sleeve, making sure I wouldn't trip over my own feet. He looked back at me with an expression I couldn't read. Was he still mad about my whole friend comment? Look, you are the one making stairs appear out of thin air, okay? I just don't want to fall. The wind rushing through sent a chill up my spine. It was the same sensation I had felt at the festival, and the same chill I'd felt at Camilla's right before we'd been attacked. We reached the end of the steps, only to find another dark tunnel. Twin torches shaped like metal claws lit the mouth of the tunnel, but the inside was midnight black. Several carved stone monsters lined the walls, their faces frozen mid-scream. I held my hand higher, casting the light in a larger sphere, illuminating more figures. They were creatures of battle, wearing the same armor I had seen in Liam's dreams. We were getting closer. The trickling water caught my attention, and I realized the ground had grown slick. The smell of stagnant water and mold assaulted my senses. I could see liquid seeping through sections of the stone wall. Great. My feet were going to smell like death. At least with my immune system, I wouldn't get sick.
I always wondered just how deep this temple went. My mother would never let me venture this far down. She said it was forbidden. My mother used to set guards to watch over this place. You know, to keep mortals far away. But they're long gone now.
Ava squinted at her map.
It should be up this way.
We had only been walking a few minutes when she skidded to a stop, the path ending in a hanging cliff. Pebbles skittered as they fell, the silence heavy until we heard them hit the water far below. I raced my hand over the edge, trying to see how far down it went. What do you think? A good 8 to 10 feet? I leaned over a little farther. Liam grabbed me, not roughly, but just enough to steady me so I didn't fall over. I looked back at his hand, then his face.
At least 30 feet.
I peered back into the gaping hole. Well, good thing we're all immortal.
The way the rocks hit tells me it's deep enough. Maybe an underwater cavern, but we will not know until we go.
We both turned toward Ava and Geraldo. They nodded, and Ava tucked her map away.
Shall we?
Liam gestured toward the open expanse. Ladies first.
Huh.
The jump wasn't the worst part. The worst part had been the blistering cold water at the bottom. After we crawled out of the pool, we dumped the water out of our boots and tried to dry off as much as we could before continuing. Ava's map was a wrinkled mess, the images blurry but still readable. We slogged through about a mile of disgusting water, our feet submerged in God's knew what. I was getting frustrated with my clumsiness, and Liam didn't seem pleased either. My boots caught on roots, rocks, and cracks, but I managed not to break my neck. None of us knew how long the tunnel was, and we were all growing irritable and tired. Hours had passed, if not a day, I couldn't tell. My heel caught on a rock, and my body lurched forward. Fuck! Stupid fucking tunnel. I pulled a stringy green mass from my boot and tossed it aside. I hate the jungle! Liam paused and waited for me.
From what Ava showed us, it's only a little farther.
Pretty sure you said that an hour ago. I didn't tell him how much it had hurt landing in that damned icy pool. I refused to acknowledge the phantom aches from the night before. The aches and pains and the sluggish healing were due to not eating like I was supposed to. Ava and Geraldo stopped and looked back.
Your healing is close to that of a god's. How are you not able to keep up?
I threw my hands in the air. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you almost ripped to pieces, dragged through the jungle by beasts, and then magically glued back together last night? No, I don't think so. Just a little sore, okay? Give me a break. Plus, it hurt to keep up when every path we took was uneven or involved some obstacle. I tried to stand up straighter, and my abs twinged in protest. I held my side for a second before dropping my hand. His features darkened as he raked his gaze over me.
You didn't tell me that.
Well, we were... I paused, realizing Ava and Geraldo were staring at us. Busy. I created another flame and forced my feet to move. Super healing didn't matter when the ones ripping into me shared my blood. Sure, I had healed thanks to Liam, but I still felt tender and sore on the inside. I hadn't wanted to tell him last night. I hadn't wanted him to stop touching me. Liam studied me, taking in my posture and expression. He allowed the sphere of energy in his hand to fizzle as he strode toward me. I watched him come, his power preceding him and wrapping me in warmth. Before I realized what he intended, he lifted me. Liam, what are you doing?
We have a bit further to go. You can't walk if you're not healing properly.
Ava and Geraldo shared a look, but said nothing as Liam cradled me against his chest. I wrapped an arm around his broad shoulders, the ache in my legs and feet subsiding. Well, if I knew you'd carry me, I would have said something a lot sooner.
How much further?
Ava and Geraldo stared at us with identical expressions of astonishment. At Liam's question, she said,
Just a little further.
Liam nodded and headed down the path. No one said anything as we trudged along. I kept my hands linked loosely at the back of his neck, my body singing in relief. Liam carried me for what felt like another hour. He never complained, seemed uncomfortable, or acted as if I were a burden. It was nice for a change. There was nothing to indicate that the next turn was any different from the thousands before. But as Ava led us up a small incline and around a corner, beams of sunlight spotlighted several fallen stone monuments. Everyone stopped and blinked, our eyes adjusting to the sudden light. Liam gently set me on my feet and took my hand. I followed him as we passed beneath a large pillar that had fallen against the opposite wall. We stopped when we saw the 4 stone coffins in the room beyond. They sat diagonal to each other and were elaborately engraved. The ceiling was high and came to a sharp point at the center of the crypt. Like every other place in this God's forsaken temple, moss and vines covered the walls. I could see smaller rooms through open arched doorways, more coffins resting at their centers. Why would Victoria want to be buried so far from civilization? And in such a damp, dingy place?
She didn't want to put the city she loved at risk. It was safer to hide the book and her remains far from the place she called home. Which is Victoria's tomb, Ava?
I don't know. She didn't want to put me in danger by telling me. The only thing she left me was a map, and it ends here.
Very well. Spread out and see what each of you can find.
Liam inspected the first 2 coffins, and I checked the remaining ones. They all looked like normal, ancient coffins. The figures carved into the lids looked like soldiers, swords clenched in their stone hands. Ava and Geraldo had split up, each taking a smaller room. I could see their torchlight forming shadows on the stone walls as they moved around. I cast my flame again and took the room furthest from the entrance. A snake, coiled and prepared to strike, danced at my feet as I entered the room. I lowered to my knees, carefully reaching out and grabbing it. Its long body wrapped around my arm. Hey, little guy. Do you want to show me where the magical ancient book is? A beam of sunlight shone through a small hole in the ceiling, spotlighting a coffin at the back. I moved closer and saw that, unlike the others, this one had a woman on the front. The snake in my hand seemed to recoil. Perfect. Animals always knew. I sat it down, watching it slither away before turning back to the coffin. The woman's hands were crossed over her chest, the marble stunning and untouched. She had long, flowing hair, and her face was in perfect, peaceful repose. Rings decorated her fingers, and the mark of Dasheen was clear. Despite what the artist had carved into the stone, I could feel the sadness that lingered. My heart twisted, understanding a bit better now what it would mean to lose a mate. This was Asriel's wife. I leaned closer to get a better look, bracing my hand on the lid. Pain seared through me. Fuck! The skin on my palm blistered and bubbled before healing over. I felt the rush of air behind me.
Diana, what is wrong?
Liam caught sight of my healing hand and grabbed my wrist, pulling me closer.
You're hurt. How?
I think I found her. Liam looked at my already healed hand and pressed a kiss to my palm before releasing my wrist. Liam ran his hand over the lid, barely making contact. His eyes shimmered, the silver rings on his fingers glowing. I watched as tiny tongues of electricity sprang from his palm, flicking out to taste the stone. The coffin creaked and hissed, the carvings glowing with that cobalt blue that had become so familiar to me. He withdrew his hand, sweeping out his arm to push me behind him. The lid slid to one side, the sound of stone on stone nearly obscene in the silence. I stood on my tiptoes, trying to see over Liam's shoulder. A clothed figure lay inside, its mummified hands crossed over its chest. It's not Victoria.
No, it's not. When celestials or gods die, the energy that makes us returns to where it came from. There is no body to bury. This must be one of her trusted subjects.
I stepped a little to his left as he peered further inside. In the tomb lay the remains of what could possibly be a man. The wear and tear of time had left a grayish hulk covered in a white shawl. Beads and jewels lined the neck, and it held a worn and tattered book in its hands. It was thick, at least 1,000 pages, but was not made of any type of paper I had ever seen. Various symbols were engraved deeply into the brown leather cover, and silver latches held it closed. The Book of Azrael. We'd finally found it. Not only had we found it, but we'd found it before Caden and Tobias. Liam reached inside the crypt, carefully detangling the man's fingers from the book, whispering an apology as he lifted it from the tomb.
Forgive me. Your purpose isn't finished yet.
Liam's eyes shone, and that beautiful smile flashed against the dark stubble that shadowed his jaw. I stared at him, stunned anew at his beauty, and knew I would do just about anything to see him truly happy. I didn't know how he made it past my guard so quickly, but there was no doubt that he had roused emotions in me that I thought I would never feel.
We did it.
His kiss was short but blistering. He pulled back and I grinned, nipping lightly at his chin. He tightened his arm around me, fitting my body to his. More like you did. I was mostly the hired muscle.
No, we did it, Diana. You're right. You have always been right. I could not have done this without you.
I'm sure that thick skull of yours would have figured it out eventually.
Always with the sassy quips.
Of course. Who else will keep you humble? I looked down at the book pressed between us. The energy coming off of it was nipping uncomfortably at my skin. I gently pushed myself out of his embrace. Liam, who seemed to notice everything about me, immediately transferred the book to his other arm. I finally understood what Caden had meant when he said Alistair and I would know once we found it. I couldn't describe the feel of it, but we would have known. Damn, that thing packs a punch. I can feel the power coming off of it in waves. He took a reluctant step back, trying to move it even further from me, as if he were afraid it would hurt me.
Sorry. Look, let's get this back to the guild. I'll need to call the others and inform them. Besides, you need a shower. You smell absolutely terrible.
Hey, I'm sure you smell just as bad. I picked up my pace, following close behind as he left the room.
At this point, I do not care. Although I have smelled worse. Long battles with creatures whose secretions alone took days to wash off.
Liam flashed a wild grin. Okay, you have to quit smiling. You're starting to freak me out now.
What can I say? I am happy. We got the Book of Azrael. Anything that comes now we can deal with. What's the worst that can happen? Ow! What was that for?
Are you insane? You can't say that! Liam shook his head, still grinning as he rubbed his arm with his free hand.
So forceful.
I smiled back, about to make a sassy comeback when we heard footsteps coming our way. Our heads snapped up as Ava and Geraldo joined us in the main antechamber.
You found it. That's it, isn't it?
Liam lifted it in the air slightly.
Yes, and it seems your mother had a seal on the tomb, so only I could open it.
Well, that explains why we couldn't get it open the last few times we tried. I mean, we burned through a lot of celestials.
My eyes widened as her words clicked. What did you say? Ava didn't move or respond. Her body was frozen in place, that sweet face of hers stuck in a permanent half-smile. Geraldo's gaze stayed fixated on the book Liam held. We stood there like that for about half a second before I realized we were fucked. So fucked. Liam must have felt the change in the air right before I did, because he went rigid. Ava's body jerked to one side, her arm bending at an ungodly angle as her neck rotated to the side, the bone beneath protruding. We were looking at how she had died. Geraldo's body dropped, his spine misshapen, and parts of his skin sluicing off, exposing the tissue beneath. Bite marks and gashes appeared, as if a wild animal had mauled him. He jerked up, both his and Ava's eyes wide open and a dull white. At that moment, I knew that what I had smelled earlier wasn't just disgusting, stagnant water, but them. They had been dead and rotting this whole time. I stepped back, grabbing Liam's arm as he stared in shock. We need to go. Now.
What is this?
Death. And only one person has power over it. Ava's and Geraldo's heads snapped back, their broken jaws opening obscenely wide. Only one creature had enough control over the dead to keep a celestial bound to their flesh, and I knew it was too late. A hollow howl echoed out of their throats, filling the mausoleum and calling their master forward. The ghastly wail was piercing, and I covered my ears. Liam winced, and I saw the brief flash of silver as he slashed his silver blade through Geraldo's neck. His head bounced and rolled on the ground, but his body stayed upright. I pulled on Liam's arm. That won't work. They're already dead, and what's controlling them is only using them as a beacon. For the first time since I'd met him, Liam seemed to be in shock. He called his blade back into one of the many rings that decorated his hand. Ignoring what was left of Ava and Geraldo, I spun, looking for another way out. I knew what was coming, and it wasn't something we were ready to fight. I wasn't even fully healed. The cracks that had allowed light through filled with several pounds of mud and rock as I dug at them. Talons replaced my nails as I searched, hoping for another secret door. We had to get out of here, and fast.
Diana, stop! There isn't another way in or out. I told you that.
We have to try! I could see the worry fill his eyes as he recognized the near terror in me.
What is coming, Diana? Who is coming?
The room suddenly went silent as Geraldo and Ava stopped wailing. I spun toward the doorway as the sound of heavy boots hitting the ground drew closer. Liam stepped up beside me, my gaze fastened on the doorway. The energy in the room changed, and the whistling stopped. Tobias entered the mausoleum, his hands in his pockets as if he were out for an evening stroll. He wore a slim, dark jacket that wrapped at his waist and matching pants. As he moved into the light, I realized that the dark color of his clothing was due to the blood soaking the fabric. He stopped and pulled his hands from his pockets. His eyes glowed as he began to pick the gore from his dark talons. He had killed and eaten every guard surrounding the entrance of the temple. I could smell it.
Well. The bitch can do something right.
Tobias. I stepped in front of Liam. If I stood at just the right angle, he wouldn't see the book in Liam's left hand. We needed to get out of here before Caden showed up. I could probably take Tobias on my own, but we were seriously screwed if Caden made a guest appearance.
Sam Keel. World Ender. Destroyer. A creature of so many names.
I could feel Liam's energy coming off him in waves, and I didn't need to look behind me to know his eyes were glowing. The last part of Tobias's words must have hit a nerve. What did Tobias know about him that I didn't?
And what do they call you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did Diana not tell you who I am?
Tobias placed his hand on his chest, pretending to be offended.
I figured she would have since... What did you say again?
He lifted his hand, and Ava's corpse lurched upright, her voice repeating my words back.
I'm
his friend. The words left Ava's cold lips in my voice. Tobias dropped his hand, and Ava's body fell, rotting on the floor.
She was a good puppet. They both were, although they weren't going to last much longer since you decided to take your sweet-ass time and jump into that blasted water. Dead flesh doesn't last long when wet.
Tobias stepped close to one of the coffins. He swiped his fingers through the dust on the lid and rubbed it between his fingers.
You have control over the dead. Necromancy has been forbidden for centuries.
I'm not the only ancient being who has committed atrocities, God King. Does she know everything about you? Did you tell her about the Oblivion Blade? Did you tell her how many of ours you slaughtered with it? Did you tell her the truth? Or did you guys just skip to the part where she opens her pretty legs?
Go fuck yourself, Tobias. My talons digging into my palms.
She's a monster, Samkill, and one of the worst. Don't let those bashful eyes and sweet smiles fool you. She has killed and relished in it. She didn't become Caden's second just because she's good on her knees.
I felt Liam stiffen behind me, and for a moment, I was concerned about what he would think of me after hearing that comment. He knew what I would do for Gabby, but he didn't know just how bloodthirsty I could be. But my concern should be for the Igmaruthan standing in front of our only exit and the idea that he might get the book. It shouldn't matter that Liam and I hadn't shared everything about our pasts. I shouldn't care, but a part of me did.
Oh, are you quiet now? Don't want your new boy toy to know how absolutely terrible you are? She is sweet, I know, but she is just like us, world ender. No matter what those pretty lips murmur near your cock, you know I could smell you on each other. It's sickening. I can only imagine what Caden will do once he learns of her betrayal. I wonder if he will make Gabby scream for you as he tears her limb from limb.
Something in me snapped, and I launched toward him at full speed.
No!
I slammed Tobias against the wall hard enough that pieces of stone rained down on us. I realized too late that he had been baiting me, and I had fallen for it. He grabbed my arms, twisting and flipping, changing our positions and driving me against the wall. Tobias's eyes glowed a bright red in the darkened room as he grabbed my throat, lifting me. His claws pierced my skin, my back scraping along the rock. Where was Liam? I couldn't see him past Tobias's shoulders, the room beyond in deep shadows. I wasn't usually the damsel in distress type, but I could have used a little help here while Tobias was distracted.
You're weak, Diana. Have you not been eating right? Less protein in your diet?
He smiled, and I saw his teeth grow to points.
Oh, you haven't, have you? That's why you're not healing. Are you pretending to be mortal again? How well did that work for you last time?
Liam was behind Tobias in the next instant, his eyes a burning silver as he grabbed him by the shoulder. I felt Tobias's hand tighten around my throat, and then he was being tossed through the air. He flew through one of the internal walls and landed with a loud crash, the stone piling down on top of him.
What did I teach you about emotions? Control, Diana.
Liam helped me up from my crouched position. I cradled my throat, my fingers sticky with blood. Yeah, I didn't really think that one through. Liam, he's stronger than me. He was out there feeding off the guards. We have to leave. The low rumble from where Tobias had landed had us whipping our heads in that direction. He emerged from the murky darkness, wiping dust and pieces of stone off his clothes, as if he hadn't just been slammed through a wall. He glared at us, straightening his jacket and regaining his composure. There was not a single scratch on him.
Now that was just rude. You asked me who I am, Sam Keel.
I knew what was about to happen.
Allow me to show you.
Tobias's body cracked and bent as bony protrusions, thick and piercing, grew from his shoulders and elbows. His skin turned inky black with a red sheen, and his flawless features became more angular and sharper. 4 horns sat atop his head, pointing toward the ceiling. His talons lengthened and curved, and sharp serrated teeth gleamed as he smiled at us. The air grew heavy, Liam's power filling the room and pressing down on me. I glanced at him and saw unfiltered shock on his face. I wrapped my hand around his wrist, but he paid me no mind.
Hal Naduan.
I have not heard my real name in eons, Sam Keel.
It's not possible. You perished alongside my grandfather. I saw the texts, read them. I know them.
Is that what your father told you? Your family is full of liars, Sam Keel. Too bad you won't be around to figure that out.
Liam squared his shoulders as he glared at Tobias.
It doesn't matter who or what you are. It will take an army to detain me.
He stretched his arms out to the sides, squeezing his hands into fists. His talons dug into his palms, drawing fresh blood. He spoke in the ancient tongue of Igmaruthans.
Ravdul Miktari Unir Deskadra Vorka.
Blood welled between his fingers and dripped onto the floor. It sizzled, dark smoke swirling as it made contact with the stones.
Well, it's a good thing, Sam Keel, that I have bodies to spare.
The mausoleum shook as the stone absorbed his blood. Liam and I watched in horror as the lids slowly slid off the coffins. Hollow wails and moans filled the crypt, the ground busting open beneath us as the dead rose. My hand hit Liam's shoulder once more as we ran through a crumbling tunnel. It'll take an army to contain me. You just had to use your giant ego, didn't you?
You did not tell me Tobias was a king of Yajedin.
The undead creatures wailed and charged behind us. Oh, what? I reached behind us, throwing another fireball. Liam yanked me around a corner and pushed me against the wall, pressing his body over mine.
The crown embedded in his skull.
We were covered in dirt, debris, and gore after fighting our way out of the crypt. Well, I didn't know. I thought they were horns. He looked at me like I had grown horns.
They are not horns. They are a crown. He is one of the 4 kings.
4? Liam stared at me, his expression dazed as realization dawned.
It explains so much. Their power, who Caden is, why they can hide from me. Diana, they are older than even me. Centuries older.
He reached up with one dirty hand, rubbing it frantically over his head before his eyes bored into mine.
So that makes you a queen. A queen of Yajedin. If he is one of the 4, that's why he is so vicious, so territorial. Why he will do anything to get you back.
My stomach roiled at Liam's words, and I felt bile fill my throat. No, he couldn't be right. And yet my heart hammered in my chest. No, I am not Caden's. I am not his queen.
We need to get back to the main room. I put the book back into the tomb when we first started fighting, and I do not wish to leave it there.
Even covered in God's knew what, I could still see his scowl. You mean the same room Tobias is still in?
Yes. I will kill Tobias while you get to it. The tomb is cracked enough that you will not hurt yourself.
He didn't give me an opportunity to argue, and I contemplated hitting him again as he crept closer to the opening of our hiding spot. Liam kept a hand against my stomach, holding me in place as he peeked around the corner. He nodded and took my hand, leading me back toward the coffin room at a run. I kept looking back, making sure the dead hadn't turned around. So far, we were in the clear. As we got closer, I could hear stones clashing and Tobias yelling in frustration while he searched for the book.
Where is it? I smell your fear on the pages. Show yourself, cursed little traitor.
We stopped at the edge of the massive door. Liam's eyes raked over me.
Remember what I taught you.
I nodded and called the flames, igniting my hands. I peeked into the room and saw the undead stumbling around.
Queen or not, please, be careful.
I met Liam's gaze, but could not decipher the emotion in his eyes. His thumb flicked over his ring as he called forth his armor, and a blaze weapon formed in his hand, this one much larger than the ones he had summoned before. He pressed his lips to mine in a hard, fast kiss, before charging into the room, flying toward Tobias. I heard them grunt as they collided, and the mausoleum shook. Fuck. Okay, Diana, he's distracted. Get the book! I ran into the room, the falling debris cascading all around me. My body hit the wall as the undead rushed me, biting and scratching. I slammed my knee against the head of the closest one, crushing his skull into powder before incinerating several others. The sounds of feet rushing toward me and groans behind me told me the ones I hadn't hit were closing in. Damn it. I needed to find that book so we could get out of here. I scanned the room, squinting as I elbowed one undead out of the way. He dropped his rusty ancient sword, and I grabbed it before he could recover. The sound of stones falling made me look up. Tobias and Liam were having an aerial fistfight above us. The temple quaking every time one threw the other against the walls or ceiling. Concentrate, Diana. He was still immortal, fully immortal. He would be fine. I spun, cutting down every dead creature that got too close as I searched the room. The area was a complete mess. How the hell was I going to find Victoria's tomb now? I tossed a few scattered remains to the right side as another undead reached out to grab me. I thrust my blade through that one, then felt something jump on my back. Its skeletal arm reached around my throat, and I grabbed it, jumping up and slamming back onto the ground, crushing it beneath me. Before I had time to get to my feet, another undead reached for me. Its decaying nails grabbed the front of my shirt and lifted me. I maneuvered my arms beneath it, lifting them high and dropping my elbows, severing its bony arms. I grabbed the blade and stabbed the one crawling at me in the skull. I looked down, noticing the arms dangling from my shirt. Ew. I dropped them on the ground and stomped them into pieces. The room shook again, knocking me off my feet. My weapon dropped, and I watched in dismay as it slipped through a crack and disappeared. Tobias's power must have flickered because all the undead stopped and grabbed at themselves, patting as if to make sure they were still in one piece. I lifted up on my elbows and saw the familiar marble finish. I jumped up and ran toward it. Something slammed into me from behind, forcing me to the ground. My breath rushed out of me as I hit the cold floor face first, the undead ripping and tearing at my back. Every time I tried to push myself up, more piled on top. I heard slashes against the concrete as the undead with weapons stabbed through their own, trying to gut me. A sword tore into a still healing wound. The mausoleum shook hard this time, a narrow crevasse forming in the floor. It felt as if a huge piece of the temple had fallen, but what I heard next told me it was probably Tobias throwing Liam.
You lost your blade, World Ender. You're distracted. Are you worried about her? Did she get under your skin? Would you like me to cut her out?
The floor cracked once more, shaking as if a convoy were speeding through. The air lit up with Liam's power, the strike disintegrating a few of the undead. Liam leaped back into the air, the force of him leaving the ground, knocking several more of the creatures off me. I dislodged the sword from my abdomen. 3 undead charged me. I gripped the sword by the hilt and spun the way Liam had showed me, using my upper body momentum to swing the weapon over my head and down, decapitating them with one smooth stroke. More came and I cut them down too. It was a dance I didn't know I knew. By my 10th kill, the ancient sword fractured, breaking off in the skull of one of the undead. I had bought myself a slight reprieve, but it wouldn't last. I spun, looking for the marble coffin, but it was gone. Double fuck. Liam and Tobias's fight wasn't helping. The temple shuddered and rained debris every time they hit a wall. Liam flung Tobias through another part of the mausoleum, and I made my move. I raced toward Liam as he stalked after Tobias and grabbed his arm. His eyes were molten silver, hot with battle rage as he turned and glared at me through the small slit in his helmet. His gaze, combined with the debris and blood covering his armor, turned him terrifying. I nearly took a step back, but his features relaxed as soon as he saw my face. I pulled him to the farthest end of the crypt, just as Tobias dug himself out. Liam and I were pressed against a crumbling bit of stone wall. We had fought, but it made no difference. No matter how many I burned and kicked, or how many he cut through, they kept coming. The cavern shook again as I heard them above us, beating their way inside. More of the undead were forcing their way through the entrance. I feared Tobias had summoned every buried mortal for miles. Dust fell as those not trying to tear us apart searched for the book.
Where did you go, World Ender? I was just starting to have fun.
He ripped coffins from the ground, tossing them against the walls, causing more debris to shift and fall. If we didn't get ripped to pieces, we would soon be buried alive. At least 30 of the undead surrounded us. All were skeletal, draped in tattered clothes, decaying skin clinging to what was left of them. Others looked battle-worn, with limbs missing and helmets rusted from time. They carried weapons I could only assume had been buried with them, ranging from swords to rusty battle axes. I couldn't risk getting decapitated while they destroyed this building. We needed a new plan. How many dead are buried here? I peeked around the corner. Some of them tossed about debris in their search for us. I moved, pressing against the wall as I flexed my hand. Every muscle I had was screaming. I was weak, and I knew it.
Too many. Far too many.
Liam turned from side to side, calculating our odds before looking at me, assessing my physical condition. He touched his ring and his helmet disappeared, his sweat-drenched hair clinging to his head.
How much fight do you have left?
Not enough. Every time I think I have the upper hand, more show up. He's too strong. Alistair was the same. There was a reason Caden kept us 3 close to him. The only difference was that they embraced their nature, whereas I didn't. I'm not that strong, Liam. His gaze did not waver.
Yes, you are.
I moved quickly, crawling behind a half-destroyed column. I knew we were fucked, especially if Tobias was this king Liam thought he was. Tobias would have been enough of a challenge, but he had raised every corpse in the general vicinity, and we were outnumbered. I didn't know how we were going to keep him from getting the book. I knew Liam could use the ablaze weapon and finish Tobias off, but the dead army could easily overpower him if he were distracted by me. Liam wouldn't be able to help it because he was nice and good and everything I wanted to be. I could only think of one option, and it wouldn't end well for me. A part of me hated it, but I knew what I had to do. Liam, you have to leave. You get to the book, you take it, and go. We are not both going to make it out of this temple alive.
Yes, we will.
We're outnumbered and battered. I'm still not at 100% after the jungle, and this cavern will fall eventually. We need that book. You need that book. That's all that matters. It was true. Even if it hurt me, it was true. His battle-weary eyes scanned mine.
No.
There is no other way. He gripped the silver blade tighter and leaned forward on his knees.
I'm working on it.
Why not use the dark sword one like before? It killed in seconds.
I told you to close your eyes.
You know I don't listen. Tears stung my eyes. I knew if this plan worked, Tobias would drag me back to Caden, and I would never see him or my sister again. He shook his head, turning back to the horde of dead crawling around.
I cannot use it here. The space is too small. It would not only eradicate everything here, but you as well. I will not risk it.
My point was proven. I knew what was next. I can distract him long enough for you to get the book and leave.
No.
Your favorite word. What a surprise. Listen, this was the plan all along. Above all else, you get the book. It's why we have a deal. Just take care of my sister. Please. I grabbed the collar of his breastplate and tugged him closer to me. His forehead touched mine as I closed my eyes, breathing in his scent once more. I wanted it engraved in my mind long after my body turned to ash. I wanted to remember every day I had spent with him, even back when we hated each other. My chest tightened, tears threatening to spill because I knew this was goodbye. You promised.
No, I'm not leaving you.
I ran my hand over the sweat-drenched side of his face before I kissed him hard and quick. Maybe in another life. I wasn't going to give him a choice. I jumped to my feet and tore off to the right. My hands scrabbled in the debris as I picked up an array of discarded bones and wrapped them in a discarded piece of cloth. I hoped Tobias was so driven by his need to have the book that he would be stupid enough to believe I had it. I stopped at the entrance of the cavern. My eyes met Tobias's long enough to force a look of desperation as I gripped my ruse tighter in my arms. His nostrils flared, and I ran. If he didn't bring the book or me back, things might not end well for him. I held my slowly healing midsection as every head turned toward me. I heard Liam's curse, but he didn't follow. The undead let out a hollow scream and charged after me. I ran down the darkened tunnel, putting some distance between us before I stopped to throw a wall of fire behind me, lighting up the tunnel. The undead at the front ran through the flames and fell to pieces, but it wasn't enough. Those behind them just stomped over the corpses to take their place. I crouched and jumped, slamming through slabs of stone and landing on an upper level. Bad move. The top of my head throbbed as a single trickle of blood ran down my forehead. My skull would heal, but it would do so slowly. I got to my feet and pushed forward. The space grew smaller, and I went to my hands and knees. I could hear the tapping of water up ahead, and I knew I made it to an antechamber above where we'd started. I couldn't hear Tobias or Liam. The sound of scratching had me looking back to see the undead scrambling after me, their decaying jaws opening and closing as they crawled. Fuck! They must have piled themselves on top of each other to reach me. I was moving to shoot another string of fire when the stone beneath me exploded. A clawed hand grabbed me by the midsection, yanking me through the hole.
Where do you think you're going?
He tossed me down, my body hitting the floor hard enough to knock the wind out of me. He was on me before I could react, ripping the cloth from my hands. Bones scattered, and my ruse broke. Tricked you? You lose. Hatred, pure and blinding, filled his crimson eyes as he grabbed me by the scraps of my shirt.
We'll see about that.
Jagged teeth ripped into my throat, sucking any remaining energy I had right out of me. Blood pooled in my mouth as Tobias dragged me back into the room by my hair. I knew what he was about to do.
Oh, world ender. I have something of yours.
The undead parted, their feet shuffling as they moved to the side. I couldn't see Liam, but the fighting had stopped as soon as Tobias walked in. He dropped me for a split second, but before I could scramble away, he yanked me up by my mangled throat. Tobias turned me to face Liam. Liam's armor disappeared, as if seeing me like this made him vulnerable in more ways than one. Tobias's claws forced their way into my chest to squeeze my heart. I lurched forward at the intense pressure. The pain was overwhelming, but I couldn't scream. My lungs burned as if the mere effort of taking in air was too much. I felt my power wane, and I grew dizzy. One squeeze, one movement, and I was dead.
Tisk, tisk, not so fast, world ender. Another step and I rip her pretty little heart out. And we both know even you won't be fast enough to save her.
I could see Liam in front of me. His expression was disastrous. He just needed to get the book and leave. Tobias wouldn't let me go, especially after what I'd done to Alistair. If he didn't kill me here, he would take me to Caden, who would do much worse. I grabbed Tobias's hand, and his grip loosened just enough for me to speak. Just go! I could see the calculation behind Liam's eyes as he looked between Tobias and me. He was formulating some plan, I just didn't know what. Idiot. There was no hope for me. There never had been. I just needed him to leave. Tobias used his free hand to grab my jaw.
You hesitate over her? Fucking pathetic. You have bathed in our blood for centuries, just like your father and his father before him. Yet one pretty face, and suddenly you have a heart? I don't believe it.
Let her go.
Oh, Liam, you fool. Why can't you just leave me?
You know what? I have an idea. You could run that damned blade through us both. Come on, world ender. It will save you so much time. Think about it. 2 Igmorutans, 1 sword, and you get the book. You can make it look like an accident. No one will miss her anyway.
Tobias used his hand to shake my head at his last statement for effect. Tobias had a point. If he killed us both, that would leave Caden alone with no book. Caden would lose his muscle. His ranks were already divided and in shambles. Liam and his friends would be safe for a while. Yes, Liam would lose me, but the world would be safe. That had been the plan all along. Pain racked me again, but this time it wasn't from Tobias's less than gentle ministrations.
You can't do it, huh? Is that weakness I sense? After all these centuries, does the mighty, powerful destroyer finally have a weakness?
If I give you the book, will you let her go?
I felt Tobias stiffen, a devilish grin pulling at his lips as his face came close to mine.
Yes.
I have your word.
Yes. Give me the book, and I will return sweet little Diana back to you.
No, he wouldn't. Liam, do not be that dumb. I tried to speak, but it just came out as a garbled gasp. Liam's face twisted.
Very well. It's in the sealed coffin closest to you.
Liam gestured with his sword.
I'm no fool. I know it's sealed, so only you can open it. You open it.
I will. I just need to get over there.
Tobias looked from the coffin to Liam and back. He nodded, moving us both farther to the side so Liam would have enough room to get the book without being close enough to strike. Liam's eyes never left mine as he slowly walked to the coffin. His hand brushed the side, and in one solid motion he flung the lid across the room. He must have been gentle before, but with the way he sent it rocketing across the room, I knew he wasn't in the mood for games. He reached inside, his gaze still focused on me, and grabbed the book. He waved it in the air.
Now let her go, and I'll give it to you.
I couldn't believe my eyes. Liam couldn't be serious. He wasn't. Everything we'd worked for, everything that had happened on the stupid trip here, and he would just hand it over? For me? No, he couldn't. Liam, don't. Tobias gripped my heart tighter.
Now, be a good God King and toss it over.
Not until you let her go.
I saw Liam take a step forward. It was just an inch, but I knew he would do the unthinkable. He would try to save me, because he was good. He was everything that Tobias and I could never be. No, Caden couldn't get the book. My life wasn't a good trade-off for the world. I wasn't worth it. I mustered as much strength as I could and grabbed hold of Tobias's arm. Even that slight movement made me spit more blood, but I held Liam's gaze. You promised! He knew what I meant. Take care of Gabby. Deal or not, it was the one thing he'd promised me. A look I had never witnessed on him crossed his features. It was the same emotion that Caden had worn the day Ezekiel died. Fear. I saw his eyes widen, the color fading to bright silver as he reached forward, a single word forming upon his lips. I never heard it. Before he could give it voice, I yanked Tobias's hand out of my chest, along with my heart. Darkness. That's all there was. Yet, my body felt warm and whole. I was held in a tight embrace as if I were wrapped in a lover's arms. I couldn't move, but I also didn't want to. Was this Astaroth? Had I finally found peace? The middle of my chest throbbed, erupting in a fierce and piercing pain, spreading through every part of my being. It was liquid heat, drenching me from the inside out. I tried to move, fight, kick, anything to get away from that horrible, blinding agony. It felt as if someone had poured lava into the space where my heart was supposed to be. Had I not ripped my heart out? Was Tobias finishing the job? No, that was wrong too. I'd felt Tobias rip into my chest and shred it. So then, where was I? What was happening to me?
Come on.
My thoughts stopped as a warm liquid filled my throat. Ambrosia. That's the only way I could describe it. My whole being suddenly felt alive. It had to be the greatest thing I had ever tasted. My nerve endings tingled, sparking and firing with life. With every gulp, I gained more control of my limbs. I wasn't dead. I wasn't even close to death. Not when I felt like this. The world came rushing back to me as I took another long pull. I gripped whatever the source was of this amazing elixir, holding it to my mouth greedily. My eyes shot open and my vision cleared. The stars slowly came into focus, along with the silhouette of a large figure crouched over me. All I could see was the pure silver of his eyes, and I realized the amazing thing I tasted was indeed blood. Liam's blood. He knelt on one knee, the other foot flat on the ground, cradling me against him. My head was on his powerful thigh, and he had his wrist shoved into my mouth. My eyes were adjusting to the dark, and I could see the lines of pain on his face. The groan I had heard earlier was from him. In my need, I wasn't feeding gently. I took my teeth from his flesh and moved my head to the side. No.
Diana, I physically put your heart back into your chest with my bare hands. Now drink!
He shoved his wrist back into my mouth, not giving me time to respond. I gently held his wrist with both hands as the sweet flavor filled my mouth. My body healed in places I hadn't realized I was hurt. I drew another mouthful out of him. I knew what it felt like to be on the receiving end of a bite. There was venom in our fangs. Most mortals describe the sensation as a warmth that sent shockwaves to their core, akin to desire. It made it easier to feed if the person allowing it felt pleasure instead of just pain, and it could be intimate. It was a characteristic that we had passed down to the vampires and every blood-drinking creature. Evolution was a tricky bitch. We had to feed just like the lesser creatures we spawned, and blood carried life. It held the purest and most potent magic in the world. It was the only thing that determined the living from the truly dead.
Easy.
I looked up at him, my lips gentling as I swirled my tongue over the wounds I had made before moving his wrist away from my mouth. That's enough. I'm fine now. Promise.
Diana.
He started to say something else, but I was already trying to stand up. Liam grabbed my upper arm, helping me to my feet. I glanced at his wrist and saw he was healing, but slower than normal. Thank you. For that, and putting my heart back in my chest. I raked my eyes down his body, checking for wounds. Liam's clothes looked like they had gone through a shredder. He was covered in ashes, dried blood, and gore, his hair plastered to his skull with gods knew what. I didn't see any critical wounds on him, but the silver sheen I had grown accustomed to seeing on his skin was gone. I looked down at my torn and tattered clothes. There was a hole in the front of the tank I was wearing, and it was covered in blood. I pulled the ruined material away from my body and could see the shiny raised flesh between my breasts where my heart had been ripped out. I lightly touched the spot, still tender from healing. Had he really put my heart back? I had to have been dead for a moment before he tried to feed me. He'd saved me. He always saved me. The stars were bright in the open night sky above. We were in a grassy expanse, but I could hear the whisper of the breeze in the trees lining the edge of the field. A few feet away, there was a giant hole in the ground. What happened?
Which part, Diana?
Yeah, he was mad.
The part where you did not hesitate to take your own life, or the part where Tobias secured the last existing relic of Azrael?
I guess both.
It is not funny.
I wasn't making a joke. I did what needed to be done. You were going to risk the book for me. I saw it. I saw your hesitation. I know the face you make when you're calculating. He took a step forward, and I noticed he swayed, even if he did not.
You had no idea what I was going to do, and should not have attempted to discern my intentions. You've known me for mere minutes in the grand scheme of things, and should not assume you know what I will or will not do.
So you weren't going to save me? My brows ticked up as I folded my arms.
Yes, I would have saved you and the book. But you gave me no choice. You chose for me.
You wouldn't have. And Tobias would have gotten the book.
You do not know what I am capable of!
It was the first time Liam had ever raised his voice at me, and I flinched. Not because he scared me, but because of what I heard in those words. Liam didn't yell at me as Caden had, or degrade me as others did. He shouted, and his voice trembled with fear. Liam.
You gave me no choice. No choice. You let Tobias rip your heart out. He grabbed the book, and I flew through the collapsing temple with the remains of you. There's your recap.
I did what I thought was right.
For who?
For you. For the world, for my sister. You and everyone have done nothing but preach about how important this damned book is.
Preach? As if you have done a single thing during this fiasco but preach about our partnership. Yet you did not trust me enough to know I could have saved you and gotten hold of the book.
I'm sorry, okay? Is that what you want to hear? I'm sorry, but I gave you the perfect opportunity for this to be done. Don't spin this around and make me the bad guy here. You're pissed, but I didn't ask you to save me. I gave my life so that you and everyone else would have theirs.
And what of yours, Diana? You always do this. You willingly try to throw yours away as if it means nothing. As if you mean nothing.
He stopped and turned away as if he couldn't look at me. Pain stabbed me, but it was just for a moment, because he spun back and pointed at me.
You should have trusted me more, Diana. After everything we have been through, why would you think I would ever let anything happen to you?
I didn't say anything because I honestly couldn't find words. It had never occurred to me that Liam would try to bring me back, yet here I stood. He looked around the destroyed terrain.
We have to leave now. I don't know how long it will take Tobias to reach Caden.
He met my gaze, his eyes tired. It's dark enough that I can fly us out of here without us being seen.
Too risky, and you were just dead.
I started to argue, but stopped when I saw him sway on his feet. Liam, are you okay?
Fine. I am fine.
Liam's eyes rolled up into his head, and he fell forward. I caught him, stumbling beneath his dead weight as I tried to keep him from hitting the ground face first.
Where are you now?
I turned away from the window, cradling the phone between my ear and shoulder. Outside of Cherium. I tried to fly back, but the sun came up, and I doubt a winged beast carrying a man would go over great in the news. Plus, I'm tired. I could hear the people in the room with her, the machines, and her shoes on the floor as she walked.
Is this because of what happened in El Donuma? The recent quakes have been all over the news. Logan and Nevera seem on edge, acting like the end of the world is near. They dropped me off at work and left. So now I'm stuck with the regular celestial bodyguards and everyone is being weird.
My hand went to my chest. I could feel the rhythmic beat beneath my skin. A single scar lay between my breasts now. I would notice, but it wasn't anything that others would pay attention to. It was just a small mark, but for me, it would always be a reminder of how far Liam was willing to go for me. Yeah, about that. Tobias showed up.
What? What? Are you okay? Well, I mean, I guess you are okay since I'm talking to you, so that's good. Is he dead?
I turned toward the bed where Liam slept. His chest rose and fell, but it was slower than usual. No, but I was. I think. For a second at least. I don't know.
What? Wait. What does that mean, Diana?
I shook my head, rubbing my hand over my forehead. It's a long story, but we were tricked into getting the book. Tobias showed up and raised every dead person he could in probably a 3-mile radius. We fought, we lost, and Liam brought me back.
Back? As in resurrection? As in...
Shh, don't say it too loud. I don't think it's a good thing. Liam said necromancy is forbidden. That's what Tobias does, and it's all reanimated flesh like in the zombie movies, you know? What Liam did was different. I mean, does it even count if I never turn to ash? Does that mean I didn't really die? I sat by the window, watching the neighborhood children play. Gabby was quiet for a while. Say something.
I'm sorry. I'm just taken aback. That's a big deal, regardless of if you truly passed or not. You're saying Liam restored your heart, Diana. The one thing you can't grow back. How close have you two gotten on this trip, Dee?
It's complicated.
Diana, you didn't.
Listen, it's different. Liam is different. Look, just let me explain when I get back, okay? Promise not to hate me until then.
Fine. Fine. So, that means Tobias has the book then?
Yeah. Don't tell the others. Not yet. I feel like it's something that Liam needs to address.
Of course.
She grew quiet once more. Listen, I'll be fine. So don't worry. I'm probably going to try to sleep for a while and then head out once it's dark again. Hopefully Liam wakes up soon. I heard the noises on her end pick up. I'll call you back later, okay?
Okay. Remember that I love you.
Love you too. The bedroom door opened, and the homeowner peered in. He was a nice-looking gentleman with a large family. I had compelled him to let us stay. Liam's blood let that small part of me work in overdrive. We were currently in one of their teenage son's rooms.
Everything all right, Miss Diana?
Yes. You and your family should head out. Go to a nice dinner or a movie. Just get out of the house and live a little. His eyes held a far-off, glazed look for a moment.
You're right. A movie sounds great.
He left, closing the door behind him. I heard the commotion downstairs as the kids yelled in excitement. And then there was silence. I crawled onto the bed with Liam, the two of us barely fitting. I draped myself over him, curling up against his side, making the small space work. I slid my fingers through his hair, brushing back the dark waves threatening to curl toward his brow. He didn't move, his breathing slow and deep. Why did you do that? The same words I had whispered the first time he fed me his blood when he thought I had died. I snuggled into him, wrapping my arm around his and placing my head on his chest. I closed my eyes, listening to the slow beat of his heart, the rhythm now matching my own. My body ached as I stretched across the bed, my arms shuffling through the covers, reaching for Liam, and coming up empty. I was alone. I sat upright. What the fuck? I looked around the room that did not belong to a teenage boy who loved sports and was living in the suburbs with his family. Drapes danced in the wind, swirling around the large bed frame. Furniture not of this world took up much of this chamber, birds chirping from the large open window. Oh no. Was this another blood dream? My hand reached for the small scar on my chest, my fingers rubbing it through the fabric of my shirt. I decided to follow the commotion. I pushed the drapes aside and padded across the cool floor. I didn't even bother with the large doors. I just walked through the walls. It sounded like a lot of people were gathered. But for what? I walked down the massive corridor, taking in the art carved into the walls. It was as beautiful as the first time I'd seen it.
The boy never listens!
The boy is standing in front of you.
I broke into a run, following the sound of continued shouting. I entered what reminded me of a cathedral and skidded to a halt. The ceiling was so high, I wondered how they had even hung the massive chandelier. It moved and danced, glowing with shades of blue, purple, and silver, reminding me of a small galaxy. The guards flanking the doors held their weapons tight, and several hundred more stood against the walls inside. This place was huge. It was no wonder Liam had told Drake he had seen bigger when we had toured their mansion. Several guards turned in my direction, and I froze, thinking I could be seen. I relaxed when a few Celestials passed through me, and I realized they were looking at them, not me. Duh, Diana, it's a memory. Celestials gathered around a dais. A row of large chairs sat atop it, allowing whoever was sitting in them to see the entire room and everyone in it. The thrones were made of pure gold, and the legs were carved to depict different alien creatures. There had to be at least 20 deities in attendance. Many of the gods and goddesses bore marks like Liam, with long, vein-like lines of light that seemed to coalesce in their eyes. The light on the others seemed to waft off them in waves, not tied to their skin. They were beautiful, but in an alien way. Too perfect, too defined. The Celestials were watching intently, their blue-lined skin a contrast to that of the gods. Instinctively, I moved closer to the far wall as I watched. I knew this was a dream, but every fiber in my being told me to run. I stayed by one of the empty chairs, grabbing the edge as I peered over. From this angle, I could see Liam. His hair was like it had been the last time I was here. The long, wild curls lay across his armor, held back by the twin braids on either side of his face and contained by small, bejeweled metal bands. Whatever was happening, it must have been after he had formed the hand, because those I recognized were all wearing matching armor. Had they just come back from battle? Logan moved past a few Celestials to stand close to Liam. He held his head high and gripped the hilt of one of those ablaze weapons, ready to strike if needed. I scanned the crowd and saw Vincent. He was at the back of the group, sitting to the side of the dais. He looked even more pissed than he usually did. Several claw marks marred his chest and arm, but he wasn't actively bleeding.
You did not listen, Sam Keel, and it nearly cost you several Celestials. They are not made to be your toys, you insolent fool.
The goddess had long white hair, and silver rings completely covered her fingers. She wore a shimmering dress beneath her armor, light dancing off her pauldrons every time she moved. The silver lines on her body pulsated with her anger as she pointed at Liam.
It is done, is it not, Nismera?
Liam wiped the blood from his sword. So that was Nismera, the one who had made Vincent, and hurt him too, from what Liam had said.
Yes, I am quite well.
Liam turned toward Vincent, waving his hand in his general direction.
See? He is fine.
The room erupted, everyone talking over each other. The door behind me opened and several more guards entered, a handful of Celestials following. Okay, full house it was then. They were dressed in shiny armor, thicker than what Liam and his warriors wore. A bird with multiple wings was engraved on their breastplates. The noise in the room died as they made their way to the dais and removed their helmets. One of the taller warriors tossed a large, bleeding head at the feet of the gods, blood gathering around the neck like a reflective pool. It had two thick horns that curved back in a spiral. Emerald green flecks of light gleamed beneath its scales, even in death. Its mouth gaped in 4 directions, exposing hooked teeth that glistened with venom.
I bring the head of an Igmaruthan, one of many Samkiel and his warriors bested in battle.
I knew they hunted Igmaruthans and everything in between, but seeing how easy it was for them to take the head off something that would give me nightmares shook me. To my surprise, I recognized the warrior that had tossed the head, Imogen. She was strikingly beautiful, even covered in the blood of one of my own. She came to stand by Liam, greeting him with a kiss. I felt the pit of my stomach roll, and my eyes darted away. So, she was a leader as well. Great. That's perfect. Not jealous at all.
Lady Imogen, can you attest to the actions of Samkiel?
I remembered that voice, and I recognized Liam's father in all his glowing glory, although an air of frustration surrounded him in this moment. He sat upon the center throne, one hand on his head as he rubbed his temple. My Liam was more like his father than the younger version of himself had been.
With all due respect, Your Grace, the task was completed.
Imogen slightly bowed. Liam wore a smug look on his face and extended his arms out, as if to say,
See, I told you.
I rolled my eyes as the gods all burst into angry bickering, talking over each other and yelling. This is pointless.
So would you rather the Hindrak realm stay open, while they ravage and slaughtered countless?
Several of the gods turned toward him, the light around them pulsating. Even I knew nothing good happened when they strobed like that. The god in the chair on the far right had been eyeing Liam with malice. He jumped from his throne and strode toward Liam, menace radiating off of him. He was tall and lean with angular features, his muscles rippling as he clenched his hands into fists. The circular gold blade strapped to his back glowed in response to his aggression.
You are an arrogant and foolish boy.
I would give Liam credit. He didn't back down or look remotely shaken. He folded his arms and stood his ground, licking the inside of his lip.
A boy who did what you could not, Zol.
Zol raised his hand toward Liam, and a loud, booming siren filled the hall. I covered my ears and crouched. As soon as it started, it was over. When I looked back toward the thrones, Liam's father was on his feet. His staff was stuck in the floor between them, silver light dancing from the cracks it had created in the stone.
Silence!
Every being in the room obeyed.
There shall be no more arguments from either party. What my son has done was arrogant, impulsive, and above all, selfish.
His gaze focused on Liam. Liam shook his head in disgust, clearly not surprised that his father did not have his back. But I could also see his hurt. I wanted to reach out to him, but knew I couldn't.
But nevertheless, the threat is eliminated. People are safe because of his actions. Where would we be if we chastised the means by which we keep others safe?
Typical. It matters not what the boy does. You will always choose his side. Consequences of his disobedience be damned. Seems repetitive, Unir.
Unir glanced at Nismera, the glow in his eyes intensifying, but he made no move. Others seemed to agree with her, slowly nodding. She didn't say any more before she shot out of the room in a streak of light. Many others looked at Liam and Unir with disgust before leaving the room. I hadn't realized how bright they had made the area until just Unir remained. The room held a dim glow as he lifted the spear from the cracked floor, his eyes never leaving Liam.
Your pride, egotism, and insolence will be the reason they will turn on you. You cannot lead them or anyone if they don't respect you. Have I taught you nothing? Years of training, educating you, yet you resort to barbaric tactics. How can you ever hope to lead?
Father, I
am ashamed of you. I had such high hopes, and now I am left to clean up your mess. Again!
He stared at Liam, but when Liam didn't say anything, he shook his head one more time and disappeared. I started toward Liam, no longer caring that I was in a dream. My steps faltered when the ground began to shake. I looked at my feet, the marble floor melting away to reveal a rocky, blood-stained expanse. Shouts from behind me had me ducking just in time as a golden beam of light sailed over my head. Screams and the sound of metal on metal filled my ears. It was the gods, and they were fighting each other. The beasts the gods rode were massive. They had wicked talons on their feet, and their eyes glowed. At first, I thought their bodies were covered with fine hair, but looking closer, I saw tiny finger feathers billowing on them in waves. They were beautiful, but also terrifying. One was coming right for me, and forgetting this was a dream, I ducked behind a large rock formation. I watched as a god was run through with one of those engraved weapons. He collapsed, holding his midsection. Light danced off him as he exploded, a wave of energy rushing away from where he had been. A terrifying roar shook the air as thick black clouds roiled overhead. Wings bigger than any I could ever conjure beat at the sky, fire pouring from the gaping maw. Igmaruthan. A chill ran up my spine, fear gripping me at what I could become. I didn't want to be a monster. The ground rocked once more, and I saw another golden light shoot into the sky, followed by several blue ones. Caden was right. The books were right. They could die. Okay, I needed to wake up now. Liam stood right in front of me, blood dripping from his hair and armor as a long green and gold lined cape billowed behind him. His gaze was focused on something behind me.
Are you happy, Sam Keel? This is what you wanted, yes?
Liam spun his sword twice as he walked to my left, staring at the goddess.
I never wanted this.
The weapon he held wasn't the dark one I had seen before, but an ablaze one.
You're a fool if you think we would ever let you lead us.
I turned as she came into view. Her armor was stained with blood, and she gripped a red blade, the gold hilt gleaming with jewels.
Look around you, Sam Keel. You shall get the fame you so desperately crave. They will know you now for what you truly are. World Ender.
Liam rushed forward, slamming the blade down where Nismera stood.
Come on, World Ender. Summon your death blade. Show them who you are.
His strike went right through my incorporeal form and almost clipped her.
No.
Coward!
Nismera dodged just in time, bringing her blade up. Their weapons clashed again and again, both skilled fighters. Every move the goddess made, Liam parried, and vice versa. More screams rang out as the ground shook again. The sky flashed, and I knew another god had died. It must have distracted Liam long enough for Nismera to get the upper hand. She swiped her blade at Liam's legs. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. A long gash appeared on Liam's left calf, blood pouring from the deep wound. Nismera advanced, and Liam raised his sword to block her swing. Her blade cut through his sword at the hilt, slicing the palm of his hand.
Did you really think you could best me, you cocky, ignorant fool? I am stronger than you.
Nismera kicked Liam square in the chest, and he tumbled backward. I tried to move forward to help, to do something, but it was like I no longer had control of my body. She placed her thick, armored boot on his chest, her sharp heel sinking into his breastplate. She leaned forward and placed her sword at Liam's throat, blood pooling around the tip.
You see, World Ender, this is your legacy. I hope that as the light bursts from your chest as you die, you know that all this destruction is because of you.
Nismera raised the sword, and I could see she meant to drive it into Liam's throat. Then a bright light hit her chest, sending her flying back. Unir lowered his spear, power sparking at the tip. He was wounded, blood covering his armor. Liam struggled to his feet, his leg and neck bleeding. He half walked, half crawled to his father. Finally able to move, I ran to them. I wanted to help, but my hands went through them both. Fuck. Liam reached his father right as Unir half collapsed into his arms. Liam struggled to prop him up, pushing him back against the wall. Unir held his side, seeming surprised when he felt the blood.
Father!
Another bright light exploded nearby, and the ground shook again, causing them both to nearly fall. Unir struggled to correct himself. I knew from the amount of blood he was losing that he didn't have much longer.
I am truly sorry. I only wished to save you. All of you.
Father.
I recognized that desperation. Liam knew his father's final moments were a breath away. He was trying to keep from breaking. The ground shook and another burst of blue light erupted. I heard footsteps approaching and turned to look. Several Celestials stood around us, wearing armor similar to Nismera's. They were not here to help.
Father, do not leave me. Please, I am so sorry. I will listen better. I swear it. Please, Father, I cannot do this without you. I do not know what I am doing.
Yes, you do. You always have.
Liam watched with dawning horror as his father's face started to glow.
How precious. A dying father who cares for something other than his own sickening greed to rule.
It was the god's soul. His armor was draped in blood from the top of his helmet to the tip of his blade. It shone silver and cobalt. It was the blood of their own. Unir grabbed the spear, pushing Liam back as he shot to his feet with the last bit of strength he had. He spun it once over his head, sending a beam of golden light at the god. Zol bounced the beam from his sword, redirecting the power and sending the blast right back at Unir. It hit Unir dead center, creating a massive hole through his breastplate. The world stopped for a split second as Liam's father looked at him and smiled, a single tear streaking his cheek.
I love you, son kid. Be better than us.
Liam's scream echoed over the battlefield. His howl of pain and rage vibrated through every inch of the falling Reshiram. My heart broke at the sound of his sorrow. I watched as Liam dropped his head into his hands, sobbing violently. More gods slammed to the ground surrounding him. Liam didn't seem to notice, and if he did, he didn't care. Zol stepped forward with a smile of pure hate on his face, stopping in front of Liam's kneeling form.
So, this is our king. A sobbing child. How pathetic.
He reached down and grabbed Liam by his hair. He yanked him up, forcing him to his feet. Hate and grief were etched into Liam's features. Zol's smile turned to a shocked gasp, just before his entire being turned into a thin sheet of ash. Everyone stopped, unsure of what had just happened. Liam didn't move. He did not advance. He just stayed there with his head hung. It didn't take long before another worked up the courage. Liam spun on his good leg, stabbing the black and purple blade through his skull. Energy did not burst from him like it had with the others. His skin turned a deep black before disintegrating. More gods grew the courage to rush Liam, and each one met the same fate. He was so quick that I couldn't even tell he moved, until all that was left was ash and sand. Liam didn't so much as hesitate as he grabbed the blade with both hands, flipping it once and driving it into the ground. Energy, like I'd felt when I first met him, shook the planet, spreading out in every direction. The power of the blade surged with a dull thud, the air forced out as if a bomb had gone off. Everything that wave touched burned to ash, leaving only Liam on a dusty, deserted battlefield. That was the last thing I saw before Reshiram exploded.
My eyes blinked open, and I nearly slammed them closed again. I raised my hand, shielding them from the sunlight streaming through the window. I looked around the unfamiliar room, trying to get my bearings. It was a small space, and I was confused by the shirts hanging on the white walls, each of them with a number printed on the fabric. I turned as Diana moaned where she slept next to me. Diana. She shifted restlessly in her sleep, and her eyebrows drew together. I reached over, holding my hand above her chest. The rhythmic beat of her heart was strong, and I almost wept in relief. I peeked under the blanket covering me and saw that the clothes I wore were new and clean. She had moved us and taken care of me too. I shook my head in disbelief. She claimed to be this dreadful beast, yet all she did was look out for others. I was happy knowing she was alive, but upset that it had happened at all. My dream had come true, just as I had seen it. My eyes closed, the memory of watching her die replaying in my mind. I heard the words leave my lips as my vision blurred. It had been my night terror made real. I saw her eyes, saw the light leave as she yanked his hand out of her. His smile had been cruel and satisfied as I rushed to her, falling to my knees to catch her body before it hit the floor. I barely registered the whomping sound of his wings as he grabbed the book and took to the air. He'd left the crypt, and there had been a clash and a clatter as hundreds of dead fell. Then there was nothing. The world went completely silent without her.
No. No, Diana. Diana, please!
My tears had refused to stop falling, and I hadn't understood that pain. I had not felt like that in centuries, not since my father died. I had cradled the empty shell that was Diana, searching for the light in her gorgeous face. No longer would she laugh at the most inappropriate times. She wouldn't correct me over the most idiotic things. She was gone, and I'd felt like a part of me was too. I had known her for mere months, but in that short time, I had grown deeply attached to her. She'd helped me in my darkest moments, steadily pulling me from that deep-seated hatred I felt for myself. She'd even helped me when I'd been less than kind to her, and now she was gone. I remembered grabbing her heart and placing it back in her chest. I remembered flying through that empty tomb with her and exploding into the night with her cradled in my arms. All I'd known was that I couldn't lose her, not without fighting for her. I had promised, so I'd drawn a blade and sliced my palm to pour myself into her. She couldn't leave me like this. I'd concentrated on picturing her whole once more, laughing, happy and sassy. I'd seen her smiling again. Didn't she understand how important she was? I knew I couldn't raise the dead or restore lost life, but I had to try. I had promised her. The flesh beneath my hand had started to mend from the inside out. Her body jolted as I'd forced more power into her. Veins, muscles, and tissue knitted as her heart regrew, restoring itself. It had jumped once, twice, and a third time before picking up a rhythmic beat. The tissue above that was next, her ribs and sternum mending. The muscles had filled back in, and her skin smoothed over, silky and unblemished. My body had ached as I poured more of my power into her. The light beneath my hand flickered, and I hadn't cared. I pulled my hand back, making sure I did not touch her. It had worked, but I was worried what the cost would be. I was careful not to wake her as I shifted out of bed and took a few steps to the door. I slipped out of the room and found myself in a hallway. The walls were crowded with pictures of smiling mortals. Diana must have taken over a home. I couldn't hear anyone else in the house. I needed to hurry before the family returned. I jogged down the stairs to the open living room. It was filled with the clutter of an active family and a large gray couch. I stood in the middle of the room and closed my eyes. I concentrated on Logan, trying to summon a connection with him. The familiar tug was there, but then it stopped. Strange. That had never happened before. I tried again, but ran up against a wall that my power could not penetrate.
Resurrection has a cost.
My father's voice echoed through my mind. Fuck. I clenched and unclenched my fingers. If I could not summon Logan the normal way, I would need to do it the mortal way. I walked toward the well-lit kitchen, searching for a phone. I picked up the small black device and dialed the number Logan had forced me to memorize.
Hello?
Logan, it's Liam. I need you to meet me somewhere. Only you. We sat in the large living room, and I told Logan everything, the same way I had done years before in Rashiram. I told him about El Danuma in gritty detail. I told him of the fight, Diana's death, her resurrection, and the new threat we faced. It has been eons since we have faced an actual threat. These weren't the usual soulless beasts I have encountered previously. No, this was much worse. Logan's gaze searched mine before he pointed toward the ceiling and the room where Diana still slept.
You did the unthinkable, Liam.
I know.
Even if she didn't truly die, resurrection is taboo, forbidden. The horror stories we've heard about the damage it could cause, it could have backfired and you could have ended up an empty husk.
I know.
Do you love her?
Why does everyone keep asking me that?
Well, she is a very attractive female with a very persuasive vocabulary that some men who haven't had female attention in a while may find alluring.
Does your wife care if you speak so fondly of other women?
No, I'm talking about for you. All I'm saying, Liam, is this isn't you. You wouldn't risk this for just any woman. I know you. That kind of power, you don't know the damage it could cause, and not just for you or her, but for the universe. They always spoke about a catalyst that unbalanced everything. You know that.
He was so wrong. If he knew what I had done to Rashiram, the gods there, he would think differently. He would know that I was completely aware of my destructive nature, and how dangerous I was to everyone around me. I ran my hands roughly through my hair as I sat there. I know.
Thank you for telling me. I do miss the days when you would actually talk to me. So, what's next?
Have you heard from the vampires I sent?
Yes, they made their presence very known. Gabby likes the loud one a lot, and they seemed to bond over some stories I didn't care about.
That's Drake.
Nevera is with them both. I think she spoke of coffee or something. I made a few other Celestials go with them. Regardless of if Gabby likes them, I don't. I don't know what it is, but I don't want to leave the girls alone with them for too long. And if what you said about the 4 kings still being alive is true, well then, they can't be trusted.
I turned my head and a small smile formed. Logan's protectiveness toward Gabby would make Diana happy. Drake may be boisterous, but he is harmless. He's more of an annoying flirt.
If he flirts with Nevera, I'll rip him to pieces.
Yes, that is fair. I don't know, something just feels off.
A possible side effect, maybe.
Maybe. Or maybe something else is stirring. It feels like I can't keep my head above water. I need to get to the council. If Victoria brought any more of Azrael's scrolls or texts from Rashiram, I'm hoping they will know of them.
If you go to the council, Imogen, Cameron, and Xavier will bombard you the moment you set foot in the city.
I know that's why you are coming. And Diana.
How are you going to sneak an Igmaruthan past the council?
It's not an Igmaruthan. It's Diana. She was mortal at one time, have some respect. Logan nodded, but I saw a glint in his eye. Was he testing me?
My apologies.
A corner of his mouth lifted. A test indeed. With that being said, I do have a plan for that too. To start, I need you to find us some clothing so that we will fit in. I am too drained to summon any garbs at the moment.
Done.
I stared at the ceiling, feeling as if I had missed something. Something is wrong, Logan.
We'll figure it out. If worst comes to worst, you have a queen on your side.
He was right. Diana gave us a better chance, but just a slight one. She was powerful, but she refused her nature, which kept her at a disadvantage. Although I might have had a solution for that, but it was not one I wished to share with him. You're right. Their power far outmeasures any otherworld creature. Even my father feared the kings of Yajedin.
What I don't get is how they got here. The realms and gates have been locked for so long that nothing with that much power should exist.
I'm starting to think they have been here a lot longer than we thought. Moving behind the scenes, planning and waiting for something.
Waiting for what, though?
That is a very good question. Logan stood and wiped his hands on his pants.
I will go and get us something to wear and be right back.
One more favor.
Yes?
I need you to distract Imogen.
Oh, may the old gods protect me.
The living room fell silent once more as I rubbed my hand over my face. I should have been faster and killed Tobias when I had the chance. I should have made my move and gotten to him before he got his hands on her. She had sacrificed herself for me, for the world, and I'd resurrected her without a second thought. My own father would not bring back my mother, the one person he had loved with every atom of his being. Yet I'd brought back a smart-mouthed, ill-tempered, caring woman. I was as selfish and weak as they claimed. because I hadn't brought her back for the world, or even for her. I brought her back because I didn't think I could exist without her.
A god does not think of his own wants or needs, but the needs of others, the ones he protects.
My father's words rang in my head. He was right then, and he was even more right now. Even Tobias had seen it, and he was correct when he'd said that Diana had gotten under my skin. My minor curiosity with her had morphed into a deep caring and protectiveness that I could not control. It had cost me the Book of Azrael, but the most terrifying part was a part of me didn't care. Diana was worth it. A scream echoed through the house, and I was on my feet and up the stairs before the echo of it had even faded. I burst through the door to find Diana sitting up in bed, clutching her chest. She turned to me, her eyes wide and unmoving.
You really are a world ender. Liam's eyes narrowed, his brows furrowing as he stepped into the room. I was on my feet and backing away before I registered what I was doing. Don't come any closer!
Diana, it's me. Put the fire away, please.
I looked down to see I was holding twin flames. I hadn't felt it or even known I'd summoned it. You destroyed Reshiram. That's why they call you World Ender. It's not just some weird egotistical name. You obliterated an entire planet with your sword. I saw it. Liam's face dropped. He tensed, realizing there were no more secrets between us. No more lies. I knew everything now.
Yes.
You slaughtered hordes of Igmaruthans.
Yes.
Is that what you would have done to me in the beginning? His eyes searched mine, and I knew he would never lie to me.
If it was necessary.
My heart hammered, instinct overriding logical thinking. The beast inside me stirred for the first time, cautious of him. Is it necessary now?
No. How could you ask me that?
I clenched my hands, extinguishing the flames. I saw your father die. For the first time since he'd entered the room, he looked away from me. I saw the flash of torment before he composed his features and could look at me again. I saw the agony in your eyes, and I heard the scream that shook the world. That blade I saw, the same one you wielded the night you saved me. His hand fisted as my gaze focused on the silver and black ring. I want to see it. His eyes met mine, and he didn't say a word as he flicked his wrist, summoning the Oblivion Blade. Black and purple smoke danced within the blade, and I could feel its power from across the room.
It is Oblivion, the purest form of the Ever After. I created it out of agony, grief, and regret after my mother died. Her death was close to my ascension. They say you must go in with a clear mind when you forge your weapon. I did not. Sorrow is a powerful emotion, and one gods cannot afford to feel, much less express. It is the same with love. It makes even the most powerful of us rash, erratic, and unpredictable.
He spun the blade before it disappeared back into his dark ring.
My father's death broke me. It is why I left. Why I hid away. And why I was the man I was after you first met me. What you witnessed was the end of Rashirim. It was the end of my home. No one else living knows what occurred that day. And I would like to keep it that way.
I nodded, finally understanding. The tension in my shoulders eased. That's what you see when you dream.
Yes.
He looked as if he wanted to say something else, but stopped himself. That's why you hate that name so much. It's a constant reminder of what you've lost.
My father's staff, the one you saw. It helped shape planets and healed others. Unair was known throughout the cosmos as the World Bringer, and I, Samkiel, will forever be known as the World Ender.
My eyes softened as the fear that had gripped me when I woke released its hold. I had seen the fight and knew how they had treated him. A part of me felt compassion for him. I should have been scared, or at the very least, cautious and suspicious. He and his had killed thousands of creatures just like me. Yet all I felt was sorrow. I moved closer. His eyes raked over me hungrily, but I could see him bracing himself for my repudiation. Is that why you were so upset that I died? Because your father had given his life for you?
Among a list of many, but yes. I do not want anyone else to die from me. I have grown tired of it, and I am not worth it, Diana.
His eyes slid away from mine, disgust crossing his features. I knew it wasn't aimed at me, but at the painful memories I had dragged into the light. Liam, what are the consequences? I saw it in your memories. Resurrection has a cost. What will ours be?
I do not know.
His eyes met mine again as a bright blue light lit up the room. I blinked as Logan appeared between us. Logan took a moment to take in his surroundings before looking at me, his eyes lingering on my chest. Sorrow darkened his eyes, and I realized he knew what had happened. He placed a pile of cream-colored fabrics on the bed.
I brought what you requested.
Thank you, Logan.
No problem. Well, are you ready to sneak into the council and pray to the gods we don't get caught?
My eyes widened as I looked between the two of them. Wait, what? This is a terrible idea. Why do we have to sneak in again? You're in charge of everything. Just ask for the information. Logan, Liam, and I hid behind a massive column.
I cannot. If one or more knew Azrael had made a book that contained the information that could lead to my demise, and I did not share that information, then there are people here who cannot be trusted.
Fair point. Logan turned toward me, wearing the tight black pantsuit that fit him like a glove. Rustic gold belts across his chest and shoulders formed a vest. A thin black shawl hung off his shoulders and moved with the wind. He had told me it was what the Hand wore when inside the council halls.
You guys got this. I'll distract Imogen and the other council members. Just play the part. And remember, the less talking, the better.
It's not my fault you guys gave me less than an hour to learn your language. Several footsteps approached, echoing through the great hall. It was an opulent, wide-open space sitting in the shadows of mountains that nearly pierced the sky. They were much larger and more majestic than anything I had ever seen. The trees in the surrounding forests were tall, the foliage lush, and the colors breathtaking. The ceiling was open and framed all the galaxy had to offer. Everything here was brighter, clearer, sharper. I wanted to admire it more, but we had a job to do.
She's coming. I'll distract her as long as I can. But hurry.
Liam pressed his hand to the small of my back, and I leaned into the pressure. He had touched me at every opportunity since I'd awakened in that tiny room. It was not in the same fun way as before, but more as if he were afraid I would disappear if he wasn't touching me. I watched Logan approach a small group of Celestials. They parted as he joined him, and then I saw her. Her blonde hair was braided on the sides, and she wore a beautiful white dress. It was sheer, but not see-through. When she saw Logan, her eyes lit up, her smile adding a flush to her high cheekbones. She was even more gorgeous in person than in Liam's dreams. Damn it. I memorized her form and called forth the power needed to change. A moment of concentration, and I looked just like her, clothes and all. I looked at Liam, who nodded his approval and ushered me around several more columns. Our soft-soled shoes whispered over the glossy floor. Once we were out of sight, we picked up the pace, jogging through the maze of corridors and staircases.
The third floor holds the council chambers. We just need to get past the few guards there, and we should be good. Logan double-checked that there are no meetings today.
As we hit the second floor, we stopped running. We strolled calmly so as not to draw attention. I waved at a few Celestials as we passed, and Liam nodded in their direction. Their eyes almost bugged out of their heads as they saw us, which I assumed was because of Liam's new look. I don't think anyone here had seen him with short hair. Plus, the cream-colored shirt and pants ensemble made his skin seem to glow, the silver lines that traced the shape of his body shining through the thin fabric. We passed through several rooms, weaving between thick columns as if we were in no hurry to reach our destination. Liam suddenly changed direction and pulled me into a passageway hidden behind a red and gold-trimmed curtain. I slammed against him, my nose bouncing painfully against his hard chest.
Fuck.
Liam held the curtain back so he could peer out. He scanned the far side of the room as if he'd spotted someone. Liam, you cursed! Where does the follow-all-the-rules guy learn to talk like that?
Probably from the dark-haired, foul-mouthed woman whose vocabulary screams indecency.
He glanced down at me for a split second, a grin tugging at his lips before he went back to peering beyond the curtain. A tall, muscular, brown-skinned Celestial in the same uniform that Logan had worn smiled down at a woman in an off-white jumper. Okay, so he was a member of the Hand I hadn't met yet. Gods, why were they all so beautiful? His hair was dreaded and pulled back in a thick double ponytail that spilled down his powerful back. Blue lights ran along his arms and neck, arrowing toward his piercing eyes. His teeth flashed white as he laughed at something the woman said. And they turned to leave. He's a member of the Hand. Why are we hiding? Are you worried about him seeing us?
No, I am not concerned about Xavier. I'm concerned about the one who rarely leaves his side.
We came out from behind the thick curtain as Liam nodded toward the large staircase. Why? Liam started to say something but was tackled from the side. I heard the air leave his lungs, followed by a deep, resonant laugh. I spun, flames dancing on my palms. My eyes widened as I watched a blonde man lift Liam off the floor, his feet dangling. He picked him up effortlessly, as if they weren't the same size.
Cameron, you will put me down if you value your job and your life.
Cameron. Ezekiel had mentioned him in Ophanium. I remembered Liam saying something about him as well. I closed my hands into fists, snuffing out the flames and putting them behind my back. Cameron dropped him and Liam glared, adjusting the front of his shirt.
Did you think you could sneak into the Great Halls and I would not scent you?
Scent? My lips turned up. Could he smell Liam through the entire building? Could he smell me? Uneasiness hit my gut. On the plus side, Liam and I had not had sex or anything even remotely close before we came here. On the downside, would my ruse even work on Cameron? I thought I might like this one, if it weren't for the fact that he might ruin what we were here to do. He wore the same clothes as Logan, but I already knew he was a part of the Hand. His fair skin was flushed a shade of pink at his excitement in seeing Liam. His blonde hair was braided into a thick mohawk, the end reaching the middle of his back. He turned toward me, taking his time as he looked me over. I froze, nervous that he had seen the fireballs I had threatened to throw at him, or smelled that I wasn't Imogen. His head tilted to the side as he glanced behind me. A slow, mischievous smile curved his lips.
Oh, I see. You were all playing another exciting round of Hide the Battle Sword?
I looked over my shoulder to see that Xavier had returned.
Cam, you speak too freely. One day, Sam Keel will remove your head.
No, he likes me too much.
Debatable. Where did you learn to speak like that? Anuin is not our predominant language.
Logan visits often. He fills us in on what the mortals have been up to and brings us the best cuisine. Chocolate is damn near orgasmic.
Ah.
Liam grabbed my hand and turned toward the stairs.
Very well, then. Imogen and I have other business to attend to, and I'm sure the two of you have something you need to be doing.
Cameron stepped in front of Liam and me, keeping us from moving.
Business? What business? I just saw her leaving with some members of the council and Logan, who didn't even say hi. What's gotten into you guys? Imogen says that matters on you are escalating. Logan has been visiting less. There have been secret council meetings and your sudden return from your cave after centuries of being gone. The most surprising bit is this new look of yours. Is there something we should know?
Liam and I froze, my mind spinning as I tried to formulate an excuse. But Liam beat me to it.
If there was, you would be alerted. Now move.
Touchy. Imogen, you usually make him a bit nicer after your rendezvous. What happened? Losing your touch?
Cameron strolled close to me, his hands clasped behind his back. He stopped, grinning from ear to ear. I felt my temperature rise as I clenched my fists, willing my fire to stay put. I had no claim on Liam, but their words rubbed me the wrong way. Would it be that simple, that normal for him to fall back into his ex-lover's arms? Was that why he wished to go home so badly? My chest ached with thinking such thoughts.
Losing my touch? Ridiculous. Why else do you think he came back?
I gave them my best Imogen grin. I tried to remember how she moved from my short glimpse of her and prayed that my attempt worked. Cameron grinned at me, however Liam was not amused.
Enough. We have more important things to attend to than your failed attempts at humor. Xavier, do not encourage him.
Xavier held up his hands.
Hey, I can only do so much.
Cameron winked at Xavier, which seemed to only make the fearsome warrior smile more. There was a history between the two. I could feel it.
Be nice, Samkiel. I was only joking. It's not like we see you...
His words stopped, his smile fading as we walked past them. I didn't catch it at first, but then he was in front of me, and I knew he knew. He had seen or felt something that told him I wasn't who I said I was. His blue eyes flared a shade brighter as he studied me. Liam went stiff at my side as Cameron took not one, but 2 sniffs at me. He scowled, all humor gone, and for the first time, I saw how perfectly dangerous he was. Xavier appeared at his side, staring at me like I'd grown horns.
What is it?
It seemed to pull him from his death stare trance. Could I really fight 2 members of the Hand if I had to escape? Sure, Liam was more open to the possibility of an Igmaruthan helping, but they were not. Liam carefully stepped in front of me, his broad back blocking the others from sight.
Cameron.
It was a demand, not a question.
Your scent, Imogen, it's different. You smell like spices.
Xavier looked at me, narrowing his gaze. I had no idea what this obsession with scent was, but it apparently meant a lot to them both.
I brought her some perfume.
Cameron finally took his eyes off me. Just like that, a switch flipped. That fun-loving grin came back, and I could breathe again.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
Cameron and Xavier relaxed.
At least he finally listened to your messages. All that pining and unrequited love was getting on my nerves.
Liam was done as he pulled me past them, heading towards the stairs.
Your job will be terminated by the end of the day.
Wait, he is kidding, right?
Yes. Although you seem to love to antagonize him.
It's a gift and a curse.
I saw Liam roll his eyes and smiled, knowing he had picked up the gesture from me.
Both of you go do something productive for once. Now!
Liam turned to me, his face a mix of shock and amusement. Hey, Logan told me to play my part. I turned to grin at them. They were staring after us, Cameron leaning against Xavier. Regardless of their seemingly sweet natures, I could feel the power that radiated from them. They were focused on me, and I swore they saw straight through my illusion. The hairs on my arms standing. It terrified me. What's with Cameron and that weird smelling thing? Liam came around the corner, carrying a few books before placing them on the table.
Cameron's senses are heightened, even for us. It is a small gift from the god that molded him, and another reason he was let go from that rank and fell under my leadership.
So, he's pretty much an excellent tracker. Good to know. So what do you have here on the Kings of Yajedin?
Everything.
Liam shuffled through the piles of scrolls and papers he had pulled from the massive stacks that surrounded us. I had seen libraries before, but this was something else. The shelves reached to the ceiling and wrapped around the room. Stairs made of the same red and gold I had seen in his dreams led to the upper levels, and walkways crisscrossed overhead. He was studying a book, pacing as he read. He waved his free hand, calling forth more scrolls and papers. They added themselves to the stacks on the large stone table in the center of the room. I smiled at his careless use of his power. I loved looking at Liam, so I was surprised when my gaze kept being pulled to the view outside the balcony. It was as if I were being drawn to it. Your mountains and trees glow with a color I'm not sure I have ever seen before. They seem almost iridescent. It really is gorgeous here. I wish I could see more, especially at night.
I'll escort you back another time.
I was a bit annoyed that he said it so casually. This place was special, sacred. I could feel it in the pulse of the planet and smell it in the air. But he just so casually offered to bring me back here for a visit, as if he brought monsters and the mortal enemy of these people here all the time. Oh yeah? How are you going to do that when I'm locked up? Are you planning on kidnapping me once this is done? I never forgot about what could happen at the end of our arrangement. He placed the book down on the table, running his finger along a section while reaching for another scroll.
Well, Caden has the book now, so we will probably be at this longer than expected. I suspect we will be back here more often than not.
I walked over to the table, worrying my lip and suddenly unsure of myself. Shock and hope warred within me. I didn't belong here, but the wild beauty of this place called to me, and I ached to explore it with him. I would love to see the stars from here. I want to know if it's just as pretty as in your dreams. Liam lifted his gaze from the book and regarded me.
It will be done.
Liam didn't seem to be in a joking mood, and I didn't blame him. He returned his attention to his research as I sat in one of the large hand-carved chairs. I pulled one of the books closer and opened it. The pages felt rough against my fingertips, and the brown-tinted paper seemed sturdy and impervious to the effects of aging. The book was pristine, but I could feel the weight of its age. I couldn't read the text. I was only able to make out 1 or 2 words. Instead, I flipped through, looking at the pictures. Not seeing anything of interest, I set that one down before grabbing another. So, do I get my own estate or something if I'm queen? He glanced up, furrows of concentration between his eyebrows.
I am not sure. I would assume you would be half ruler of the Aegean realm.
Cool. I get my own realm. My nerves were shot, and unease hit my gut once more. Does this make us actual enemies now? Liam's eyes softened as if he knew why I was asking.
No. You'd still have to best me.
I gave him a small smile before picking up a large beige book. The wear and tear on the pages made it seem ancient. I flipped it open, and a picture of a large beast greeted me. It was drawn in gray ink, the image somehow raised off the page. I ran my fingers over it, tracing the lines. The creature's body was covered in armored scales, and it had no limbs. A flowing, fanned tail looked almost delicate against its otherwise bulky shape. Its mouth was agape, displaying hooked, razor-sharp teeth. The words written below the drawing were foreign to me, but one stood out. Igmaruthan. Is this what I am? Liam approached, the heat of him warming my suddenly cold body as he stopped behind me. I flipped through several more pages of different beasts drawn in painstaking detail. My heart sank with each new image. Some had more teeth or claws, others had long tentacles, while others had no facial features at all. Liam reached from behind me, grabbing the book. I looked at him over my shoulder. He closed it with one hand, his features turning soft.
In a way, yes. That is what you came from. But you are not the same, Diana.
Do you think I'll grow horns like that? That crown thing? What if it makes my forehead permanently big? His smile was gentle as he ran a hand across my forehead, his fingers gently combing my hair from my face.
It is already large. I doubt anyone would notice.
I grabbed another book and swatted at him. I held the ancient tome like a weapon as I glared at him. I'm being serious. He gripped the book, but didn't pull away as he stepped in close again.
I am unsure of what you could be, if I'm being 100% honest. You surprise me and are unlike anything I have ever experienced. So to answer your question, I do not know.
That was nice. Sort of.
I'm a nice guy.
In the bedroom, maybe. But outside of it, not so much.
Focus, Diana.
I looked through the new book I held to find it was about weapons. My mind still gnawed at the images of the fabled beasts, but I pushed them aside. I propped my chin on my fist as I turned through the pages. Liam returned to pacing as he closed and picked up yet another book.
Most of these records have dates listing artifacts made, items long lost, or those locked away by my father. I'm having a hard time pinpointing the last known files of Azrael, which is peculiar.
They probably destroyed them. I flipped another page, this one showing me a cool sword chain weapon. The ones who knew about it. I mean, why make a god-killing weapon and then keep records of it on a planet where a god lives? Liam had stopped and was staring at me. My eyes widened as he went rigid, and a smile formed on his face.
Diana, your intelligence is terrifying at times.
Thanks, I guess. He looked toward the open sky behind me, and then to the door.
How do you feel about vortexes?
Come again? My screams eventually died in my throat as we landed softly on a thick, rippling black mass. I pushed off Liam as I turned away from him. Unable to stand upright, I bent over, placing my hands on my knees. I felt my stomach lurch. Never do that again.
I apologize, but I did warn you it would be quite a trip.
I spun on him and quickly covered my mouth with my hand, trying to keep my last meal where it belonged.
Yeah, a trip. Like a short one.
I felt like we'd been shot from the world's largest catapult and then slammed to a full stop. He studied me, the silver lines on his skin pulsating.
Are you all right?
Yes. No. Maybe? Just give me a minute so I don't vomit. His face held concern, but when the thick black mass above us rippled, it had his full attention. It looked like we stood on the edge of the universe. Purple, gold, and silver stars flashed across the velvety expanse. What is this place?
The creature we meet today is the last of its kind. Its species played a huge role in the mythologies of thousands of civilizations. They were known as fates, hunted and slaughtered because beings across all realms feared their powers. My father made a home for the last one here. I am the only one who has access to this place, because I had no use for him, and no reason to harm him. As you recall from my memories, my attention lay elsewhere.
I spun in a slow circle as I tried to process the alien landscape.
Rekurum, I seek your counsel.
I reached out, grabbing Liam's arm as several small star-like masses passed overhead. He looked down at my hand and then back at me.
You are safe.
Yeah, sure. Whatever you say. The expanse of black seemed to grow at one edge as all light rushed toward it. A silent pop echoed, and a creature stepped out. It had form, but not. 3 black orbs spun where its head should be, and it had no legs, nor any definition to his lower body. Its shape was nebulous, swirling and bending. Lights danced and floated around it as if it were made from the fabric of the universe. As it glided toward us, my instincts blared a warning. There was something off about this being.
Samkill, God King, World Ender. You seek guidance on information you have already obtained.
The sound floated around the room and through me, going in one ear and out the other. I shuddered. Creepy was an understatement.
And you bring a creature whose livelihood is death.
She is not a creature, and she is friendly. Sometimes.
My grip tightened on his arm, and Liam pressed on.
I need to know what was in the Book of Azrael.
You know already.
If there is a weapon made to kill me, why do we have no archives of it? Why is there no mention?
One whose blood runs silver took what you seek long ago.
A god?
Yes.
Liam's brows furrowed. The floating, weird genie thing seemed to be speaking in riddles, confusing me more.
There are no gods left. Even if one had erased the archives, there would be a trace. Azrael died in Rashiram long before I destroyed it. How did Victoria even get her hands on it without dying too?
Secrets are long buried in your family, World Ender. Long before your creation, the Celestials of Death had a master who foretold of the great demise. The texts you seek were written and hidden to maintain balance. For if the realms bleed, chaos will return.
Because of her resurrection.
Those floating heads danced to the right and then back, spinning toward the left.
No.
Does her resurrection... Is she okay?
I hadn't realized he was that worried about my return. It surprised me that he would ask this creature about me instead of focusing on the book. I squeezed his arm lightly as the creature in front of us spoke.
You worry about an abomination soaked in death. How interesting.
She is not an abomination.
She is, and cannot die by normal means. You resurrected nothing.
So I'm not gonna be a weird decaying zombie or anything? The head swiveled to the right and then left, as if confused by my question. The floating mass around it expanded slightly before returning to normal.
You are Igmaruthan, a creature made for destruction. You are an agent of death, despair, fire, and chaos. The ancient ones before you made worlds shudder, made gods tremble, and primordials ashamed of their creation. You are a beast of legend, yet you wear a suit of flesh and tissue.
That seemed to enrage Liam. He stepped forward, and I tightened my grip, stopping him from moving further from me.
She is not a creature, and if you speak to her like that again, there will be no more fates left in this universe or the next.
Recurum's head swiveled and stopped, as if he were as shocked as I was.
Very interesting indeed.
Ignore him. He gets cranky when he doesn't eat. Liam looked at me with frustrated amusement.
How do we find out what's in the book?
You will know soon enough.
How are the kings of Yajedin still alive? How did they make it past the seals on the realms after the Gods' War?
I could feel Liam's frustration. Recurrum spoke in riddles, and Liam was in no mood to be denied the answers he sought.
Your family is full of secrets, Samkill. Secrets that far outstretch this world.
What?
You are the key that connects the ones seeking revenge. There must always be a guardian. Unir perceived the end, knew the consequences, and took action. Realms were locked, and your death will open them all. It is foretold. Chaos will return, and chaos will reign. You have seen a fraction of it.
Liam went rigid. Seen it? How has he seen it? My eyes darted between them. Are you talking about the nightmares?
He sees as his father, and his father before him did. Distorted as it may be, it still rings true. The realms will open again.
But if they open, that means Liam will die.
So it is written. So it shall be.
No. I looked up at Liam, his gaze focused and far away. Whatever floating head guy meant, it had struck a chord deep within him. My hands tightened enough to make him look at me. Pain flashed there. As long as I am here, nothing will happen to you. I promise. And I don't need a pinky for it. The smile he forced was barely recognizable. I turned back to Recurrum. Can you give us some good news or something? One head seemed to look at me as the others continued to spin. I immediately regretted opening my mouth.
The prophecy remains. One falls, one rises, and the end begins. It was foretold and will remain. One carved from darkness, one carved from light. The world will shudder.
I felt the room quake as Liam's power seeped from him. Was this all part of another goddamn test?
A test indeed, but to solidify the realms. That is how it is, and how it shall be. The universe needed to see, needed to know.
Needed to know what? The room shook once more, and the floating head spun counterclockwise and then back.
You are running out of time, Samkill.
I let go of Liam's arm as I stepped forward, no longer concerned about the swirling creature that spoke in tongues. Is this what you do in this mythical land? Speak in riddles the entire time? How are you any help?
Diana.
The anguish that shone behind his silver eyes made me want to tear the world apart. You don't know everything.
It seems the King of Gods has found a new home.
The creature's form shifted. One head swiveled, speaking to me as the other two agreed in unison. That doesn't make sense either! You know his world is destroyed, you floating ass! I took Liam's hand. Let's go. There is no help to be found here. I was over this place and over that creature.
There will be a shuddering crack, an echo of what is lost and what cannot be healed. Then, Sam Gill, you will know this is how the world ends.
I stopped and slowly turned around. I knew my eyes glowed red, and I was ready to throw as many fireballs as it took to make him shut up. But it was too late. The creature said no more as it melted into shadows, its body returning to the backdrop of the galaxy, the weight of its presence fading away. The library rushed at us as we portaled in. Pages from the open books we'd left behind fluttered from the force of our entry. The trip back was less nauseating, and after a few deep breaths, I regained my equilibrium. The suns were still high in the sky. We must have only been gone for a few minutes. Why didn't we go to the floating man in the first place, instead of wandering all over the world? Liam paced back and forth, his hands raking through his hair.
1. He speaks in past, present, and future. So half of his information has either already happened or will happen. 2. I did not think the book even existed. Much less that it was important.
Okay, fair. So what's our next plan?
I do not know.
What do you mean you don't know? He stopped abruptly, placing his hands on his hips as he tilted his head back. He stared at the ceiling as he spoke.
I saw it. This is how the world ends. That's what the dream said. The same dream where I saw you.
He stopped, lowering his head to look at me. I saw the sheen of tears in his eyes. Liam?
I saw it. The sky ruptured. Just like on Rashiram. War was what Logan said when I first returned, and I thought we would never see it again. I thought the worst was behind us, and I could rest, but I was so wrong. I am always wrong, or off by a few seconds. I was not fast enough to save my father. Instead, he died saving me.
For the first time since I'd met him, he seemed unsure and raw. He waved a hand toward me.
I was not fast enough to save you, so what am I doing, Diana? Besides fucking everything up.
Liam. I stepped toward him, but he recoiled from me.
That is all I am good for. They call me World Ender for a reason. I guess that is truly all I am. Now Anua will fall. What's 2, right?
I knew I was losing him. Every emotion he'd kept buried was threatening to break free and tear him apart. All that grief and depression was rearing its ugly head. The room shook, and I stumbled back, but I caught myself. The rows of shelves lining the walls vibrated as every object not attached to something levitated. I looked around as the tremor slowly built. Liam, I need you to calm down, okay? We will figure it out together, like we always do.
There is nothing to figure out, Diana. It cannot lie. Everything it predicted will come to pass. Do you not understand that?
Fine. Then we face the end of the world together. I hoped I could break through the echoing void trying to claim him. The birds in the nearby trees jolted from their perches and took flight as the ground shook again. I was terrified that if he didn't breathe or calm himself down, the whole building would fall.
I failed again.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. You heard it. I had one chance to have that damned book. I failed because I chose you over the book, over the world. I was selfish because of you. You crawled beneath my skin like some parasite. You have infected me. And it has cost me the world. So now, I have to prepare armies once more for war. War, Diana.
I felt my cheeks blister as my heart jumped in my chest. I was angry and pissed and sad for him, all at the same time. You're right. I wasn't worth it.
That is just it, Diana. To me, you are worth it. And that's what makes me the most selfish bastard and the most dangerous god to ever exist. I did it in a second without thinking or worrying about the consequences, and I would do it again and again. What I feel for you is overwhelming, and I cannot stop it. I do not know what I am doing. Do you understand that? I have the weight of the entire universe on my shoulders. I had a plan, and then you crashed into my life, making me ignore all reason. You made me trek through Anua, taking me to places with loud music and overly sugary treats. You made me stay at castles with pretentious vampires. You make me laugh, make me smile, make me feel. You make me feel normal and allow me to forget that I am the sole ruler because you see me when you look at me. I hate it, Diana. I hate that I have known you for what others would consider mere minutes. In the grand scheme of things, our time together means nothing. I have known and betted others longer than you have been in my life. Yet I felt nothing but fondness for them. I hate that you affect me so much, that you care so much when I do not deserve it.
His sudden admission made me pause. My world shifted, because what he felt for me, I felt too. I had grown so attached to him. I cared for him more than anyone before him. It terrified me. I felt the tears roll down my cheeks as I stepped in close, resting my hands against his chest. Well, I hate it too. I didn't ask for this. To feel for you as much as I do. I honestly hated you at first. Tears spilled down his cheeks.
Same.
Ass. Look, I get it. I get that you would have had the book and the world would be fine. But how is that a choice? How? How is that you being selfish? What's the point in all this if these are the kind of choices you have to make? The room shook again, and I reached up and cupped his face, forcing him to look at me. Tears and fear shone in those piercing silver eyes. Hey, stop. Look at me. I don't care what that floating tool says. Liam, your father saw something in you that needed to be saved. Unir saw a future, and whatever it was, he believed with his entire being that you would make it a reality. Your friends see the worth in you. It's why they are so loyal, why they love you even now. You saved them without knowing it. You gave them a purpose beyond just following. They would follow you into Iasulan because you gave them a choice. You gave them free will and a reason to be. I've seen the memories, Liam. I get that you think you failed, but you haven't. You won't. A god, defeated and tired.
How can you be so sure? I've done it before.
Because you're strong and resilient. At times you're a complete dick, sometimes annoying and bossy, but underneath all that, you care. You love, whether you admit it to yourself or not. Liam, you are not some mindless creature. You never were. You don't listen to what anyone says, and you shouldn't. If those all-powerful beings that were above you really knew everything, Rashiram wouldn't have fallen. I don't care what anyone says. Follow your heart. You have to. The world doesn't need more of them. It needs more of you. I heard what your father said, what he told you. He wanted you to be better. Better than them. That means giving a damn, Liam. He shook his head slightly as I wiped his tears away with my thumbs.
I do not know what I am doing. I don't think I can survive going through it again.
That's fine. We'll figure this out together, okay? We will do our usual, where I come up with an idea and you disagree, and then we argue about it until you eventually come around to my amazing, foolproof plans. Besides, you're one of the strongest people I know. You put everyone before yourself, even cold-blooded Igmaruthans who get on your nerves and drive you crazy.
You do not get on my nerves all the time. Sometimes you are mildly amusing.
Mildly amusing, huh? I'll take that. We will get the book back. I promise. Just don't destroy this world, too.
I am truly sorry. I do not know why I cannot control it.
Panic attack.
What?
It sounds crazy, but that's what it reminds me of. When I first saved Gabby, I would wake up sweating, my heart feeling like it wanted to burst out of my chest. I kept thinking I hadn't managed to save her, but it wasn't real. It was miserable, but I got through it because I had her. She helped me, and I'll help you. He lifted his hand and ran his fingers through my hair. It was the same thing I had done for him on the nights when his nightmares overcame him. It was soft, soothing, and caring.
I do not deserve you.
Definitely not. I know I don't truly get it, but you have 1,000,000 and something eyes full of admiration looking to you for guidance. That's a lot of responsibility, to be honest. Even the strongest would falter under that pressure, Liam.
You have no idea.
He was quiet for a moment as his expression softened, his eyes roaming over my face.
I can't do this without you.
Obviously. I studied his features in the light of the setting suns. He looked tired even as his body glowed. It was as if his body were absorbing energy from these stars. I didn't know how long he had been keeping the world in balance. But wouldn't even a god grow weary? Liam carried the weight of the worlds on his shoulders and was essential in maintaining the order of the universe. Without him, chaos would reign. That was what Caden wanted, and Liam was the only thing standing in his way. Liam carried that burden with no promise of it ever being lifted. It was a wonder he hadn't cracked sooner and said, fuck it all. But I knew he couldn't. He wouldn't. He would fight until the last breath left his body. The weight of the world. He looked down at me, his face somber. He released me with a sigh and a brief half-smile.
That's what it feels like.
I'm sorry. He regarded me for a second, as if the words surprised him. Shit, they surprised me too.
Don't be. It's my birthright.
Which only means you had no choice in the matter.
In reality, yes.
The images from the blood dream played back to me. The Liam from those dreams had been so carefree, but I realized it was because he was lost. He had been fighting against a destiny that was coming for him whether he wished it or not. I wished I could protect him, keep him safe, and help him. Regardless of what happens or what you decide, I will stand by your side. I will fight this fight with you. You will not be alone, and I will do all I can to keep you safe. He closed his eyes briefly, before looking at me once more.
You've already done too much. You risked your life for me to get that book. Diana, you saved Logan when you didn't even know him. You helped me without a promise of anything in return. You fought one of your own to help save the world and gave your life in the process.
His eyes dropped from my face to my chest. The dress I wore for my Imogen disguise was a little loose in the chest area, given our different sizes. It didn't expose me too much, but you could see my sternum. I knew he wasn't looking at my breasts, but at the almost invisible scar. A pained expression passed across his features as he swallowed. He lightly traced the mark directly over my heart, and my body responded. It felt like a shot of electricity went through every fiber of my being. I shivered, goosebumps dancing across my arms and legs. It didn't hurt, but his touch excited me more than any man who had ever laid hands upon me. I didn't flinch from the sensation, but leaned into it, my breath catching. Liam had literally held my heart in his hands, and I would let him touch me in any way he wanted. But you saved me.
Barely.
He slowly pulled his hand away, clenching his fist as he realized what he was doing. He lifted his gaze, his eyes roaming over my face as if he were trying to memorize everything about me. It made me feel vulnerable, which was childish. I had been with men and women, but whenever Liam looked at me or touched me, it was as if I had never been with anyone. The mere sight of him set my blood aflame, as if he stoked a fire deep in my soul, and I wanted it to burn. I wanted more. I wanted him.
I thought I'd lost you.
His gaze flicked to mine, as if he were shocked he said the words out loud. You know better than that. I'm impossible to get rid of. Like an infection.
If that is true, then I wish for you to infect me.
He slid his hand across my collarbone, the roughness of his calloused palm sending a bolt of electricity through my very being. I was caught in his gaze and could feel my pulse pound as his large hand wrapped gently around my neck. He tipped my chin up with his thumb, and my lips parted in anticipation. Hot, molten silver filled his eyes as his gaze dropped to my mouth, and my core went liquid. I pushed to my tiptoes as he leaned forward, neither of us caring about the line we were about to cross. We both knew we shouldn't. There was no future for us, and there never would be. Liam was a guardian, a savior, a protector of this realm and every realm in between. I was an Igmaruthan, a beast of legend he and his friends hunted. I was the monster under the bed. Stories were told of me to keep all divine beings in line. We were destined to fight until the sky bled and the world shook. But when he touched me, cradled my face as if I were the most fragile, beautiful being in the world, I melted. I didn't feel like a monster with him, and I realized I never had. I felt his breath touch my lips, and my body sang in response, right as the door slammed open. Liam and I broke apart, both turning to face the unknown threat. Logan stood there, his eyes wild and rage snapping around him.
We have a problem.
I assure you, I am fine now.
Logan waved his hand toward the mess of the room.
No, not that. Nevera was taken, and...
Logan turned his gaze on me.
Gabby is missing.
The obsidian door tore off its hinges and flew across the room as I kicked it open. I stormed inside, both hands burning wildly. No one was here, but I had assumed that since I'd set the entire island of Novus on fire the moment Liam and I had arrived. It's empty. Liam strode past me, an ablaze weapon at his side. I told you to call Oblivion. He looked at his hand, then back at me.
No.
They don't deserve an afterlife, Liam. Where I had expected anger, a look of worry crossed Liam's face.
Diana, you know what it can do. You are here, and your sister may be as well. I am not risking either of you.
I shook my head, passing him as I headed toward the hallway. We took the stairs up, and I slammed both hands against the double doors, sending rocks and rubble flying into the open expanse of the throne room.
If anyone is here, the noise alone will alert them, Diana. Try to be quieter.
I said nothing, not wanting to admit what I already knew. The island was abandoned, which meant she was gone. Search here. I'll be back. I strode past the chairs and empty lanterns that decorated the sides of the room. The walls didn't move how they did when Caden was in the castle. They were cold and empty. Exactly how I felt, knowing she was out there somewhere with him. I forced myself not to think about what he could be doing to her, but I quickened my pace. I reached the rooms upstairs and shredded Alistair's and Tobias's areas, but found nothing. I stepped over the shards of wood, torn sheets, and broken furniture. I held myself up with one arm against the doorframe as I turned toward the end of the hall. It had been a waste of time to search those rooms. I had known I wouldn't find anything. But I was a coward and was trying to avoid that door. It was the same door I'd beaten on when Caden had locked me out because I'd failed him. I'd begged for forgiveness because I knew the cost of my failure. My chest heaved as I stared at it. It was my past. I didn't have to be that creature anymore. I didn't feel my feet move until I was in front of the door, my hand resting on the knob. With a turn and a push, it swung slowly out of my way. My steps echoed in the quiet, the silence oppressive. The room still looked immaculate, as if it were waiting to be occupied. I stopped in front of the dresser and ran my hands over the top. The framed picture of Gabby and me that Caden had grudgingly allowed me to keep was still there. We had gone to the beach because it was her favorite place. In the photo, I was hugging her, both of us smiling at the camera. She grasped the hat she wore as the thin cover-ups we wore over our bikinis blew in the wind. It was the only picture I'd had in this damned place because I'd begged to keep it. Caden hated it, and I couldn't even think about what he had demanded of me to allow me to keep it. My hands shook as I gripped the frame. The glass broke, distorting the image beneath into a mosaic. I turned and threw it against the wall. I tore into that damned dresser, ripping the drawers from the base and throwing them in every direction. Clothes, a mix of mine and his, littered the floor. I spun and grabbed the mirror next, tossing it toward the door. Glass exploded, dust shimmering in the air, the noise a harsh crescendo through the house. House. That was a fucking joke. It was a prison. My breath was coming in painful pants as I looked at the bed. The same bed he had fucked me on. The same bed where I had cried myself to sleep when I was left alone, unable to see the one person who gave a damn about me. I ripped the bedposts from the frame, breaking them over my knee and tossing the remains to the side. I threw one of them so hard that it stuck in the wall. A vice-like grip clamped down on my arms, and I spun, ready to attack. I stopped when Liam's face came into focus.
Diana! Diana, stop! This isn't helping us!
She's not here! He stood there, stunned.
What?
She's not here. Caden has her and she's dead, I know it! I couldn't breathe, couldn't think.
She isn't dead, Diana.
She is! I know it, they aren't here! Look around! They haven't been here for a while now. Can't you tell? The whole fucking cave is dormant. These rooms have not been touched since I left.
Hey, look at me. She isn't dead.
He held my hand, palm up next to his, the thin scar of our deal still present.
If she were, we would know. Besides, he will not kill her. She's the last tether he has on you. The last string he can pull. He knows she is the only thing he has to keep you in line. If she is gone, he has no control, no power over you. Do you understand? He took her to draw you out. Make you erratic, and it's working. I need you to focus, okay?
How can I focus? The words fell out on a whimper as I pressed my hand to my forehead, turning away from him. Liam reached for me again, but I stepped back. He was watching me carefully as I pulled away from him, his brows drawing together. He was not used to this side of me. I didn't want to be comforted. I wanted to find my sister. You don't know that. You don't know him.
I know men in power. You are every bit an intrinsic part of this as Caden and me. He wants power over you. Gods know why, but I know he will not sever that tie. Trust me. Please.
My chest heaved as the words rang through me. Trust him. He had asked for it when we lost the book after him bringing me back, and I should have then. My expression softened as I nodded slowly.
Now, help me search the rest of the island.
I followed him, glass shards crunching beneath my foot. I stopped and looked down to see the picture of Gabby and me. My hand shook as I picked it up, tracing the lines of her happy smile. That beach trip she had obsessed over.
What is it?
It's a trip we took. We dove off the cliffs that day, but she made me go first because she was scared. I always went first. I had to make sure it was safe. She depends on me to protect her, and My words trailed off as I held the picture too tight.
We will find her.
I'm scared. I sat with one leg underneath me on the oversized bed in her room in Silver City. The comforter was a sideways mess beneath me. She must have been late waking up for work. That was the only time Gabby didn't make her bed. She was way too tidy to leave anything in disarray. I held one of the green pullover sweaters she loved, rubbing the material between my fingers. Liam and I had made it back about an hour ago. Novus had been a dead end. Caden had abandoned the island and apparently had been away from it for a while. The map from Ethan was also a dead end. I checked the places myself and found nothing other than empty caverns and mines. I didn't know where else to go, where else to search. It was as if they had vanished. I brought the sweater to my face and inhaled deeply of her scent as tears filled my eyes. If she did what he asked, she would live. Then I could save her. I would never stop looking, and I would find her and save her, just like she had saved me all those times. All the times Caden was too rough, too mean, too hateful, I'd always had a place to go. A home. She was my home. Just let me save you this time, Gabriella. Let me save you. A light tap had me dropping the sweater to my lap and looking toward the open bedroom door. Liam stood there, and I turned away. I didn't want to see him, and a part of me thought he knew it. I didn't want to be comforted or touched. Did you find Drake or Ethan? Logan said they were with them.
No.
I looked down at the sweater in my lap. Maybe Caden had taken them too.
It appears a lot of your old contacts are missing as well, not just them.
I set the sweater aside and stood up. Okay, so we search elsewhere. He reached out, grabbing me as I tried to walk past him.
Search where? We have checked the places you knew. Your informants are gone. Where else do we go?
I don't know! You're a god. Do something godly. Could you feel if she were near or something? He shook his head, his mouth forming into a solid line.
It doesn't work like that.
Then we keep searching. I exited the room and heard his footsteps close behind.
Search where, Diana? Where else?
I don't know.
He has to have another hideout. A place he may have taken you besides the island. There is no way he can hide in this realm that well.
I shook my head, continuing toward the door.
Let me help you, Diana. Stop and think. Where else could he have taken her?
I spun, my temper and pain at the boiling point. He kept asking me questions as if I had all the answers. I don't know! My world shook, and I realized it wasn't just my world, but the room too. I don't know, okay? Liam looked at me, his eyes widening for a second before scanning the room. I didn't know why he regarded me as if I had made it shake. He had done it. It was always him. I just need to think. But thinking was the last thing that happened, as static lit up the room, the TV behind us turning on.
Diana.
Diana's eyes bled crimson as she yelled at me. I was used to her fury. I had seen it before. But the power that blasted off of her and shook the room was new. She was slipping and I felt it. She was filled with fear and something darker I could feel lurking, waiting for its chance. I was losing her. Static hit the air, and a large TV in the center of the room blinked on. We turned toward it and took a step closer. Words scrolled along a small red banner at the bottom, telling us that this was a live feed. A man and a woman sat reclined in anchor chairs, their suits ripped and smeared with blood. They were dead, which meant Tobias was there.
Good evening, and welcome to KMN News at Night. Tonight's top story is a king with a broken crown that wasn't even his to begin with.
The woman shuffled the pages in front of her as she spoke, and her words made my jaw clench.
Now, Jill, this has been a story circulating for ages. A man gifted with a title and a throne, but childlike in his ideals, and no follow-through.
If you think about it, Anthony, it's pretty sad. A whole planet was destroyed because he just couldn't cut it.
I knew every jab was directed at me, but I didn't care. I had heard it all before. My concern wasn't for me, but for Diana. Every instinct I had was telling me we were on the cusp of something catastrophic.
Well, Jill, that's what happens when you send a boy to do a man's job. Speaking of jobs, let's check in with Casey for the weather.
The camera swung to the other side of the room, focusing on a woman standing with a small device in her hand. Her suit was also in tatters, and I could tell that Tobias's magic was the only thing keeping her upright. The screen behind her turned into a large map with what looked like clouds dancing across certain areas.
Thanks, Anthony and Jill. The forecast calls for clear skies and sunny weather for the next few days, but the incoming apocalypse may put a stop to that. If that happens, we may be looking at thunderous clouds as the realms rip open. Precipitation will be heavy, with a copper smell as his blood rains from the sky. We're predicting a few quakes, but those should subside before the planet tears itself apart. Back to you, Jill.
Thanks, Casey. When can we expect this drastic change?
Oh, very soon.
Can't wait.
I guess it would be a good idea for everyone to get inside, huh?
Oh, Anthony, there's no hiding from this. Now, we do have a special guest with us tonight. Quite a few, actually.
You know what, Jill? You're right. Now let's welcome our co-host tonight, Caden.
The camera swung again, and a jolt went through me. His suit was dark, and he had his feet propped up on a desk. I had seen him before, sitting atop a throne made of bones, wearing horned armor. He smirked out at me from the screen, his face wholly visible, and I got my first good look at my enemy. He was relaxed, as if his hands and the white shirt he wore beneath his suit were not stained with blood. His collar was unbuttoned, and I could see the glint of a silver chain around his neck. Caden licked his fingers clean and smiled at the camera. The air in the room shifted as Logan and Vincent popped in. They spoke over each other as Diana stared at the screen, her body unmoving.
Liam, it's on every channel, every station.
Caden just sat there, staring back as if he could see her. What?
Globally, we checked.
Where is it coming from? Can you pinpoint a location?
That's the thing. It's as if the frequency is coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. There's no way to turn it off.
My next questions died as Anthony started talking once more.
Now, Caden, please tell us, what exactly is the other world?
My adrenaline spiked, knowing this wasn't something mortals needed to learn. Not like this. Logan said they tried to stop the feed but couldn't.
It sounds like something out of a movie. Am I right?
Caden sat up, leaning over the side of the table and clasping his hands together.
I can agree, but it is so much more. See, you all think monsters do not exist, that they are created from the imaginations of mortals. But you are oh so wrong. Every monster has an origin based in reality.
So you're saying every supernatural creature is real?
Everything and so much more. The only problem is that the population is practically non-existent in this realm.
How so?
I'll tell you a story. Once upon a time, in a world far, far away from here, lived a vile and vicious king, ruler to all and adorned by many, but he bore secrets. Dark, ghastly secrets he kept buried, even from the ones he claimed to love the most. He believed peace was achieved through force. He used and abused those under his command until they meant nothing to him any longer. Once his goal was achieved, they were discarded like trash. Then one day he bore a son, a being like him, pure of light and everything he wished for in his new world. His son was next in line to rule, but there was concern.
Concern?
Oh, yes. Concern he would be just like the ones before him, just like his father. The truth slowly came to fruition and friends turned to foes. There was an uprising. Blood of the gods spilled across stars you can't even see now. It was the gods' war, but it was so much more than that.
What happened next?
Well, what your legends say about the great and powerful Samkiel. He saved the world, did he not? Everyone that stood against them was locked away by his blood. Every realm, every world sealed. Well, for now, at least.
There was a loud thud as he slammed the Book of Azrael onto the desk. His smile was venom and rage as he glanced at the camera. Static sizzled in the air. Oppressive, thick, and heavy. I was losing my patience. He spoke of my father and my world as if he knew them personally, yet I had no recollection of him or his name. I turned to Logan and Vincent. Go see if you can find where he is. I need every celestial form here to room in searching. He cannot hide from us. Not when this is on every station around the world. Once you find him, summon me immediately. They both nodded before shooting from the room in a flash of blue light. Words from the screen filtered in as I glanced back at the TV. Caden's hands were covered in thick black gloves. He flipped through the Book of Azrael, as if it weren't a powerful, ancient, decaying artifact containing the means of my death.
That is such a sad story.
Is it? I like to think of it as a rebirth. A new beginning, some would say. See right here. This is the key to opening the realms now.
Such a pretty weapon.
I agree. And once I make it, this world will bleed. I'm betting that there are thousands, if not millions, of pissed off beings looking for a little bit of payback.
Well, what happens to us mortals if this comes to pass?
Well, you die. Or you are all enslaved. It's really up in the air right now.
Well, that sounds lovely. Can't wait.
Now, usually we have a hot topic round sponsored by Jeff. But since you dismembered him, I guess you'll have to do the hot topic round. So tell us, Caden, what's the hot topic tonight?
Well, love, of course.
Love?
All eyes turned toward the camera, and I knew this next part was for Diana. I shifted closer to her.
Why, yes.
The stage is all yours.
Anthony and Jill froze in place, and I knew Tobias was slowly releasing his hold on them. They stared straight ahead as their eyes turned the glassy white of the dead.
Now, I know what you're all thinking, that I am evil incarnate, but you would be wrong. I love love. And no one loves harder than Diana.
A picture of Diana and me popped up on the screen, and I realized he had been a lot closer to us than I'd assumed. How had I not felt it? My gaze swung to Diana. She was fixated, her arms folded as she glared, radiating pure rage. As I studied her, I knew she had felt him. Those times she had those chills. She had sensed him, but hadn't known what it meant. Caden's eyes flashed red in the studio lights as he stood and moved closer to the camera. He removed the gloves, one finger at a time.
I gave her everything I could. A trade, some would say, for what she asked.
A picture of Diana popped up on the screen and stayed there, taking up one of the corners.
All that she is, all of her power, is because of me. Yet I've met dogs that are more loyal. She can't keep her legs closed. Not that I can complain. It only took me saving her sister before she let me bend her over, which I'm sure she let you do too, Sam Kiel. I hope you enjoy her while you can, because make no mistake, she will turn on you too.
I watched as he flicked his eyes towards someone off-screen. The pictures faded, and his demeanor changed. Diana's stance did not waver. It was as if her body had turned to stone. I stood next to her, my gaze flicking between her and the screen as my gut churned. I had no idea what his plan was, but I couldn't leave to search for him. Not when she needed me.
Diana, you know better. You know I have eyes everywhere. This world belongs to me, my love. And I was never far away. Didn't you feel me?
My heart sank further, the pit of my stomach rolling. I was right. She had sensed him. It was inconceivable that I had not. How had I not known that he was so close? And not just once.
I'm just curious, though. What were your intentions with this failed relationship? Just for fun? Stopping me? Saving the world? And then what? You think he loves you? Cares for you? Ask him how many men and women he has whispered those words to. How many have fallen at his feet, hoping to stand by his side. You are nothing to him, and you will never be. You are a monster, no matter what he tells you. No matter what you pretend. Do you think you could rule at his side, Diana? Even after I'm gone, do you think they would accept you? After everything you've done? He's truly immortal, Diana. Have you thought about that? We aren't. Do you really hate yourself so much that you would be comfortable being his consort for the rest of your life while he marries an actual queen? He will need an equal, someone to rule by his side, to bear his children into this perfect world of theirs.
Caden's nostrils flared and his fists clenched. Anger bubbled below the surface of his calm facade. His eyes burned with red embers, but then he glanced beyond the camera and seemed to remember that he was not alone.
Let's play a game. Say you two succeed. The realms are saved and people sing and cheer in the streets. Deep down, Diana, do you really think he would choose you after all of this is over? Be realistic. I don't. I think even if I don't win, you will still lose.
Caden paused for a moment, maybe realizing he had revealed too much. I glanced at Diana, and her body had gone so rigid that she looked like she would break with one touch. She was so closed off that I couldn't feel anything from her, which was terrifying. Diana was never contained.
Now, back to business. See, here's the thing, Diana. I wanted you by my side, you know? My perfect, beautiful weapon for what's coming. But alas, you have chosen the wrong side. It's okay, though. I think I can forgive you and let you come home. I just need to teach you a lesson first.
He stopped speaking and waved someone forward. The camera panned back and turned slightly. The new angle allowed us to see Caden, closed-off corridor with a curtain above it, and the audience. I looked closer and saw that the crowd was full of otherworld creatures. Eyes fluoresced in various colors, and I saw more than a dozen pairs of gleaming red eyes. The Irvakuva stood in the back corridor with their wings spread, making sure no one tried to leave. There was a ripple as Drake stood and started toward Caden. My lips curled in a silent snarl at his betrayal of her friendship and love. How could he have done this to her? I had trusted him against my better judgment because she believed him to be her friend. The coward refused to look at the camera as he stepped beside Caden.
Come on, Drake. Center stage is yours, buddy. Drake told me about you and your new boyfriend's little trip to El Donuma. He told me when you would arrive, how long you stayed, and your next move. Camilla filled me in from there.
He waved toward the audience, and Camilla nodded, her head held high. I recognized several others. Santiago was there. His and Camilla's covens intermingled. Elijah sat next to a few mortals from the Castlevania embassy. I guess she was not the only one betrayed. It seemed some of the mortals under my jurisdiction had switched sides too. Pure, unadulterated rage made my rings vibrate, and I could feel the heat behind my eyes. I reached out, placing my hand on Diana's arm. Her skin beneath the shirt felt heated. I rubbed my thumb in small, slow circles, trying to ground her and let her know I was here for her, even if those she had trusted most were not.
True loyalty from the beginning, Diana. Why don't you head back to your family, old friend?
Drake strode away from Caden without looking at the camera once. I watched as he joined Ethan and a dark-haired woman I assumed was Ethan's wife. The wife who had been too busy to greet us while we were staying in Zoral. The pieces started to click together, and I didn't like the picture they made. Had they sold Diana out for the wife?
You see, Diana.
I needed to get Diana away from the pull he had on her. He sliced her open with every word, and I could feel the grip he had on her tightening. It was like talons dipped in acid digging into her, even from a distance. Diana, remember what I taught you. Do not let him bait you. I couldn't tell if she heard me or not. Her eyes were glazed and unfocused as she stared straight ahead. Caden's voice cut in, followed by a whistle as he looked directly into the camera.
Tobias, if you would be so kind, there is one last thing I would like to show my sweet, precious girl.
The camera shook as Tobias stepped out from behind it, turning to flash an ice-cold grin I knew was meant for Diana. He disappeared behind the large dark curtain and returned, dragging a hooded figure with him. The woman struggled against him, kicking her legs but failing to gain traction against the slick floor. Tobias threw her at Caden's feet. Caden leaned down and grabbed her under her arm with one hand before pulling the hood off with the other. Gabriella. I heard it then, in sync with my own, the pounding of her heart and mine. They beat rapidly, mine bashing itself so hard against my ribs that I wondered if it would burst. We watched as Gabby kicked out and Caden dropped her. She tried to scoot away, but several of Caden's Irvikuva snarled and snapped behind her, forcing her to stop. Diana jerked away from my touch to drop to the floor in front of the TV. I didn't think she was even aware of how close she got, as her hands gripped the sides of the screen. Caden signaled one of the Irvikuva, who grabbed Gabby by the arm. The creature looked at Caden, and when he nodded, tossed Gabby toward him. He dragged her closer to the camera.
Do you like the present Drake brought me, Diana? He even snagged me a member of the hand. Say hello to Big Sister now.
I hope you rot in whatever dimension you're from. Permanently!
Feisty, isn't she? Just like her sister.
I wanted to rip every single one of them to pieces. White-hot rage skittered through my body at the blatant disrespect. They would pay. I would make sure of it. Caden's eyes were bright red as he held her close. She glared at the camera with all the fury she could muster, even as her eyes filled with tears.
Now, is there something you want to say to Big Sis? You know she's watching.
Gabby's eyes bored into the screen in silent desperation. It wasn't for herself, but for the one she knew stared back at her, the one person who had given up her life for hers. Her eyes clouded with unshed tears as the world held its breath. Even the creatures behind Caden were silent. It was a defining moment in what was to come. Caden held the world in his grasp, and he reveled in it.
Remember that I love you.
Caden jerked upright, taking Gabby with him as he stood.
See? That wasn't so hard, was it? And they say I'm cruel. Would you like to see the true beast that rests under Diana's pretty skin, Samkiel? Do you think you will care for her still? Let's find out.
He did it so quickly that it even startled me. But we all heard it. I felt it resonate through the ties that made me a protector of this realm. No one moved. No one breathed. It was as if time had slowed down. I watched the light leave her eyes. Caden turned away with a satisfied smirk. Gabby's small, lifeless hand was outstretched, attempting to reach through the screen, desperate for the one she loved the most. I flexed my hand as a blinding white heat danced across my palm. I glanced down, and my heart stuttered as a glowing yellow line seared across my palm, bright and iridescent, before disappearing. The blood deal had reached its completion in the most horrid way.
Blood of my blood. My life is sealed with yours until the deal is made complete. I grant you my maker's life in exchange for my sister's life. She shall remain free, unharmed, and alive, or the deal is broken.
I smelled it before I saw it. A single tilt of her head, and a world-shattering boom filled the room.
It was so loud and painful that it shook the building, and I knew it could be heard throughout the realms. Wings and scales replaced skin and limbs as the beast ripped its way into the world. The flames that erupted from her were so hot and bright that they blinded me. The force of her massive tail slammed me through walls, concrete, and glass. My vision was consumed with the inferno as the building was engulfed. My head throbbed and my ears rang as I sat up, cupping them. My clothes were burned and torn, clinging to me where they had melted into my skin. I patted out some embers along my sleeve as another soul-shattering scream split the air. It was pure pain and rage, an echo of ruin. My dreams came flooding back, and I realized I had gotten it wrong. My translation was mistaken. There were too many words and languages in my brain.
This is how the world ends.
No. That's what Rakuram said.
There will be a shuddering crack, an echo of what is lost and what cannot be healed. Then, Samgil, you will know this is how the world ends.
But it was not this world. No, it was mine. It was Diana.
Gods and Monsters 1, The Book of Azrael, Book 2 of 2, by Amber V. Nicole, is a graphic audio production. Copyright 2023, Amber V. Nicole, 2023, Rose and Star Publishing. All rights reserved. Recorded with permission of the licensor. 2025, Graphic Audio, LLC. All rights reserved. Unauthorized download and/or duplication is prohibited. Narrated by Gabriel Michael and Marissa Clay, with Gabriel Michael as Sam Kill and Liam, and Marissa Clay as Diana. Also with Rob Moretta as Drake, with additional performances by Marlon Dance Hui, Daniel Yaka, Fabiola da Silva, Brew Adju, Rainer Gabriel, Ozzy Jacobs, Michael John Casey, Nora Safayan, Tatiana Ridgway, James Lewis, Matthew Bassett, Scott McCormick, Lamont Rigel, Jerry J. Marshall, Torian Brackett, Dominique Salvation, Damon Allums, Jessica Sly, Troy Allen, Yasmin Toison, Christopher Walker, Keith Charles, Gerald Hill, Zuleika Vundla, Drew Copus, Julian Irons, Crystal Lee, Jonathan Lee Taylor, Christopher Williams, Experience J, and Don Ursula. Adapted for graphic audio by Crystal Judkins. Directed by Crystal Judkins. Dialogue editing and graphic audio sound design by Molly Creerand and Maddie Pham Martino. Produced by Colleen Delaney, Scott McCormick, David Zitney, Casey Green, and Aaron Coe. Executive producers Angie Cornett, Dwayne Beeman, and Matt Webb. If you enjoyed Gods and Monsters 1, The Book of Azrael, Book 2 of 2, keep listening for a sample of Crescent City 1, House of Earth and Blood, Book 1 of 2. All these titles and many more are now available at www.graphicaudio.net.
Bryce cleared the alley, careening onto bustling Central Avenue, the street full of fleeing people and honking cars. She leapt over their hoods, scaling them one after another, every movement as smooth as one of her dance steps. Leap, twirl, arch, her body did not fail her, not as she followed the creature's rotting stench to another alley, another and another. They were almost at the Istros. A snarl and roar rent the air ahead. It had come from another connected alley, more of a dead-end alcove between two brick buildings. She hefted the table leg, wishing she'd grabbed Danica's sword instead, wondering if Danica had even had time to unsheath it. No. The sword was in the gallery, where Danica had ignored Jessica's warning and left it in the supply closet. Bryce launched herself around the alley's corner. Blood everywhere. Everywhere. And the thing halfway down the alley. Not Vanir. Not one she'd encountered before. A demon? Some feral thing with smooth, near-translucent gray skin. It crawled on 4 long, spindly limbs, but looked vaguely humanoid. And it was feasting on someone else. On a Malak. Blood covered the angel's face, soaking his hair and veiling the swollen, battered features beneath. His white wings were splayed and snapped. His powerful body arced in agony as the beast ripped at his chest with a maw of clear, crystalline fangs that easily dug through skin and bone. She did not think, did not feel. She moved, fast like Randall had taught her, brutal like he'd made her learn to be. She slammed the table leg into the creature's head so hard that bone and wood cracked. It was thrown off the angel and whirled, its back legs twisting beneath it while its front legs, arms, gouged lines in the cobblestones. The creature had no eyes, only smooth planes of bone above deep slits. Its nose, and the blood that leaked from its temple. It was clear, not red. The Malak, male, groaning some wordless plea as the creature sniffed at her. She blinked and blinked, willing the light seeker and Mirthroot out of her system, willing the image ahead to stop blurring. The creature lunged, not for her, but the angel, right back to the chest and heart it was trying to get to, the more considerable prey. Bryce launched forward, table legs swinging again. The reverberations against bone bit into her palm. The creature blindly surged at her. She dodged, but its sharp, clear fangs ripped her thigh clean open as she twisted away. She lost her balance and swung upward as it leapt again, this time for her throat. Wood smashed those clear teeth. The demon shrieked so loudly that her fey ears nearly ruptured, and she dared all of one blink. Claws scraped, hissing sounded, and then it was gone.
Thanks for listening to this graphic audio production. Graphic Audio has over 1,700 titles to choose from. Listen to over 225 binge-worthy series. We feature titles in genres like science fiction, fantasy, romantasy, westerns, mystery thrillers, comics, and more. Check out our exclusive series such as Deathlands, Rogue Angel, Outlander,